Chapter 1. When I first opened my eyes, it was to stare down in confusion at the thin, grubby, dirt-smudged fingers of a child far too old to be a newborn. They should have been the soft, pudgy digits of a freshly born infant, not even an hour old. But instead, I had months and months, maybe even years of memories of my new life. Something had gone horribly wrong. The invocations I'd laid into my soul should have sparked my previous life's memories with only the barest brush of mana to trigger them. If not for my new body's memories, my first thought would have been someone had deleted my passage through the reincarnation cycle and trapped me in a mana void for years. Just looking around was enough to dispel that line of thinking. The truth was both simpler and stranger, it seemed. There wasn't a speck of ambient mana in the air around me, not a drop in the dry, dusty earth. I was sitting in a garden, a place that should have been bursting with life, but each row of plants was sadder than the one that preceded it. The pathetic, wilted, shriveled things barely clung to life, starved for the mana they needed to flourish. It appeared I'd been reborn in a desert, one that had been devastated by some cataclysm that had scarred the land. It had taken my new body years to generate enough internal mana to trigger the soul invocations that would awaken my previous life's memories. There'd been no mistakes, just ill fortune that had seen me reborn on a swath of dead land.
Gravin.
This was probably a blessing in disguise. If there was so little ambient mana in the environment that it had taken years to trigger the soul magic, I wouldn't have been able to do much during those initial years anyway. At least this way, I'd been spared the tedium of having to live through them. The memories alone were bad enough, fragmented and disjointed as they were.
Gravin.
A voice cooed. I was going to need to adjust my time frame. Internal mana was going to be my only source of power as long as I was stuck in this mana desert, and I was physically too weak to survive on my own. It would be months before I built up enough mana to ignite my core. Damn. What rotten luck to be reincarnated in a place like this.
I look so serious.
A different voice said.
Look at that scowl on his face. Come here, Gravy.
The first voice said, and suddenly a shadow appeared over me. I looked up just in time to see a plain-faced woman wearing rough homespun leaning down to grab hold of me. My mother, if the memories of my new brain were to be believed.
Did you have fun?
She asked. Without waiting for an answer, she whisked me away toward what could generously be described as a hut and said,
Come on, let's get you cleaned up and we'll have dinner.
My mother said her goodbyes to the other woman, a neighbor by the looks of it, and carried me towards a nearby hut, one of dozens lined up next to a dirt street. Our home, if my new body's memories were to be believed. They were more or less identical, all mud-fired bricks of some sort with woven thatch roofs. I took that time to consider my mana core. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure something had gone wrong. Even in this desert, I should have generated enough internal mana to awaken far sooner than I had. I couldn't recall the exact averages for mana generation rates in babies, but I should have produced enough well before reaching 2 years of age. I didn't realize we were inside the hut until I was plopped down on a table and the woman carrying me started tugging at my clothes.
Arms up,
she said in a little sing-song voice. My body reacted without my conscious decision, and she pulled my shirt off. I needed to figure out this mana situation immediately. Otherwise, it was going to be a long few years. My memory wasn't perfect, but I hadn't been an archmage for nothing. I'd done the math repeatedly, and the results just didn't make sense. I would have said my mana core was crippled in some way, but I could sense it perfectly. It was as flawless as any other 2-year-old's. Even if my math was somehow way off, I could sense it generating mana. It should have only taken about 20 hours before my core had enough mana to awaken my memories, not over 2 years. Something was interfering with my mana generation. That was the only explanation that made sense, but I couldn't for the life of me fathom why. Even if someone had found the records of my experiments, it would have been impossible to trace the flow of my soul through the afterlife to my new body. It would take a Grand Magus Invoker to examine my soul here and now to note anything unusual. And, judging by the conditions I'd apparently been living in, I doubted there was one within 1,000 miles, let alone one bored enough to spot-check random babies for soul modifications. I could only speculate for now. Until I learned more, the best I could do was start working on building up enough mana to ignite my core. Given how pitiful my mana generation was at the moment, that was going to take a month just for the mana to form, and I'd need more than my core was capable of holding. I'd have to invest some time and mana into building a storage crystal to feed my mana into. Another frustrating delay. I could scarcely picture a way in which I could have started my new life in a worse position. The process should have taken me a few hours at most, not weeks and weeks. My new family appeared one by one. First, my older sister showed up just as Mother was finishing dinner, followed swiftly by my father. I had memories of both, but perhaps unsurprisingly, a baby's memories didn't provide clear pictures. I wasn't even sure how old my sister was, though she certainly didn't have more than a few years on me. Gravin felt a baby's love for the parents who nurtured him, and perhaps curiosity at his older sister more than anything else. I supposed a bit of acting was in order. Fortunately for me, Gravin was a quiet child with a tendency to stare at whatever caught his interest. If anything, he seemed a bit timid. That should be easy enough to copy for the time being. Once I'd ignited my mana core, things would have to change, of course. That was several months away, and without an abundant source of ambient mana, my progress was going to be agonizingly slow. Dinner was a simple affair of humble food prepared with more love than skill, and, unfortunately, no seasonings at all to help the taste. I focused my efforts on fine motor control, which was surprisingly difficult to accomplish, and somewhat exhausting. Who would have guessed that eating a meal without making a mess all over myself would turn into such a grueling test? It wasn't even that it was hard to accomplish, so much as it was that my stamina was non-existent. The whole while my new sister nattered on about what she'd learned that day, which I did my best to tune out. Basic numbers and letters weren't exciting when I had been the one learning them thousands of years ago, and they weren't exciting today. More and more, I despaired of how tedious my life was going to be for the next few months. It wasn't until after dinner was done that something interesting happened.
Good job, Gravin,
my mother said.
You barely needed to be cleaned up at all. How about we go to the square early today, and you can watch everyone while we wait for the collectors. We'll be right near the front of the line this time.
That'll be a relief, Father added. We can all go to bed early tonight. My sister's round little face scrunched up at that, but she didn't say anything. At first, I thought it was the early bedtime that she had a problem with, but somewhere in Gravin's fuzzy memories were visions of a group of people all lined up in front of tables, moving forward every few seconds. It was hard to pick details out of it, in part because of Gravin's habit of fixating on things. I had one memory with a clear picture of a man's mud-stained boot in front of me, but no clues as to why we were in line to begin with. I suppose I'd find out soon enough. The village was one of those little huddled specks on the landscape, a collection of 50 or so huts surrounded by fields that barely grew enough for people to survive. Everything was dry, dusty, and hot. I didn't get to see much of it during our short walk to the square at the center, but what I did see was not reassuring. These people were one crop-ruining storm away from being wiped out. More importantly, at least from my perspective, there was no ambient mana at all. I would have said it was impossible if I wasn't seeing it myself. Everything had mana in it, even the world itself. Living things were the best source of mana, but even in a desert like this, there should have been at least a little. Instead, the whole village was bone dry. Not even the people had any mana coming off them. They had mana, of course. Each and every one had a dormant mana core, but not a single one of them was full. Maybe it was just that they were all coming back in from a hard day's labor. I could see it being common around here to spend mana on physical invocations to aid in farming. The technique would be as basic and bare bones as possible, just a simple conversion of mana to energy. But it would explain why not a single person was producing ambient mana from a full core. While I studied the villagers, they started organizing themselves into 4 lines that stretched across the square. Families chatted with each other as they waited, though I wasn't able to tell what exactly it was we were all gathered for. Whatever was going on, it was common enough that nobody felt the need to discuss the details. The north side of the square had a wide, squat building, more than 5 times bigger than any of the huts the various families had emerged from. It also had a single wooden door, which was the first one I'd seen so far. The huts had all used rough cloth to drape the entryways. The door opened and 8 people walked out in groups of 2, with tables carried between each of them. Those were lined up in front of the building, and 4 more people emerged. They were carrying large black rocks, probably about 40 pounds or so, close to their chests. Without talking, they all stepped up to a different table and placed the rock down. We were close enough to the front of the line that I could easily make out the details. Drawstone. Of course. I should have guessed. The line started moving, people placing a hand on the stone for a few seconds, receiving confirmation from the attendant and having their names ticked off a list on a nearby sheet of paper, and moving out of the way for the next. Each person's mana core was emptied into one of the drawstones, and within a minute, it was my family's turn. Father went first, then turned to my sister. "Come on, your turn," he said.
I don't like it. It makes me feel tired.
"I know, sweetie. But everyone has to contribute so the barrier doesn't come down. The monsters will get in if we don't donate our mana." My father took her hand and gently pressed it against the drawstone. What little mana she had drained out of her over the next few seconds, and she swayed on her feet. He scooped her up and carried her out of the way so my mother could take her turn. From what I could tell, he wasn't handling the mana drain much better than my sister. My mother let the drawstone take her mana, then knelt down and boosted me up so I could reach it sitting on the table.
Just put your hand here, like we practiced,
she said. All around me, the other lines were moving forward. Behind us, more villagers were waiting their turns. No one was objecting, at least not beyond some fussing from the smaller children. Everyone thought that was perfectly normal. Had I been reborn inside some sort of cult? And what barrier were they talking about? I would have noticed something like that. Her hand over mine, my mother guided my hand to press down on the drawstone so that it could steal what little mana I'd managed to generate. To hell with that. Chapter 2. Drawstones were easy to use, So easy, in fact, that they would passively steal mana right out of the cores of anyone nearby, albeit much more slowly than if someone touched one. It was no wonder it had taken so long for me to awaken if this was a nightly village ritual. Fortunately for me, anyone with the least bit of knowledge could block the pull of a drawstone. It was a simple matter to keep my mana right where it was. The only question was whether the attendant would realize. But considering there wasn't a single ignited mana core in this entire village, I was betting the answer was going to be no. I pulled my hand back after a few seconds of pretending to let the drawstone do its business, and the attendant just ticked off a box next to my name. Mother picked me up and said,
"There we go. Good job, Graven. Maybe you should give Seneca lessons on how to be brave."
My sister stuck her tongue out at me from our father's arms, and together we walked back to our one-room hut. At least I knew her name now. I was sure Mother and Father would suffice for our parents, and no one would look at me too hard if I forgot the names of anyone else I was supposed to know. No one was even really commenting on the fact that I hadn't said a word yet since I'd awakened. Graven had always been a quiet child. Now that I had a better idea of the situation I'd found myself in, I could start forming a plan to get myself out of here. The first step was going to be creating a mana storage crystal. My own core couldn't hold all the mana I needed to ignite it, and there was no ambient mana to draw in. I'd have to hoard it. That shouldn't be too terribly difficult. I just needed a physical object, some mana, and a great deal of patience. The biggest hurdle was going to be how weak my body was. Even without letting myself be mana drained, I was feeling drowsy. Toddlers slept a lot, and while I could use my own mana to energize myself, I needed it for other projects. A nap wouldn't go amiss right now. Luckily enough, the sun was going down, and it looked like everyone else was getting ready to sleep too. That led me to take my first good look around the inside of the hut, and I realized almost immediately that there were only 2 pallets. One was a small, Seneca-sized rectangle with a pair of dolls laying on it, and the other was big enough for 2 adults. Oh no. Was I still sleeping with my parents? This whole reincarnation was starting to feel like some sort of cosmic joke someone was playing on me. It was bad enough that I was sleeping on an unscented oblong bag of straw, but to have to share the pallet with 2 other people... Getting my own place to sleep was right up near the top of my priorities list. My new family went through their nighttime rituals before Seneca crawled onto her own pallet, and I was placed between my parents on the larger one. My mother handed me some sort of straw-stuffed doll shaped like what I assumed was a local animal. I didn't recognize it, but that could have been because the quality was lacking, or because it was just an animal I'd never seen before. Neither would surprise me. Wherever I'd reincarnated at, it wasn't a place I was familiar with. Apparently, it was just expected that I'd want to hang on to Farnsley, as my mother called the toy. It wasn't ideal for my purposes, but I only needed a storage crystal for a month or 2. I could easily empty my mana into the toy every morning once I'd modified it, and no one would think twice about me constantly holding it. It was almost galling thinking about the transference loss, but then again, it wasn't like I had anything better around to work with. I'd get started on forming the storage crystal inside the toy where it couldn't be seen tonight, and over the next few weeks, I'd slowly fill it. No one would suspect a thing. Perfect. My eyes cracked open to see sunlight pouring in through the window. Both my parents were already up and preparing for the day, though my sister was still laying on her pallet. I groaned and sat up, then looked around for the toy. It had somehow made its way down past my feet while I slept. I had not managed to finish forming the storage crystal last night, not even close. I hadn't even managed to use all the mana in my core before I'd fallen asleep. I crawled across the bed, scooped the toy up, and got back to work.
"Oh, you're up early,"
my mother said. Before I had time to think, she'd crossed the room and picked me up.
"Come on, leave Farnsley here. Let's get your morning business taken care of."
With no say in the matter, I was whooshed out of the hut to the nearest communal outhouse. How humiliating. It was far more difficult than I'd expected to work on the storage crystal. I wasn't allowed to take the toy anywhere, and when I tried, I was told that I was getting too old for that now. Between that and my weak body's inability to stay awake at night, it was hard to get time to even work on the crystal. That was frustrating, but if I was being honest, it wasn't like I was generating mana fast enough that a ton of additional time would make a difference. It took me a week to finish forming the storage crystal inside the toy. It felt like a rock the size of a grown woman's thumb, and the only way to tell it was there was to squeeze the toy tightly. Its maximum storage capacity was pathetic, and if circumstances hadn't been so dire, I'd be embarrassed to associate myself with its creation. The storage crystal was horribly inefficient, and I was forced to once again revise my estimations about how long it would take to fill it. At least half the mana I poured into it leaked out before it stabilized, and if the tests I'd done were in any way accurate, I was going to lose half of it again when I tried to pull it back out. 2 months, at least. That was the best-case scenario. So far, nothing had interfered, at least not in any meaningful way. My mother was intent on monopolizing most of my waking hours, and when she wasn't, Father occasionally took over my evening. The only person who didn't seem particularly interested in me was Seneca. At least, that's what I thought.
"How come you don't talk anymore?"
Seneca asked me one afternoon. I slowly turned my head to look at her and blinked once. It suited my purposes to say nothing, and no one had made any demands otherwise.
"Mom's worried about how quiet you got. I heard her talking to Malra about it while we were gardening the other day,"
my sister continued. She jabbed a finger in my direction.
"So, how come you stopped?"
I shrugged my little shoulders and told her, "Nothing to say."
"You'd better start talking again soon. Malra said we should take you to to Lord Noctra's house to see if you're possessed."
That was ridiculous. What kind of spirit would waste its time possessing a toddler? What would even be the point? Now, if they were worried about body snatchers or changelings, that would make sense. But a possession? That was just dumb. Just the same, I didn't need anyone taking a closer look at me before I had the ability to defend myself. Even if they couldn't see the soul invocations I'd woven into myself, that might not stop some third-rate charlatan from pronouncing some suitably mystical-sounding garbage to some frightened villagers that ended up with me in even more dire straits than I was now. "Not possessed," I said.
"Well, of course you're not, dear,"
my mother said, sweeping me up into her arms. Curse my toddler senses, I hadn't even realized she'd been listening.
"Seneca is just being mean. Ignore her."
I spent the next half an hour reciting the names of various fruits and vegetables from the garden back to my mother as she told them to me, much to her delight. It looked like I hadn't done as good a job at acting like a normal toddler as I'd thought. 2 more months. Everything would have gone so much faster if I'd had the ability to cast even the most basic of spells. Mana draining my parents in their sleep, for example, would have increased the amount of mana I could put in my storage crystal. It was too bad I couldn't do it. Days turned into weeks, and ever so slowly the storage crystal kept filling. Every evening I went to the town square with my family and pretended to give up my mana to the Drawstone, an event they called the Tithe. Every night, I poured it into my storage crystal instead. Soon enough, it technically had enough mana in it to ignite my own core, but with so much being wasted upon drawing it out, it wasn't really close to enough. I needed to fill the crystal to the brim to ensure success. The whole thing would have been easier if Mother was just a little bit less interested in me. Her constant demands on my time were bad enough, but the amount of energy I wasted appeasing her attempts to play with and educate me were the true problem. It was impossible to keep up without tapping into my mana. Gravin, and no doubt every other baby here, had probably been doing it unconsciously. It was a common enough form of invocation, which itself was by far the easiest kind of magic to cast without realizing it. If I tried to get out of it, I got admonishments. If I persisted, it turned to concern about my health, which led to greater scrutiny. The last thing I needed was someone like that neighbor Malra snooping around. Or, worse, going to someone else who might actually be competent. Anyone with a lick of training would notice that storage crystal. I was running a calculated risk not shielding the mana, but it would take 10 times as long to fill if I did. Why couldn't I have gotten an absentee mother, like in my previous life? That woman had been so disconnected from me that I couldn't even remember her name anymore. Thinking about her only brought to mind the smell of burning yama weed that she'd smoked from a long-stemmed pipe every day, and the sound of flesh slapping on flesh, which was how she'd paid for it. My new mother was nothing like that. It was ungrateful of me to resent her for being such a loving parent, but she was standing in the way of my progress. I played along and did my best to keep my mana expenditure to a minimum, while silently fuming about even more delays. Weeks turned into months, and my goal of filling the storage crystal in just 2 months seemed laughable. Before I knew it, my 3rd birthday had come and gone. That led to even more expectations, and my mana generation hadn't grown enough to keep up with them. It was now 4 months of this routine, and every day was an exercise in willpower as I resisted the temptation to tap into the storage crystal, drain it dry, and hope that I could squeeze enough mana out of it to ignite my core. The day was coming, and soon, too. Even with all the stumbling blocks, I was over 3/4 of the way to filling the crystal. Just another 2 months should do it. This time, I was sure.
Gravin,
my mother said.
I have a surprise for you, sweetie.
I opened my eyes and looked at her. I'd been sitting in the garden while she worked, doing my best to meditate and increase the amount of mana I was generating. With my core in the state it was, there wasn't really much I could do, and I would have normally considered it a waste of effort. In these circumstances, though, anything I could do to shave off a day or 2 was worth the work.
This is Chirok,
my mother said, gesturing to a man standing next to her.
He's going to be your school teacher for the next few months, while you learn how to use your mana. Isn't that exciting?
Chapter 3. The man standing at the edge of the garden had a round, soft face and thick, pudgy fingers. He wore the same rough homespun as everyone else in the village, but in his case the fabric strained over a potbelly. In my former life, I would have pegged him as some sort of low-ranking noble. High enough up the ladder to not have to do manual labor, but not so high that he had the time and inclination to maintain a state of physical fitness. He would be someone for whom appearances weren't important. Here, where almost everyone worked the fields and did so without much magic to help, finding someone with an appreciable amount of fat on them was something of a rarity. Everyone else I'd met so far straddled the line between lean and malnourished. So then, this Chirok fellow must be important to the village's society, someone in a privileged position. He represented yet another complication I didn't need. He advanced through the rows of stunted tomato plants and squatted down in front of me.
"Hello, Gravin. It's nice to meet you."
I had no idea how Gravin would have reacted, but as my sister had pointed out, I'd developed a reputation for not saying much among my family. There was no reason to change that strategy now. "Hello," I said. Then I waited. Chirruk smiled patiently, but after a few seconds of me not saying anything else, he looked back to my mother, who just shrugged in response.
"Do you know what mana is?"
he asked as he turned back to me. It was a struggle not to roll my eyes, made easier by the fact that I had a very real fear that this man was going to be greatly hindering my progress. Depending on his capabilities, there were really only two ways to play this. Either I could pretend to be a prodigy and get through the unnecessary lessons as quickly as possible, thus wasting the minimum amount of my precious mana appeasing him, or I could pretend to be hopelessly thick, wasting no mana and deliberately failing all his lessons. The problem there was that I didn't know if I just needed to prove I could manipulate my mana, or if the classes lasted the same length of time regardless. More than that, I didn't know how much he'd be able to detect. There were too many unknown variables to make this decision with any degree of confidence, and of course nobody had bothered to talk to the toddler about what he wanted to do. Why would they? The only thing Gravin would know about mana was that the Drawstones took it. That was a nice safe topic. "It's what we give to the big rock every day," I said. Chirruk chuckled at that. Perhaps I'd just spent too many months as a small child, but I'd noticed that a lot of adults were very patronizing towards children. It was to be expected to an extent, but there were degrees of difference. My mother, for example, wanted to celebrate every little thing. That was a perfectly valid tactic for encouraging children to grow and explore, but it did get a bit wearing to me personally. This particular adult was not like that. He clearly looked down on me, probably on all children, and considered me lesser. I disliked him immediately. If I'd been on the fence before, that laugh of his sealed the deal.
"That's true, but that's not what mana is. That's just something you do with it,"
he said condescendingly. I glanced over his shoulder at my mother, but she just stood there smiling at me. Obviously, I wasn't getting any help there. Chirruk was waiting for me to say something again, no doubt intending to lead me through the conversation by the nose while he displayed his intellectual superiority to a literal toddler. I stared back at him and remained silent. The moment stretched between us, him waiting for me to ask the question he was baiting me into voicing, me more than willing to sit there all day ignoring him. I didn't need to ask him what mana was. I'd known that for over 2,000 years, and my original teacher had been an actual mage, not a dull like this guy. All he was doing was interrupting my meditation, which was simply a way for me to pass the time and generate just slightly more mana than I would otherwise.
"Mana," Chirruk said, giving up on waiting me out, "is the magic inside us. It makes us strong, and we collectively use it as a community to power the great barrier that keeps Alcaris safe from monsters."
Almost nobody ever said the name of the village. I'd been here for months before I'd heard it the first time. For a group of people utterly isolated from the outside world, the real surprise had been that they'd named their village at all. I suspected someone who died a long, long time ago had come up with the name, and whatever meaning it once had was long forgotten. Then there was this guy. "Okay," I said. Chirruk frowned and glanced back at my mother again. She didn't say anything, and I felt a little surge of malicious glee at the whole situation. He looked back to me and said,
"My job is to teach children how to sense their mana, and, more importantly, how to manipulate their spirit to make more of it. Some of my students are so advanced that they can even use their mana to make themselves stronger or faster. Doesn't that sound exciting?"
It really, really didn't. Also, he didn't seem to know what he was talking about. Presumably, he meant he taught people how to manipulate their mana cores, but I couldn't be completely sure. Okay, I said again. Chirok rose to his full height and walked back over to my mother to talk to her in a hushed voice. I went back to playing in the dirt, as my mother had termed my meditation sessions. A bit of mana sharpened my senses so I could pick up their conversation easily. It might have been wasteful, but it seemed prudent to keep on top of whatever they were planning for me.
Maybe he's just a bit too young, Chirok said. But he doesn't understand what I'm saying, and he's not interested in learning.
It sounds like you're saying my son is stupid,
my mother said, a warning tone in her voice.
No, of course not. Everyone develops at their own pace, and just because his sister started early doesn't mean he will too. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just how it is.
So you don't want Gravin to attend your next class?
He can, if you really want him there, but I won't be able to give him special instruction time to help him catch up. It might be best for everyone if we try again in a few months.
Yes, good, that sounded reasonable. It would give me enough time to ignite my mana core. Then, whatever demands Chirok made of me would be easily compensated for. As long as the lessons weren't too intensive, I could probably spend most of the time strengthening my core so I could push past stage 1 quickly. Considering the utter lack of ambient mana in the village, increasing my own mana generation was really the only way to progress. Once I was strong enough to leave, I could get out of this desert and return to my original plans. I didn't like being vulnerable like this, though there were still a few fail-safes left in my soul if the worst should come to pass.
Seneca wasn't that interested to begin with either,
my mother said.
But you'll recall she ended up doing very well.
She did, Chirok admitted. But, as I said, every child is different. Your daughter was interested in playing and was extremely active. She thought the classes would be boring and a distraction from her games. Once she got a taste of what I had to teach her whole attitude changed. Gravin, on the other hand, well...
Well, what?
He's just kind of sitting there. And from what I understand, that is an unusual behavior for him. He doesn't do much of anything, isn't curious, doesn't play, doesn't talk. I've been teaching the children of Arcanist for 20 years now, and I've never seen one as disinterested in the world around him as your son. Zelaya, he's not ready, and he might never be ready. There's something wrong with him.
There is nothing wrong with my boy,
my mother hissed. Chirok held his hands up and took a step back.
As you say, you know him best. Regardless, from my conversation with him, I'd recommend waiting a few more months to see if he develops some interest. I can show you a few things to work on with him here at home that might spark some interest if you'd like.
I hadn't realized I stood out so much. Here I thought I'd just been well-behaved and easy to care for, and instead I'd gotten a reputation as an idiot. I'd be offended if there was even a single person in this whole village whose opinion mattered to me. As it was, I'd take being looked down on if it meant I was left alone for the next few months.
Our next testing is in a month,
my mother said, her voice quiet and almost desperate.
Gravin needs to be able to show that he's contributing to the barrier.
Well, I'm sorry, but even if the boy was a genius, it'd be all but impossible to teach him mana techniques in just a few weeks,
Chirok said.
Not even I can take a child to that height so quickly, no matter how talented they might be. And your son, I'm sorry to say, isn't.
If only he knew how wrong he was. But no, it wasn't worth it to draw the attention to myself, not even when I was still this weak. I had nothing to prove to a bunch of farmers living in the back corner of nowhere and clinging to superstitions about a fictional magical barrier that was keeping them safe from a vague, unspecified threat that never seemed to emerge to prove them wrong.
What are we supposed to do then?
My mother demanded.
Celis is already working himself to death. We can't afford for him to be taxed twice a day.
There's nothing you can do,
Chirrut said stiffly.
My suggestion would be to keep your legs closed in the immediate future so you don't end up with a third child you can't afford.
It was a good thing I was suddenly avoiding looking in their direction. Otherwise, one of them might have seen my smirk when I felt the mana in my mother's core surge in an unstructured invocation that bolstered her physical prowess. A second later, there came the smack of palm against cheek, and Chirrut let out a surprised, pain-filled squeal. It seemed I wasn't the only one who didn't like the village teacher.
Well then,
my mother said, her voice cold.
Thank you for the deep insight into my family. Truly, your wisdom is without peer.
I risked a look over and saw Chirrut still staggered back a step, one hand clutching at his face. He straightened up, shot me a nasty glare, and said,
My recommendation is that you wait for your son to get older before he begins his schooling. He's nowhere near ready at this time. Good day, Zalea.
And with that, he turned on his heel and stormed off down the street. My mother watched him go, her fists clenched at her side and her nose flaring with each breath. Only after he'd turned the corner did she force herself to relax.
And good riddance,
she muttered. When she turned to face me, she'd resumed her normal, smiling expression.
Well then, wasn't that exciting?
Mean man, I said.
People are complicated,
she told me.
Do you understand?
Mean. Pretends not to be. My mother paused, gave me a speculative look, and nodded.
Yes, I suppose that's a good way to put it. There's nothing to be done about it, though. Why don't we see about getting this row weeded, and then we can start working on dinner?
It looked like I'd managed to dodge school for now. With any luck, by the time that particular issue reared its ugly head again, it would be too late to matter. Chapter 4.
Chirrut came by to talk to Graven today,
I heard Mother say when Father came home. There was a silent beat, then,
How'd that go?
He implied there was something wrong with Graven's brain, and told me that if we can't afford the mana tax, that I should close my legs more often.
My father's expression darkened.
Did he now?
He said quietly. I would not want to be Chirrut when Father caught up with him.
What's that mean?
Seneca asked. I smothered a laugh and turned away from the rest of the family so they couldn't see my face.
Oh, it's just a grown-up thing you won't need to worry about for a long time,
Mother said.
But what's it mean?
Seneca pressed.
I'll tell you when you're older.
My sister let out a huff and flopped onto her pallet.
Fine.
What do we do now?
Father asked.
There are only a few weeks left.
I don't know. Even if we pushed the issue and got Graven into training, this class is just starting too late for it to make a difference, and it's not right to put that kind of pressure on him. He's only 3.
I know, but that's the rule. Everyone contributes mana, no exceptions. We're a family of 4, and Graven is old enough to walk and talk. They're gonna start assessing us higher. If we can't produce enough with a daily tithe, we'll both be wearing drawstone pendants for the next 6 months.
I wondered how many drawstones this village could possibly have. It wasn't like they were rare or anything, but considering these people were out in the middle of nowhere, with no obvious way to acquire them, it was strange that they'd have drawstones in abundance. On a more personal level, if I was understanding this conversation correctly, we were looking at having drawstones literally hanging off our necks. Maybe it would just be my parents, but I still didn't want the stuff in our home. The constant need to resist a drawstone's pull would wear on me, and especially since I still had to sleep in the same bed as my parents, They would be practically touching me all night. It was just a matter of time until they started stealing away my precious mana while I slept. Worse, my storage crystal would have no such protections.
Hey,
Seneca said to me.
what's wrong with your brain?
I don't know, I said.
Nothing is wrong with his brain.
My mother said.
Chirok was just being a jerk. He was saying mean things because he doesn't get along with your father and wanted to take it out on us.
Chirok's not the problem right now,
Father said.
He can be a jerk all he wants. It's the collector showing up in a few weeks that we need to think about.
What's a collector? I asked.
They're the ones who administer the drawstones, sweetie. The man at our table is a collector, and so is the person who will come to our testing next month.
Of course they were. That made perfect sense. The whole village government was obsessed with harvesting mana from its populace, though I'd yet to see any evidence of what it was all being used for. If I could get my hands on one of those drawstones, my mana problems would be over instantly. Come to think of it, maybe it was a good thing if both my parents ended up wearing one. I could drain the mana out of it, pump it into my storage crystal, and finish igniting my mana core. It would be better if I was left alone to do it myself. There was less chance of drawing scrutiny that way. I wasn't sure if I could do it in a month, though. I could make an attempt right now if I wanted, but depending on how bad the loss converting the mana from the storage crystal was, I might fall short. If I didn't have enough, all of my work over the last 8 months would be wasted.
Maybe we're worrying over nothing,
Father said.
They might show up, do the testing, and determine we generate enough mana for a family of 4. It'll be Graven's first time. He could score really high.
Maybe,
Mother agreed, but I could hear the doubt in her voice.
He does spend a lot of time just sitting there. He's probably not using too much passively.
She wasn't wrong. That was a deliberate choice on my part. I didn't move around much because I didn't have enough energy to last all day, and time spent napping was time not spent speeding up my mana generation. If I could just get a few weeks undisturbed, and maybe some better food, I could get this interminable weaning stage over with. I was tired of being a dull. My parents spent the rest of the evening going in circles about things that were outside of their control and stressing themselves out over them. They only stopped once they realized Seneca had picked up on it and was getting a wild look in her eyes. That led to Mother taking a break to soothe her, while Father took me outside to sit in the garden together.
You know, son, I don't think that teacher knew what he was talking about. Plenty of wise men knew to keep their mouths shut when there was nothing important to say, he told me.
I wisely stayed quiet in response, which caused my father to laugh after a moment.
Yeah, just like that. You know more than you let on, don't you? Well, either way, don't worry about this whole testing thing. It's not that big a deal. It'll just make for a rough few months. Nothing your old man can't survive.
Will we fail? I asked. Father shrugged.
Who knows? It would certainly help if you had some mana to tithe, but you're too young for them to expect very much. A few years ago, we wouldn't even be worrying about this. But right around the time you were born, Lord Noctra let us know the barrier was becoming unstable again, that we weren't tithing enough mana to keep it active all the time. That's when the barrier wardens became a thing, to keep a lookout for monsters so we could activate the barrier whenever one gets close. Supposedly, we're building the reserves back up, and soon they'll be able to run it full time instead of just at night when no one can see if there are any monsters out in the dark. Sure has made for a rough few years, though.
Interesting. That might explain why I hadn't seen much of this supposed barrier since my awakening. If they only ran it at night to conserve power, well, it was a rare day indeed that I managed to keep my eyes open once the stars started coming out. I'd yet to spot all 6 of our moons despite months of looking. It might be worth it to spend a bit of mana just to stay up late and see if I could get a look at this barrier. "Have you ever seen a monster?" I asked. Father took a moment to answer.
"The wardens keep us safe when the sun's up, and if they spot something they can't handle, Lord Noctra comes out and fries it to a crisp. Then the barrier keeps everything away at night, like I said. All I have to do is grow food during the day and take care of you at night."
A simple life. I wouldn't say I was jealous, not considering the cost, but I could see the appeal. I did notice that Father hadn't answered the question, though. There was more to that story, but I wasn't getting it out of him. Not tonight, at least. That night, I clutched the toy holding my storage crystal tight to my chest and carefully examined it. At maximum capacity, it could hold 20 times as much mana as my own core. I lost about half of the mana I put in, and I'd lose half of it again pulling it out. It was currently 3/4 full after 6 months of work filling it, plus 2 more spent scraping up enough mana to make it in the first place. It wasn't a very good storage crystal, but it was the best I could do under the circumstances. It took me 6 days for my mana core to fill all the way naturally, or 5 if I was given enough uninterrupted time to stimulate my core so I could generate mana faster. I needed 8 times my maximum mana to make my core ignite, so in theory, the storage crystal didn't need to be completely full. There was a bit of leeway there in that I could fill my own mana core to the brim prior to starting the ritual. And of course, skill counted for a great deal in these sorts of things. If I did it properly, I could get away with as little as 7 times my maximum mana in the crystal. The rest was a buffer, just in case something went wrong. I'd rather spend 8 months and ensure I did it perfectly the first time than spend 7 and risk wasting it all by failing. The drawstones were a complication, especially if my parents were going to be wearing them at all times. If I did the ignition right before the testing in a month, I would theoretically still have more mana than I needed, but only a bit under 8 mana cores worth instead of 10. The margins were tight, but I could do it. If I ignited my core prior to the testing, I could probably cheat in some way to make it seem like my family produced enough mana to satisfy whatever the requirement was. My ignited core would generate mana 20 times faster than it did in its dormant state. I'd have enough to spare, and it'd be worth the investment to keep drawstones out of our home. I suppose it might also relieve some of my parents' stress as well. That settles it then. I'd give the storage crystal a few more weeks, then look for a good opportunity to ignite my core. It'd probably be one of the days when Seneca was home from school during the day, and Mother was visiting with that nosy neighbor who'd thought I was possessed. Seneca was supposed to keep an eye on me, but really, who trusted a 6-year-old to babysit? Then again, nothing bad had happened, so maybe Mother was right to think Seneca could do it. As we got closer to the testing, my parents got more and more agitated. From what I gathered, they were convinced they were going to fail, despite both of them doing their best to limit the amount of mana they used during the day. Seeing as how they weren't really trained at all, at least not that I could tell, almost all of Father's mana usage went towards instinctive invocations to give himself more strength or stamina. Mother pushed most of her mana into her garden to try to help the scraggly plants grow. There were 3 days left, and it was Seneca's last day off from school before the testing. If I wanted to do this, it had to be today. We went through the morning routine, breakfast, garden work, playtime, and then I was put down for a nap on the pallet I'd been sharing with my parents. Seneca played with her 2 dolls on the table, and Mother went outside to chat with the neighbor. That way she wouldn't keep me up. Thanks to my own invocation, I was wide awake. I clutched the stuffed animal toy tightly, the better to pinch the storage crystal between 2 fingers, and with a glance at Seneca to make sure she was still ignoring me, I accessed the crystal. Immediately, I felt the mana inside. It was mostly full, not quite topped off. That was fine. I could do this without a safety net. It would mean months, possibly years, considering what kind of setbacks I might see, of work to try again if I failed. But I hadn't gotten to be an ancient archmage without taking a few risks. I was so sick of being a toddler. It was time to take some control over my life. Chapter 5. Igniting a core was so easy that people did it accidentally in areas with high ambient mana. The only ingredient required is an overabundance of mana, more than a mana core can hold. The smaller and weaker a mana core is, the easier it is to ignite. If not for the fact that there was no ambient mana at all here, I would have done it years ago. That wasn't the circumstance I'd found myself in, however, so I was forced to use a workaround. My method needed actual skill at controlling mana, since I had to use what I'd saved up in my junky storage crystal to create an artificial cloud of ambient mana. Depending on how quickly I managed to cycle the mana through my core, it would react and reach a critical threshold. The entire core would start producing mana, instead of just the one spot where it touched on the astral realm. What I was about to do was, in essence, what being a mage was all about. Any idiot could channel some mana from their core into a basic invocation to help them hoe the dirt a little harder. Controlling mana that wasn't already connected to them was a whole different skill set. Controlling 7 or 8 times the total amount of mana my core could even hold was not something the average mage had the ability to do. But I needed my artificial ambient mana to stay near me where I could use it, so that was precisely what I was going to do. Left to its own devices, it would diffuse and spread until there was nothing left, drunk up by the parched earth of this desert. If there'd been someone I could trust to release the mana from the storage crystal at a steady rate, this would have been simplicity in itself to perform. But I was on my own. It all had to come out at once before I started the process. I broke the seal on the storage crystal and mana flooded out of it. Immediately I started pulling it into my core, packing it in denser, spinning it around. The first coreful was easy. Mana, in its natural state, sat loosely. The second coreful was when things started to get strained, and I had to work to cycle the mana around. When people did this accidentally, it was normally by overexerting themselves casting various spells. That method required far more mana than I had available, and my version was significantly more uncomfortable. I'd managed to pack in 4 times as much mana as normal, and had it spinning inside my core like a raging vortex, when I noticed I was losing more than I'd accounted for. At the same time, Seneca had stopped playing and was looking around the hut, far too alert. She'd noticed something. It wasn't hard to guess that some of the ambient mana had been close enough to her that she'd instinctively absorbed it into her own core. That was great for her. That kind of natural talent was prized, and if she'd been born somewhere else, she probably would have been on the fast track to full mage status. It was both of our misfortunes to have been born here in this village. Probably one or both of our parents had a similar talent, as such things did tend to get passed down from generation to generation. If I'd been forced to guess, I'd say our mother was the more likely candidate, just given the state of our family garden compared to the neighbors. Regardless, it was a problem for me. I needed that mana, and my margins were already thin. If Seneca took too much of it, the ignition would fail. I eyed up what was still left in the air, determined that I could still make things work, and stretched myself to take in the ambient mana closest to Seneca first. I needed it far more than she did, especially considering anything she took would just end up in a drawstone in a few hours. I kept pulling in more and more mana, adding it to the collection, keeping it from exploding outward through sheer force of will and the speed of the cycling drawing it tighter. It was like that ride that was popular at mage carnivals, where people would climb into a giant bowl and the operator would use his magic to make it spin so fast that they were pulled to the walls. But in my case, I was doing it with pure mana, and the more I layered in, the harder it was to keep it moving at speed. I added another core's worth on top of what was already there. That made for 7 times as much as normal. Once more should do it, but the ambient mana was thin now. Seneca had stolen too much of my buffer, and now she was out of her chair and approaching me.
Gravy?
She said.
Are you sleeping?
I didn't answer, both because I didn't want her hanging around me, soaking up more of my mana, and because I didn't have the spare mental capacity to hold a conversation while I spun around more than twice as much mana in my 3-year-old core than the average full-grown adult could comfortably hold. Mana kept draining out of the air into Seneca, despite my best efforts to snatch it back to myself. Was there enough left now? Or had my sister doomed me to another 8 months of slowly building up the reserves in my storage crystal so I could try again? I honestly couldn't tell. An ignition wasn't an exact science, nor was it baking, where I just followed a recipe with clearly labeled portions. The only thing I could do was keep drawing in as much of the remaining mana as I could.
Gravin?
Seneca said, climbing onto the pallet next to me. I felt her lean over me, but I kept my eyes squeezed shut and did my best to keep my breathing even. I was asleep, damn it. Go away.
Do you feel it?
She whispered.
All the mana? You feel it too, right?
The last of the ambient mana disappeared, the lion's share going to me as I actively drew it in, but enough of it funneled into my sister's core through her mere presence and her instinctive desire to claim it that the outcome was far from certain. I spun my core as fast as I could and held it for as long as possible. Still, no ignition. I could feel the mana start to escape back out now, too much for me to keep, and not held long enough to catch a spark. I needed more, and the only source was Seneca. I could take it from her. Right now my core was so overflowing with mana that it was about to go to waste. It would be a simple matter to cast a mana drain spell and take back what she'd stolen. Her own core was full enough that it would still be a net gain. She'd know, of course. Maybe she wouldn't understand exactly how it had happened, but she'd know I'd drained her mana. Everyone in the village was intimately familiar with the experience of having mana drained from them. There was no way she wouldn't recognize that I was doing it. Without mana, I was going to fail. That was a simple fact, so there really wasn't a choice. I gathered up the tattered strands of mana that had fallen out of the spin before they could get away, wove them into the spell, then rolled over and grabbed Seneca's hand. She jerked back, startled, but I didn't let go. My spell touched her core and, just like the drawstones she handled every day, began pulling it out. I took it, all of it, and added it to the maelstrom spinning in my core. And finally, there was enough. My core shifted, and the mana began to absorb into it. No longer did the core simply hold and contain the mana. Now the mana flowed into the walls. Where before my core had been spongy and soft, an air bladder filled with the building blocks of magic. Now it was a ceramic orb, hard and unyielding as mana infused it. The more the mana soaked in, the faster everything that was left spun. Seneca cried out and pulled away from me, but I'd gotten what I needed and ignored her. The ignition was almost complete, but I could still botch it if I didn't keep the rest of the mana spinning until it was gone. It would only take a few more seconds. 3, 2, 1... I let out a groan and collapsed down onto the pallet. It was done. My core was empty, but I could already feel it generating new mana. It would most likely be completely full in the next 8 hours instead of 6 days. Finally, I had the spare mana to use magic again. Everything was about to get easier.
What did you do to me?
Seneca screeched. Almost everything. There was no playing dumb here. She already knew. I sat up and looked her in the eyes, then said softly, "I borrowed your mana."
Give it back!
She demanded instantly. That was it. There was no question as to why I'd needed it, or how I'd taken it. She just knew that it was her mana, and I'd taken it without permission, like stealing one of her toys. Never mind the fact that at least half the mana I'd taken from her had been mine to begin with. Little kids were simple that way. In a few hours, I'd have more than enough mana to give back everything I'd taken from her, but I didn't think Seneca was going to be that patient. Besides, giving mana to someone else directly required some knowledge and skill from them. Sure, I could forcefully push mana into her core, but that could damage her, perhaps permanently. Then again, Seneca had shown a surprising and annoying amount of talent at scooping up ambient mana. I could just expel some of mine into the air around her and let her absorb it into her core on her own. Whatever she managed to get would be what she got. It wasn't like she had any way to keep track. That did bring me back to the first problem, though. I didn't have any mana left, and it would be an hour or two until I had enough. It was time to see how patient a little girl could be. "I can't," I told her. "I used it."
You can't do that! You're supposed to save it for the 10th!
"I know, but I didn't. It's gone."
I'm telling Mom,
she said. Little tattletale. "I'll give you my mana once I make more, but I don't have any right now." That seemed to appease her. She settled back onto the pallet and jabbed a finger at me.
You'd better. Don't forget.
"I promise," I said. I was a little bit surprised that she'd accepted the whole mana drain so easily, with almost no questions about what had happened or why. I would have been way more suspicious when I was a kid, but I suppose I'd had a different childhood than Seneca did. It might have been nice to grow up as sheltered as she had.
Did you feel the mana too?
She asked suddenly. "No," I lied. "I was sleeping until you woke me up."
No, you weren't. You had your eyes all scrunched up and you were groaning.
Was I? I hadn't realized.
You did something with it,
Seneca said.
Tell me.
"No, I didn't," I insisted.
Tell me or I'll tell Mom and Dad you were doing something and that you took my mana without asking first.
Unbelievable. I was being blackmailed by my kid sister. I took back every single nice thought I'd ever had about her. Chapter 6. It was time to consider options. I could keep denying it. It wasn't like anyone around here could tell I'd ignited my mana core. If I played dumb, eventually the whole thing would be dismissed as the overexcited ramblings of a child. But it would put me under some immediate scrutiny. Option 2. I could play along, and as soon as I had the mana built up for it, I could hit Seneca with a memory-erasing curse. It had the benefit of completely removing the problem from my perspective, but with two major flaws. First, I would need more mana than I could hold, which meant relying on a mana crystal again in order to cast such a complex spell. I'd want to make one anyway, especially since my storage crystal had shattered when I'd broken the seal. But that would take time. Second, it would need to be anchored in her own mana core in order to sustain itself, and I wasn't all that sure she could produce enough mana to make that work. There was also the possibility that, even if she could, someone would notice when they came by to do the testing. Option 3. I could go along with her. I could admit that I'd felt the mana, insist that I didn't know what it meant, and hope she didn't connect my mana drain spell with everything else. Even for a 6-year-old, it didn't seem likely that she wouldn't put 2 and 2 together. Option 4. Screw secrecy. Seneca had a natural talent for sensing mana, and I could work with that. It could mean shedding my disguise, though, at least to my immediate family. That was a big risk. If our parents decided that I wasn't Graven, that I was an imposter who'd stolen their child rather than actually just being Graven with the awakened memories of his previous life, they might cause problems for me. I'd just ignited my mana core bare minutes ago. I was still a long way away from being able to take the entire village on by myself. Plus, even if option 4 worked out, that would place a huge demand on my time. I'd have to start teaching Seneca for real, and while I was sure 2 grown adults could keep things secret, I was less confident that Seneca wouldn't do what all kids do, run her mouth and show off her new abilities. As fun as the idea of sticking it to Chirruk with my superior techniques was, it was a bad strategy in the short and long term. Unless my goals shifted radically in the coming months, I didn't see a way coming clean ended well for me. Options 2 and 4 were right out. Options 1 and 3 were long shots, but if Seneca was dumb enough, they might work. I'd start with option 1 and shift gears to 3 if it looked like it was failing. "I didn't do anything," I said, putting a little heat in my voice. It had been made abundantly clear to me over the last half a year that acting was not among my considerable talents, at least not when it came to acting like a toddler. In my defense, it was pretty difficult to lead a life so boring and pretend that it was anything but.
Did too.
She snapped back.
Fine, I'll just go tell Mom and you'll get in trouble.
She finished that with a triumphant note, climbed off the bed, and ran for the doorway. I watched her go silently, then laid back down. It took pretty much all of the mana I'd made in the last few minutes, but I put together a basic invocation to sharpen my hearing. Normally, I'd use a spell that enhanced all of my senses, but when starved for mana, beggars couldn't be choosers.
Mom! Mom!
Seneca said as she charged out through the curtain that served as a door to our hut, and over to the edge of the garden where our mother sat on a low stone wall next to the nosy neighbor, Malra.
Graven did something to me.
He did?
Mother asked.
Did he hurt you? I'm sure it was an accident.
No, it's not.
Seneca cut herself off and she shuffled in place.
Can you come see? Inside?
Interesting. She wasn't ratting me out right away. I couldn't fathom the reason why, and the biggest part of me was sick of trying to figure it out. I was a 2,000-year-old archmage who'd successfully transferred all of his memories and magical skills to a reincarnated body, damn it! I did not need to dance around the whims of small children and dirt farmers. Except, I was still 3 years old, and even though I was the most powerful 3-year-old in existence, that didn't mean I could brute force my problems. Damn. Just give me a year to advance my core to stage 2 and become a proper mage again, and I wouldn't have to sneak around hiding anything. Mother came into the hut with Seneca holding her hand.
What's going on in here?
She asked.
You're supposed to be napping, Graven.
She woke me up, I said, pointing an accusatory finger in Seneca's direction.
No, I didn't. He was awake already. There was a bunch of mana in the air, and then it all disappeared, and then he took my mana from me too. He admitted it.
Her words came tumbling out of her mouth in a rush, so fast that I had trouble understanding what she was saying. Mother just blinked down at her and said,
Try again, sweetie. A little bit slower this time.
I heard footsteps outside the hut, sneaking through the garden and up to our window. No doubt Malra was lurking nearby, snooping around again. This was none of her business, and her knowing anything about it couldn't possibly lead to anything good. The best thing to do was to expose her and let Mother take care of it. But I was still practically out of mana. I could barely power the most basic of conjurations, but then I didn't really need anything better than that. Our windows had no glass in them. Much like the doorway, they were just square-cut holes in the wall with a thin curtain for privacy. It was so light that a stray breeze would be enough to make it flutter open and reveal someone standing right outside. I could manage half a second of moving air. I drew every last scrap of mana out of my core and shaped it into the conjuration needed for elemental manipulation, then used it to pull air in through the window. The curtain blew straight out and up, giving Mother a clear view of Malra standing wide-eyed in front of the window. The two made eye contact, and Malra let out a nervous laugh.
Is there something I can help you with?
Mother asked. She took 3 extra long steps over to the window and pulled the curtain off to the side as it fell back down into position.
No. I just thought I saw something in your garden and I was going for a closer look. Seems to be gone now. My old eyes play tricks on me, I suppose. I see.
Mother made no attempts to disguise the disbelief in her tone.
I appreciate you taking a look for me, Malra. Right, yes, any time. Glad I could help. If you'll excuse me, though, I just remembered that I have a thing I need to do that is...
Malra made some vague gestures towards her own hut and walked off in a hurry.
All right, what were you trying to say, Seneca?
Mother asked, turning back to look at us.
There was a whole bunch of mana,
Seneca said.
It was not inside us. I could feel it in the air, and then it went into my core when I tried to touch it. Gravin did it, but he won't tell me how, and then he grabbed my hand, and he took my mana from me, and now he won't give it back.
I could see just by the look on Mother's face that she didn't believe Seneca. Perfect. I'd just play dumb until this whole problem went away. Unfortunately, that didn't mean I'd just get to stay silent on the matter.
Gravin, did you do something to your sister?
No, I lied. I was sleeping. She woke me up.
Did not,
Seneca said. Did too, I retorted. I was a veritable bastion of wit here.
Okay, stop that, both of you,
Mother said.
Seneca, are you hurt at all?
No.
Gravin, are you hurt?
No.
Then I think we can put this behind us. I sincerely doubt your little brother took your mana, not unless he found a chunk of drawstone in the garden,
Mother said.
But...
Seneca started.
Enough! Nobody was hurt. Nothing was broken. Put this behind you and play nice with each other.
Yes, Mom,
Seneca said.
And Gravin, if you did do something to your sister, you'd better not do it again, you understand?
Mother asked. I nodded my head and she added,
Good. I'm considering this matter closed. Now, I'm going to go and sit in the garden. Why don't the two of you join me?
I crawled off the pallet and stretched, then smiled idly as I felt more mana filling my core. Step 1 was complete. I followed Mother and Seneca outside, but made a detour to the outhouse before joining them. It smelled about as bad as it always did, but I supposed I couldn't blame the villagers for not having access to magical plumbing. My experiences over the last half a year had convinced me that as soon as I managed to establish a home of my own, I would be heavily investing my mana in some decent bathroom facilities. Lost in pleasant daydreams of marble tubs that were basically small pools and cool, crystal-clear drinking water, that didn't require a trip to the pump at the end of the street. I didn't notice the sound of a wooden hammer being pounded against a sheet of metal at first. It was only after I'd finished lacing up my trousers and stepped back out of the outhouse that I heard it. People were running around, shouting at each other and passing out farming tools. My mother appeared out of the crowd, a pitchfork in one hand and Seneca held close to her with the other.
Graven, there you are. The both of you need to go back inside right now.
What? I asked stupidly, only partially listening to her as I watched people scurry.
Inside, I said. That's the alarm for a monster close to the village. I need you two to get somewhere safe while the adults form a line to repel the monster until Lord Noctra shows up to kill it.
With that, we were rushed into our hut, given strict instructions to stay put, and left to ourselves. Mother joined several other women from our street, and together they set off toward the western fields. It was somewhat nerve-wracking to be sitting there with basically no mana and my body so physically weak. I didn't even know what kind of monster it was, but the whole village was taking it seriously. That probably meant it was a threat. Seneca had it worse than me, I think. I knew that I could fight if I had to. My options would be severely limited, but they existed. I could make a run for the village square, burst into the building where the collectors kept their drawstones, and tap into one. There'd be a lot of questions after, but if I had to do it, I could. Seneca was still a child, and one I'd mana drained not half an hour ago. She clung to me, hard, and I made no effort to disentangle myself. I was ancient, not heartless. "It'll be okay," I told her.
What if the monster kills Mom or Dad?
It won't. Lord Noctra will kill it first. Probably. I'd never met the man. I just had to assume he was competent by village standards. Everyone else seemed to think so.
What if he doesn't get there in time?
Seneca whispered. He will. Ultimately, words could only do so much, but I let her hug me close, and that seemed to help. There was nothing else I could do but wait, recover my mana, and see what happened. Chapter 7. It took me a few months after I first awakened to internalize something important. Intellectually, I understood reincarnation, and if everything had gone according to plan, I would have sidestepped the issue quite neatly. Since I hadn't, Graven was a real person instead of a mask I was wearing. For about 2.5 years, he'd been a normal child who loved his parents and felt mild affection and tolerance toward his sister, who'd been largely ambivalent toward him until he'd started walking and talking. I'd come in before there'd been enough time for any sort of real sibling relationship to grow. But the thing was, Graven still existed. I hadn't taken him over or replaced him. I was now both Kieran and Graven. And if it seemed otherwise, well, that was bound to happen, considering how few years the Graven part of me had lived compared to the Kieran part. Graven didn't give me too many life skills, which was hardly his fault, but he did have connections to his family. He loved them, and that meant I loved them. It had taken until just now for that to really hit me, now that my parents were actually in danger. A monster was moving towards our village, and they were holding a line to stall it until someone with real power could show up and destroy it. Maybe my parents wouldn't end up getting too close to it and they'd be safe. Or maybe they'd be the first farmers to swing a hoe at it and end up dead before anyone else could interfere. I was afraid for them, but the only thing I could do was sit here and do my best to comfort my sister. I'd gotten used to a certain amount of helplessness over the last 8 months of my new life, but this was on a whole different level. It had been 1,000 years since I'd felt so powerless in the face of danger. Something dense in mana moved into the village, coming from the east. That must be the governor moving in to intercept the threat. He had an ignited core, one that was several times the size of mine. That wasn't surprising. Cores grew naturally as a person aged. Most adults had similarly sized cores, though none of them produced more than a fraction of the mana the governor's did. The governor was moving fast, but not more than a man running might. With the limits in size and regeneration a Stage 1 core had, he'd be smart to save his mana for the fight itself. Even if he had the skills of a master mage, there were only so many spells he could cast before he ran dry. Then again, getting there before the monster killed anyone was also important. I doubted he was a master mage, not with a Stage 1 core. Maybe at Stage 3, but not Stage 1. He'd struggle to hold enough mana to even cast a single spell of the kind masters used. Hopefully, whatever spells he did know would be enough to put down the monster. The governor's presence passed through the range of my mana sense quickly. It was a good thing he didn't live down in the village proper, or I'd have to worry about him noticing me in return, now that I could generate mana fast enough to actually fill my core. Good thing mine was currently only about as full as anyone else's would be after a full day between appointments with the collectors. A few minutes later, there was a concussive boom and the roar of rising flames, close enough to hurt my ears and make Seneca cry out. A cheer went up from the villagers with that, and people started trickling back in from the fields about the same time I sensed the governor entering the village again. His mana core was far, far emptier now, almost completely dry. If a simple fire blast spell tapped him out that bad, he was even less impressive than my initial estimate. That was not to say he wasn't still stronger than me. He absolutely was. But I was 3, and he was an adult. There wasn't a dull in the village who didn't have a bigger mana core than me. My advantages were my knowledge, skills, and mana generation speed. Over the next few weeks, I would need to construct a proper crystal to hold mana, with proper shielding to hide it from prying eyes. It was a project that would have taken the me of yesterday at least a year to put together. But I ought to be able to finish it in a few weeks now. The only question was where I could keep it for easy access. Now that I was making mana like a true apprentice, a once-a-day dump into a junky storage crystal was out of the question. I'd be shedding half of my mana into the air around me if I tried to keep using that. Never mind that I'd fill it up in a matter of days now. A staff would be ideal, but there were a few problems with that. Making one up to my standards would require a lot of time, material, and mana that I just didn't have, not to mention a workshop full of tools with free rein to use them. Then I'd have to carry it around in order for it to be of any use, which would draw all sorts of undue attention. Also, I was a bit too small to be handling a full-sized staff at the moment. No, the whole idea wasn't practical at all. It was also extremely unnecessary at this stage in my development. There was reason apprentices were traditionally gifted wands by their masters. I was a long, long way away from needing the sort of force multiplier a staff represented, and there were easier, subtler methods of storing mana. That was the important part, right now anyway. Without any ambient mana to fuel my growth, my priority had to be on making sure not to waste any of what my own core generated. As Graven, I spent a lot of time in the garden. That was where Mother worked, after all. She gave her energy to the mundane tasks of trying to keep the plants growing in what was one step away from a barren wasteland, and used her mana to encourage growth. Since she spent all day there, working over one thing or another, and I wasn't enrolled in school like Seneca yet, that's where I went too. So I'd build my superior mana crystal there, something that I was properly attuned to and with 100 times the capacity of my broken storage crystal. Physical size was a limitation, of course. even if I made the crystal stationary, which had its own drawbacks, it couldn't be something too big, or I wouldn't be able to wrap the spells all the way around it. Building a proper mana crystal with shielding to keep it hidden was a bit like weaving a basket to hold mana, except that each piece of wicker was made out of the mana I could produce in my core. There was an upper limit to how long a piece I could make, simply by virtue of there being an upper limit to my core size. My musing was interrupted by Seneca disentangling herself from me and running for the entryway as Mother pushed the curtain aside. She took a step forward and ducked down to one knee to grab Seneca in a tight hug.
"There's my girl,"
she said.
"Were you brave? Did you protect your brother?"
Is Dad okay?
Seneca asked, ignoring Mother's questions.
"He's fine. He had to go back to work after Lord Noctra took care of the monster. You'll see him tonight, I promise."
Now that Mother had returned, Seneca lost whatever willpower she had had that held her together. Maybe she'd been doing it for my sake, or maybe she was just destined to be one of those people who kept up appearances until the crisis was over, then fell to pieces immediately after. Either way, she started crying and sobbing while clutching at our mother's shirt. Mother did her best to calm her down, mostly with head pats and hugs and whispered assurances, and it took another few minutes before she thought to look over at me.
"Gravin, are you okay?"
she asked. "Yes."
"Really? Do you want a hug too?"
"I'm okay." Mother would probably have made a bigger deal out of it if not for the fact that Seneca was practically clinging to her, still quietly crying into Mother's shirt. Instead, I just got a pensive look and a sigh. Belatedly, it occurred to me that this was another one of those moments where I was doing a bad job of acting like a 3-year-old. If I was lucky, they'd just take it as me not being old enough to understand what kind of danger my parents had been in. On the off chance that I wasn't that lucky, maybe it was time to start thinking about exactly how much I should tell my parents, and what I'd do if they took the news that their baby boy's previous incarnation had reawakened, and had no plans on living the mundane life of a dirt farmer in the back end of a mana desert. They probably wouldn't take that well. It would be best if I didn't tell them right away. That evening, a woman showed up to visit us. People in the village didn't have doors, so it was customary to just announce their presence outside the privacy curtain and wait to be acknowledged.
Celis? Zalea? It's Ayaka,
she said from outside our home. My parents exchanged concerned glances, and Father got up from his seat at the table to pull the curtain aside.
"Collector,"
he said,
"we weren't expecting you for another few days."
Don't look so worried, Celis. I'm not here for the testing. Do you mind if I come in?
Father stepped to the side and held the curtain back to let in a woman in her late 20s, about the same age as my parents, actually. She was tall, with short dark brown hair, and a wedge-shaped scar above one eye that cut into the eyebrow. She was also wearing a pin on her shirt that depicted a stylized rock with a bunch of lines bisecting it at the center. It was a rather poor depiction of a drawstone, in my opinion, but it served its purpose. Why exactly collectors needed identification in a village that didn't even have 200 people wasn't clear to me. Probably it was more about pomp and ceremony, a way to make the collectors feel superior and elite, to grant them a measure of authority. Nobody seemed to hate the collectors, but the simple fact of the matter was that they were glorified taxmen, and I'd never been to any place where they were glorified except here. The village folk seemed to regard mana tithing with an almost religious reverence, and the collectors were the preachers of that religion.
Thank you,
Ayaka said as she took Mother's customary chair.
I just wanted to stop by for a few minutes to let you know we're pushing back your testing by another 4 days. This business with the monster.
"Why would that matter?"
Mother asked.
It's the mana sniffer.
the collector explained.
As soon as Lord Noctra saw it, he demanded that we go over every single drawstone to make sure none of them are leaking. Every collector in the village is going to be pulling double shifts to examine them over the next few days.
Ah, I see, Father said. And you don't have time to do testings right now.
Exactly that. I'm sorry if this throws things off for you, but I thought you had the right to know. I've actually got 3 more homes to visit to let them know about the revised schedule. We wanted to give you as much lead-in time as possible so you can make any arrangements you need to.
That's much appreciated, Father said. 4 days. I'll have to get someone to swap with me. That would normally be my day to do the irrigation on the North Field.
Ayaka nodded.
I'm glad I took the time to come let you know then.
Thanks,
Father said.
It would have been a mess if I had to find someone to swap at the last minute.
The adults idly chatted for a few minutes, then the collector said her goodbyes and left. We continued our evening per our usual routine, but I noticed every now and then I'd get a strange look from Father when he thought I wasn't paying attention. Whatever he was thinking, I probably wasn't going to like it. Chapter 8. In the end, the benefits of a wand didn't outweigh the drawbacks. I was a few thousand years past the point where it could aid me in directing my magic, and while the typical wand did include a mana crystal, they weren't generally high volume. It was expected that the wand would pull in enough ambient mana to power itself, and that wasn't going to happen here. The storage aspects were minimal compared to its other uses, certainly not enough for the next stage of my own advancement. Then, there was the fact that even if I made a wand that simply looked like an ordinary stick, I wouldn't be allowed to just carry it around everywhere I went. I knew because I'd tested the idea with an actual stick I'd scavenged from one of the few shade trees that grew in the village. Everything had been fine outdoors, but it had been promptly confiscated and discarded when I tried to bring it inside with me. Nobody would have tried to take my staff from me just because I'd walked into a building with it back when I was Kirin of the Night Vale. Not that they could have. I would have found the attempt amusing. Graven of the village was not afforded the same respect. What I ended up settling on was a peculiar flat rock tucked into the corner of the garden. It was large enough that nobody wanted to drag it out of the way, but small enough that I could still work with it. Best of all, I could sit on it and pretend to watch Mother while I wove strands of mana through it. It wasn't ideal. I'd need to visit it 3 times a day to drain the mana I'd generated, which was bound to get awkward. It might be worth it to make a second mana crystal inside the hut later on, if it proved to be too difficult to slip outside that often. Using the garden stone for mana storage meant I had a fantastic amount of space to work with. By my best guess, once I was done enchanting it, it would hold roughly 200 times the capacity my mana core had. Even with my enhanced mana generation, it would take me close to 3 months to fill it. It would also be fully shielded from casual detection, and the transference loss would be under 10%. All in all, it would be a massive improvement from my original storage crystal. I was practically salivating at the thought. Right now, I was severely limited by the maximum amount of mana I could work with at once. I could cast any novice-level spell about once an hour, and if I waited 8 hours for my core to fill completely, I could cast most basic spells once. Soon, all of that would change. I sat on my stone, working quietly while I watched Mother work. Unfortunately, I was still expected to help, and she seemed to think my change of routine to sitting in the corner was some traumatic reaction to the monster coming near the village. It was unexpectedly difficult to get the time I needed.
Come here, Gravi,
Mother said, holding a hand out to me. I dutifully climbed to my feet and walked over to her, then looked down at a bundle of leafy stalks growing out of the ground, with a trio of pale green squash tucked under them. Each one had a set of jagged yellow veins running down its skin. I had very little interest in gardening, not in this life or any other, but even I could tell there was something wrong.
What do you think happened?
She asked me. I shook my head. I don't know. I'd released mana into the air to use as part of my ignition, and between Seneca and myself, we'd recovered almost all of it. Some of it must have made it outside and been absorbed by the squash. It couldn't have been that much, or the whole garden would be contaminated. The scarring was probably due to the sudden influx of mana. Something like a normal piece of squash would have a mana core 1/100th the size of a human's. Being exposed to ambient mana like that after growing from a seed in an environment completely devoid of it had likely caused them to physically swell in size. I wouldn't be surprised if they continued to grow into prize winners.
To me, it looks like someone tried to help them grow and wasn't gentle enough with them,
Mother said.
Did you do that?
I shook my head again. Technically, it was my mana, but I hadn't been trying to help them, so it wasn't a lie.
Graven,
Mother said. I didn't. She didn't believe me, but playing dumb had served me well so far. Thankfully, nobody here had the magical education to understand half of what I was up to, and outside of my immediate family, nobody had any reason to suspect me of anything. If not for Seneca almost sabotaging my ignition and then running to our mother to tell on me, not even they would be watching me.
Well, we'll keep an eye on them and see if they ripen out of it or if we'll have to throw them out,
she said to me. Okay, I agreed. I waited a second to see if she was going to draw my attention to anything else. When she didn't, I went back to my rock to sit down and get back to work. Despite the disturbance yesterday's monster had caused, drawstone tithing continued uninterrupted. We'd gone last night, and we'd be going again tonight. No one was allowed to miss it without a good reason, like being old and bedridden. Even then, some collectors went around with small drawstones to visit the villagers who couldn't make it to the square, but weren't so bad off that they were exempt from tithing. Between dinner and our nightly visit to the square, Mother pulled Father out of the hut and into the garden to show him the squash.
Graven said he didn't do it,
she said quietly.
And I know Seneca didn't do it. They weren't like this yesterday. Do you think it has something to do with the monster?
I doubt it, Father said. His voice was so soft that even though my back was pressed against the wall under the window, I could barely hear him. You're sure you didn't make a mistake?
Of course not. When have I ever afflicted anything with mana burn?
Never, Father said placidly. I didn't suspect you did.
Then why do you ask?
Making sure I've got all the facts straight. Well, that didn't sound good. The fact that they were standing not 10 feet away from my partially completed mana crystal, which was not yet shielded in any way, shape, or form, only made it worse. Neither of my parents was likely to stumble across that, not unless they literally touched the rock, but it was right there. It could happen.
What are you thinking?
Mother asked. Nothing I'm sure of. Not yet.
Okay, what are you not sure of then?
Father didn't answer her, at least not with words. They stayed together in the garden for a few minutes, then came back in to start getting us ready for the evening tithe. Seneca dragged her feet, as usual. Perhaps it was some sympathy for her after how traumatic yesterday had been, but Father let her take her time. And when we finally made it to the square, we were at the very back of our line. The stars were starting to come out by the time it was our turn. Overhead, the moons Tuamar and Phalashitus studded the night sky like two great mismatched eyes staring down at us, one purple and the other green. Usually Amadir chased after Phalashitus, but not tonight. In fact, I had yet to spot Amadir on any of those rare occasions I'd managed to stay up late enough to do a bit of stargazing. Strange that.
"Evening, Draken,"
Father said.
"Busy day?" Unbelievably so," the Collector groused. "The slave driver Ascara's having us go through every stone we have in the next 3 days to check for leaks. Ayaka told us when she came by to let us know our testing was getting pushed back." "Oh, right. I forgot it's your month. That's going to cause problems too. We'll be behind for weeks on that as well. We don't have enough portable draw stones to do extra testings to catch up. Lord Noctra's going to have to personally pull the mana back out multiple times a day for a week or two, which you know is going to make him cranky. Like he's the one who's got to carry them 2 miles both ways just to get to his mana." "Sounds like a pain. Well, let's go ahead and get this over with so you can pack up and get home for the night," Father told him. "I wish," Draken muttered. "Soon as we're done, it's right back to checking inventory. Everything we've got here in town has to be gone through tonight so we can start up at the arbor tomorrow morning."
Mother and Seneca went first, then Father lifted me up so I could reach the drawstone. Maybe I was imagining things, but there was a look on his face. He was studying me. Whatever he was hoping to see, I had no intention of showing it to him. But just to be safe, I placed my hand on the drawstone and let it take a bit of mana from me. Last week it would have taken 12 hours to generate that much mana. Now it was about 90 minutes of wasted resource. I let my shoulders slump and my hand fell away. Truthfully, I had given up far too little mana to feel any sort of exhaustion, but I'd seen hundreds of examples of other children after they'd completed their tithe. It wasn't hard to mimic that. Apparently satisfied, Father lowered me back to the ground and gave me a few seconds to make sure I was going to stay upright before removing his hands. "Good job, son," he said. "Ready to go home?" Silently, I nodded. Whatever he'd been looking for, I hoped he was satisfied with the show. I'd even given up a bit of mana to the drawstone, just in case he was able to feel it. I didn't think it was likely, but he did have physical contact with me at the time. It didn't get much easier than direct contact when it came to sensing another person's mana core. I didn't think Father could sense my mana core, but it was better to be safe than sorry. And it wasn't like it was a real cost to me. Even if I'd emptied my entire core into the drawstone, it was going to be full again when I woke up tomorrow. Until my mana crystal was completed, I was going to be wasting some mana. I'd have to spend it all overnight. I did not need my parents sleeping in that all night and then waking up with full cores. That would just lead to awkward questions. If I didn't have skin contact with them, it would have all safely dissipated. But as close as they were, there was a possibility that some of the overflow would seep into them. If I'd been able to get my own pallet to sleep on, I could probably have snuck out to the garden at night while everyone else was asleep. That idea hadn't taken off, unfortunately. When I'd tried, I'd been told I might get one for my birthday. Until then, I was stuck sharing. I'd have thought they'd want me out of their bed as soon as possible, but apparently not. We got home and started getting ready to sleep. It had been an exhausting day, and things were getting a bit too tight for comfort. But so far, I was deflecting any suspicions. "Come on, Graven," Father said, holding out a hand for me. "What?" I asked. "We're gonna go for a walk."
I want to go,
Seneca said. She sat back up and started to climb out of her pallet.
Not tonight,
Father said, not taking his gaze off me.
I need some time alone with Graven.
Maybe I hadn't been as successful as I'd thought.
Chapter 9. I rode on Father's shoulders as he walked toward the fields. His hands held my legs just below the knees, and I rested my arms on his head to help me keep my balance. The village was never a crowded place to begin with, but it was different at night. Everything was quiet, and the only light came from the stars and moons overhead, and the candles hidden behind curtains in the windows of our neighbors.
Do you know where we're going?
Fields, I said. It was obvious, given that we were practically at the edge of the village and there was nothing left to the west except for the fields. There was an arbor north of town in the mile-wide stretch between the huts and the foot of the mountain, but if we were going there, Father would have cut across the square instead of circling the outside.
Where in the fields?
He asked. I shrugged, not that he could see. I had a pretty good idea, but I was going to let this play out before I admitted to anything. Father had his suspicions, but there was no sense in confessing without hearing what I was being charged with first. There was no way he'd guessed the truth of it anyway. After about 10 minutes of walking, we reached a crater. It was 10 feet wide and half as deep, and I couldn't help but make a clinical analysis of Noctra's powers. Given how diminished the reserves in his core had been when he returned, and the amount of damage his fire blast had done, I placed the man firmly at the apprentice rank. I would have cast the same spell using a third of the mana. Right now, with a full core, I couldn't quite manage it. Give me another year, and it'd be within my grasp, even if I did nothing at all to advance to Stage 3, where my core would grow in size relative to my body. Not that I planned to sit around doing nothing. I wasn't building a giant mana crystal just because I was bored. An external reservoir wasn't ideal for efficiency, but it would do wonders to widen my breadth of options.
This wasn't here last week,
Father said.
It's collateral damage from the magic Lord Noctra wielded on our behalf, to save us from a monster known for its ability to seek out mana. The barrier wardens are especially careful of them, because they're tough and vicious. It's been almost a decade since the last one showed up.
I was not an expert mana hunter, but I'd picked up more than my fair share of random trivia over the many centuries of my previous life. I had never heard of such a creature. Perhaps if I'd seen it before it had been vaporized, I might have identified it, but a monster that sniffed out ambient mana didn't sound familiar. It was surprising that any monsters survived in an environment like this, anyway. One of their defining characteristics was that they needed mana to live, and this part of the world wasn't exactly conducive to fulfilling that need. They must all be extremely weak creatures.
One of the things the barrier wardens do is chart the angle of the approach. It helps us figure out what the sniffer was after, gives us an idea of which drawstone is damaged. Except this time, it was headed right for the southwest corner of the village, where we live. The collectors are annoyed because there are no drawstones over there, so they have no clue which one they need to find. They have to check all of them now.
Father reached his hands up and lifted me off his shoulders. He set me down at the edge of the crater and looked down at me.
Do you think they're going to find a broken drawstone, Graven?
I don't know, I said. Probably not. That mana sniffer was probably heading straight for me. Given a few hours to generate some mana, I could have protected myself, but I hadn't had that time. Technically, I owed Lord Noctra my life. He hadn't killed the mana sniffer for me, but I'd benefited from it nonetheless.
When I was a boy, I learned about mana from a woman named Litrpg. She was a very good teacher,
Father said. Better than Chirok? I asked.
Probably. Couldn't be much worse,
he mumbled under his breath. I didn't think I was supposed to hear that last part.
Anyway, Litrpg thought I was talented, said I could learn to use my mana all sorts of ways. If life had been different, if I'd gotten lucky, I could have been a mage like Lord Noctra.
I knew where this was going.
I'm not a mage,
Father said,
but I still have a feel for mana, and yours has felt weird since yesterday. Seneca didn't lie, did she?
And there it was. I didn't have a good answer here. I could lie and play dumb, but I didn't think it was going to work as well for me this time. Before, it was Seneca's word against mine, and there was no evidence to point towards me. Now, those squash outside the window had mana burn, and that monster had been coming straight for us. Father could feel mana too, though I suspected probably only at a very short range. There were some exercises I could teach him to work on increasing that, even with a dormant core. No, that would just make things worse for me. I didn't know how the village would react to finding out about me, but there was every possibility it would end badly for me. If I had the time to fill my mana core, I could take on anyone from the village individually, with the exception of the governor himself. I suppose if he had any other mages living with him, they could also be problematic, but I hadn't heard anyone ever mention another person who could use magic there. The problem with that was my staying power. Sure, I'd win against 4 or 5 adults. I might even beat 10. Sooner or later, my core would empty out, and then I'd be a toddler and completely at their mercy. I needed my core to reach stage 2 before I even considered revealing myself to anyone, which meant I needed to convince my father that he was mistaken somehow. There were some plausible lies that involved magical theory which adequately explained why a mana-hunting monster would be heading in this direction, but no 3-year-old would know them. Trying to explain how Father was wrong would do nothing but cement the fact that I wasn't a normal child in his mind. What I needed was a partial truth. The issue at hand was that I had ignited my core. No. The issue was that there'd been a cloud of ambient mana, one that Seneca had sensed by virtue of being at the outer edge of it, and this mana sniffer had been drawn to because that was apparently just what they did. I wondered how long its sensory range was, considering the mana had only been in the air for a few minutes before I used it up. It must have been close to the village to begin with. The alarm had been rung within half an hour of my ritual. How did I explain the ambient mana to Father? It had to come from somewhere. More importantly, did I need to explain it? Graven wouldn't know. It was just there. I was supposed to be napping anyway. There was no need to justify the cloud, I just had to admit that it had existed. Most likely, Father wouldn't understand what it meant anyway. No, I said. There was mana, but she lied about me taking it. I felt a twinge of guilt about throwing Seneca under the carriage like that, but I'd make it up to her later. Right now, I needed to focus on Father's reaction. I had no idea what the village did when something like this happened. Father studied me under the light of the night sky, going so far as to squat down to look me in the eye.
No, she didn't.
She did, I insisted.
And why does your mana feel so much stronger, Graven? Something happened to you yesterday. It's fine, you're not in trouble. But I need you to tell me the truth. How am I supposed to look out for you if I don't know what happened?
There was a big part of me that wanted to fess up. I wouldn't tell him everything, of course, but I could tell him that I'd ignited my core. I'd have to do it using small, less technical terms, but I could describe it well enough that he'd probably get it. This was my father, after all. He loved me, and I loved him. The part of me that was Graven did, at least. The older, wiser part of me squashed that thought ruthlessly. There was nothing Father could do to help me except stay out of my way, and he didn't need to know about my plans in order to do that. If anything, Mother was my biggest issue right now. She made it very difficult to get any work done with all the constant interruptions.
Graven, I can feel your mana. You've made more in your core while we've been talking than I do all day.
Father said. Oh, right. That. That was inconvenient. I supposed I did need his cooperation, if only to look the other way. There was no need to tell him I'd reincarnated and awakened my previous life's memories, but there was no getting around the fact that I was generating 20 times as much mana as I was supposed to now. There was a bunch of it around me when I woke up, I said. I didn't do it. It was just there. Father nodded, like that was perfectly normal. Maybe in this desert it was.
Filled you up, right here,
he said, placing a finger just below my sternum. Mana cores weren't physical objects. If I cut a person open, I wasn't going to find it nestled between two other organs. But they were connected to us, to people and animals and plants, to rocks and rivers and the air itself. It worked a bit differently for things that weren't alive, but they had mana too. At least, they did in places that weren't here. The spot Father indicated was right above where my core bridged the astral realm and made contact with my physical body. It was as close to a physical location as a human could get. Spells used to attack cores targeted that area specifically, though it took a master of invocation and transmutation to assault a mana core like that. People who could damage another person's mana core were thankfully rare. Yes, I said quietly.
It changed you,
Father said.
Were you scared?
Scared that the ritual was going to fail, maybe. I nodded silently and let him assume what he wanted. Father pulled me into a hug and said,
It's okay. There's nothing to be scared of. You've been blessed by the spirits.
Just how backwards were these people that they thought an ignited mana core was a blessing from the spirits? Ancestral, elemental, or otherwise? More importantly, what kind of expectations would my fictional blessing come with? They'd better not think I was going to be the village's personal mana battery for the rest of my life. I had other things to do with my time. What does that mean? I asked.
It means you're going to be a mage, son. It is a great gift, but also a great responsibility.
Okay, I agreed.
I suppose the collectors will be relieved to know they don't need to check all the drawstones,
Father said with a chuckle. Then his voice turned severe.
Now, I understand that you were scared, but you shouldn't have lied about this.
Sorry, I said. It didn't sound sincere, even to me. He scowled at me.
Come on, let's go home. You're going to have a busy day tomorrow, so we'd best get you to bed.
What? I asked.
Lord Noctra's going to want to meet you, of course. He'll have to examine you to see how powerful your blessing is. You're still pretty young, probably the youngest mage ever, but that means you've got to learn the basics really soon. Plenty of time for that, and I suppose you'll have to wait until you're older to start learning real magic.
Oh, great. A core ignition wasn't unknown here, and Father was now busy planning out the rest of my life for me. It wasn't his fault, really. A normal 3-year-old would have no clue what any of this meant or what to do. He was just trying to be a good parent.
I guess we won't have to worry about the testing, Father said. Mages make mana much faster than us regular folk. You'll be a tithing machine for the next few years.
There it was. Mana battery time. Obviously, I was going to have to be proactive about stomping that idea out before it got out of control. Chapter 10. No, I said.
No?
Father repeated. I don't want to.
You don't want to what?
I don't want to give all my mana away, I said. That's not fair. I had yet to see any proof that this barrier the village was supposedly powering even existed. It was night, the stars were out, moons hung in the sky. Where was the barrier? It was supposed to be activated at night, but I didn't sense anything. I had lived inside of and personally powered the barrier surrounding the Night Veil for literal centuries, and while I wasn't expecting much from the village of Arcanist, I could tell if I was inside a barrier or not. This village had no barrier to keep it safe from monsters, not during the day and not at night. At best, it might come on for a few hours in the very dead of night when I was always asleep, but I doubted it. I'd counted the villagers, calculating the average amount of mana each one gave, and done the math on how long a day's tithing could power a barrier large enough to protect just the village. With the amount of lost mana using drawstones as a medium cost them, even the most bare-bones ward scheme that did nothing but send up an alert if something crossed it could not run on just the mana the villagers were giving up for more than an hour a day. A true barrier that prevented monsters from crossing it, sized large enough to include the fields and arbor, would run for a few minutes. There were drawstones up in the arbor that were used to pull in mana from the trees there. I hadn't been able to include them in my calculations because I'd never been allowed near those trees. But 100 square miles of forest wouldn't be enough to power the barrier full time. We didn't even have a fraction of that size. The barrier was a lie, and I wasn't going to give my mana away in service to that delusion.
Gravin, everyone contributes mana, however much we can. It's how we survive. I'm sorry that you'll have to give more than anyone else, but that's your responsibility as a blessed mage. Do you think Lord Noctra wants to drop whatever he's doing and come running whenever there's a problem?
That might be true, but I wasn't going to live in a manor house bossing people around. And besides, I had my suspicions about him. The mana he was collecting was real, even if the barrier wasn't. Assuming the drawstones were middling quality, the entire village was giving the governor something like 3 to 4 times as much mana as he could make on his own every day. Plus, whatever the arbor was producing, I could think of plenty of things that I would do with that kind of mana. But I suspected most of them were beyond Noctra's skills. So, what was he doing then? More importantly, how did it impact me? Whatever he was up to, Noctra was lying to the villagers about it. That made it much more likely that he'd try to find a way to use me instead of help me, even if it was just taking more mana from me than anyone else. There was no way I was going to allow that. It would place me under so much scrutiny to allow me to hold anything back from my own projects. And I was not interested in spending time with the one person in this village who could still seriously threaten me and just so happened to have a secret agenda. My problem was that I couldn't make a reasonable argument as a 3-year-old. That just left one solution: magic. I had close to a full core of mana, which meant at best one basic spell. If I was going to forcefully change Father's mind, it would have to be an enchantment. A curse to erase his memory of this conversation wasn't going to work, even if it was feasible. He'd had too much time to think about it and collected too much anecdotal evidence. Without the time or the mana to be precise about which memories to erase, I'd have to wipe out 2 entire days of memories. That would definitely cause problems once he realized. That wasn't even accounting for the fact that I didn't have the mana to power the enchantment, and Father didn't have the mana to keep it anchored. As a long-term solution, it fell flat. As a short-term solution, I'd have to pour everything I had into making a new storage crystal tonight, then use all of the mana I regenerated in my sleep, plus everything I could get back, to just barely have enough mana to make the enchantment. Once again, I cursed the lack of ambient mana in this region. It was truly unnatural, and if I didn't know better, I'd think someone put me here deliberately. So many of my plans had been derailed due to lack of resources. Memory wiping wasn't a viable option, but perhaps I could pull off something less delicate. If I didn't make Father forget what he'd learned, but instead nudged him to reach a different conclusion about what needed to be done, that would be both easier and cheaper. It would also be riskier, since he'd still know, and I couldn't predict every bit of outside stimulus that might affect his decisions after I cast the spell on him. I could make him agree that it was best to keep this quiet right here and now, but Mother could easily undo that magic in a single conversation, unless I got to her too. Then I'd need to go to work on the other farmers Father worked with, our neighbor Malra, and, at some point, Seneca. It was an extremely short-term solution that bought me a day or two at most. I needed months to get to Stage 2. Once I finished putting a mana lattice into my core, then I could afford to take my time while I waited for my body to finish growing so that I could commence Stage 3. And even then, I didn't want to do it under someone else's thumb. I didn't need their training, and I certainly wasn't giving up my time and mana to advance their ambitions over my own.
I promise, it'll all make sense when you're older,
Father said. He must have taken my silence as a lack of comprehension.
Trust me, this is all for the best. You've been given a rare gift, and it's only reasonable to put it to good use. Although, I'm not really sure how it happened. I've never heard of a blessing without the ceremony taking place first.
What ceremony? I asked.
How about I tell you about how someone normally receives this blessing on the way back home?
He offered.
I'll even let you ride on my shoulders again.
I needed to stall for some more time so I could think of a solution. If I let Father take us home, then he'd immediately tell Mother. Maybe I'd get lucky and Seneca would be asleep, but even then, that still doubled the amount of damage control I needed to do. I want to stay here, I told him.
He laughed and said, All right, just for a little bit longer. Come here and sit with me.
We sat down on the edge of the crater. My legs swung freely, and his heels rested in the dirt below us.
Normally, the only way for someone to be blessed to become a mage is through a week-long ceremony. Everyone rests from their work. We gather together and celebrate. Each evening, we pray to the spirits for guidance. No one leaves the temple, Graven. I don't mind admitting that things can get a bit ripe with so many people gathered together, since there's never enough room for everyone to sleep and bathe in peace. But that's part of the ceremony. Sometimes, usually on either the 6th day or the 7th, a spirit will choose one person and bless them with the power to become a mage. Their bodies will generate mana much faster than normal for the rest of their lives. Where people like your mother and I barely have enough mana to keep the strength in our limbs at the end of a long day, a true mage has mana to spare. That's what you'll be like from now on.
Father paused.
I guess you won't need so many naps anymore.
It was an effort to control my expression. That whole ceremony was unnecessary. The only part that mattered was that they spent most of a week filling their cores, so that the excess would bleed out as ambient mana. Then they just crammed everyone together and hoped someone had a natural ignition from sitting in the mana cloud for about 2 days. I'd be willing to bet money that it didn't work 9 times out of 10. I wondered how much of that mana drained away completely, useless and wasted. Depending on the number of people involved, I was also willing to bet that I could direct the ambient mana to ignite 3 or 4 cores each time, assuming I'd had a few weeks to teach them what they needed to do first. That was an idea, I supposed. If dozens of new ignited cores showed up all at the same time, it would pull a lot of attention away from me. That was interesting, but not necessarily helpful right now. It might be a long-term plan to keep a significant portion of Noctra's attention elsewhere, or it might backfire and make him start really digging. The ideal solution was still to contain the fact that I'd ignited my core right now before Father started telling people. "We've never done that," I said, stalling for time.
"No,"
Father agreed.
"It's not something that happens very often. We've done the ceremony twice in my life. The first time was when Lord Emito was blessed. He was governor before Lord Noctra. The second, the spirits did not answer our prayers."
He reached down to ruffle my hair.
"Or maybe they did, just a few years too late for anyone to notice."
I'd been mentally reviewing what spells I could cast right now. Other than various enchantments to modify his memories or behaviors, all of which had the same general drawbacks, the only other option I had was to physically attack him. Killing him would certainly shut him up, but I wasn't willing to go that far. Patricide to keep my secrets safe was a level of inhumane I wouldn't have stooped to as Kieran, and I wouldn't do it now as Graven. Though, to be fair, I had never known my father the last time around. There was every possibility he'd fallen to my magic during my wild youth, and I wouldn't know it. But that wasn't the same thing. What it came down to was that there were plenty of good reasons not to tell anybody about my core. Unfortunately, the only way I was going to convince Father was if I admitted that I was actually an accomplished archmage in a toddler's body, and somehow got him to believe me. Otherwise, my credentials were just too laughable for my opinions to be considered. I loved my father, but I didn't know if I could trust him with this. Best case scenario, he believed me, and I had him backing my efforts. Things would go a lot easier with him and Mother on my side. Worst case scenario, I told him, and he decided I was some sort of monster or devil that had taken over his son. I would have to flee right here, right now, and survive on my own in this weak little body. I could probably do it now that my core was ignited. I'd have to dedicate the majority of my mana to survival instead of progress, but as long as I made a clean escape and no one managed to track me down, it was viable. It was a gamble. Either things got easier or they got immeasurably harder. No matter what I did, everything was going to change after tonight. If I did nothing, I'd find myself under greater scrutiny and with my mana taken from me. If I told Father the truth, there was no telling how he'd react, and I didn't have the mana to reset his memory and try again. I made my decision. Chapter 11. I love you, I told my father. He smiled back and said, I love you too. I wondered if he'd still say that 10 minutes from now. I hadn't truly replaced his son, but the difference might be academic to Father. Graven was practically an infant when I awakened, far too young to have his own thoughts and goals, to be his own person. His love for his family had mixed with me, but that was the only thing he was capable of contributing to our shared existence. It wasn't exactly unreasonable to take the stance that I'd stolen Graven's life from him in order to extend my own as Kieran. This was why I was supposed to awaken immediately upon being reborn, so that there never would have been another person. As usual, life had failed to cooperate with my plans. What happens after we die? I asked. That took Father aback, and he spent a long moment thinking before he answered. No one really knows for sure. We have guesses and theories. Some people claim they know, but there's no proof. Personally, I think the spirits watch over us in life, and we join their numbers when we pass on. But don't you worry. None of us are going anywhere for a long time. A little old monster like this would be no problem, even if Lord Noctra hadn't shown up to take care of it. Considering the size of the crater Noctra's Fire Blast spell had left behind, either that monster had been a serious threat, or the governor was trying to make some sort of point about his superiority. Maybe he'd considered it an opportunity to make a statement about how powerful his magic was, just to keep any mutinous muttering against him from going any further. Doesn't the afterlife get crowded? Father laughed at that. I imagine they have quite a bit of space to spare. What a sudden interest, though. You're still little. No need to worry about this anytime soon. What if spirits come back to live new lives? What if it's just a big cycle of living, dying, and being reborn to live again? Father finally picked up on the change in my tone. I hadn't been particularly good at talking like a small child to begin with, so it was hard to blame him for not immediately realizing that I'd stopped trying. It was probably the subject matter that had done it.
He turned to face me fully and studied me in the moonlight.
That's an interesting idea, Gravin. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I think we'd know if that were the case, though. Grandpa would have made the effort to come visit again before now.
Oh, I don't think people remember their previous lives. Things would get complicated in a hurry if that was the case. Then again, if killing someone didn't permanently remove the threat an enemy represented, maybe people would behave better to begin with. No, I think the only way to keep your memories would be to be an extremely powerful and knowledgeable archmage who'd spent decades preparing to move on to the next step of the cycle, and used a powerful lunar convergence to ensure the soul invocations you created didn't fail once you passed on. I could see the tension in Father's shoulders now. He didn't know what to do or say. Not that I blamed him. To the best of my knowledge, no one before me had ever managed to accomplish what I'd done at the end of my life. Outside the uppermost echelons of magical society, knowledge of the mechanics through which souls migrated from one life to the next were little more than guesses and superstition. It wasn't reasonable to expect a dull farmer to know how to handle this. "I am still your son," I said gently. "Nothing will ever change that. I am Gravin. But I am more than only Gravin. Everything I was in my previous life is still up here in my mind. I know the answers to questions no one has ever thought to ask. I could tell you down to the minute how long it would take me to generate enough mana to duplicate the spell your Lord Noctra used that left that crater."
Gravin, you... Why is this?
Father asked, his voice exasperated.
What do you want me to say here?
"I'm telling you this because I need you to take me seriously," I said. "Because you are a good father, and no good father would let a normal 3-year-old chart the course of his life. That's absurd. But I am not a normal child. When I tell you that I don't need anyone's help to learn magic, you should believe me. When I say that I know best how to use my mana, you should believe me. When I tell you that wherever the mana this entire village tithes every night is going, it's not powering a barrier, you should believe me."
What? That's ridiculous. Of course the mana powers the barrier. Why else wouldn't there be any monsters?
Good question. I would go ask the barrier wardens. I'm sure it would be interesting to hear what they have to say on the subject. So far, the conversation was going well. Father hadn't immediately dismissed me as crazy, nor had he attacked me. He was confused, maybe panicking a little, but nobody could blame him for that. The important part was that he was still listening to me, not just looking at me like a 3-year-old who was making up stories. "Something is wrong with this village," I said. "The world isn't like this. Mana should fill the air. It should saturate the ground, so much that you could never use it all. But here, there's nothing. Every single core is dormant, even the core of the world itself. The life you're living, this isn't how things are supposed to be. You're struggling to farm enough food to keep less than 200 people alive in a barren wasteland. Aren't you all sick and tired of going to bed exhausted and drained of all your mana every night?"
That's how it's always been, Gravin. This isn't something new. My father lived here, and so did his father.
"But it's not like this elsewhere. This is what my home looked like before I died," I said. I conjured up a living illusion from my memories of the night veil in the air. Trees with bark tinged a dark velvety blue filled the veil. Their leaves were shades of cool blue and green, tinged with purple veins. I'd chosen my favorite view on the south end, at the edge of a bluff where the entire valley spread out below in all its splendor. Stars gleamed overhead inside my illusion, adorning the night sky while 3 moons danced around each other, their steps slow and stately, and their images reflected in the stream below. Father stared at it, slack-jawed and eyes filled with wonder.
It's beautiful,
he said. I know, I said, my voice soft. I worked hard to keep it that way. With a tinge of regret, I let the illusion fade away. As much as I enjoyed the view, I had practical concerns and couldn't afford to exhaust my mana holding on to a memory. It had served its purpose, as far as this conversation was concerned. I'm not saying the whole world is as beautiful as my old home was, but it doesn't look like this. I gestured towards the dead, barren ground all around us. Even the village's work to make life grow in the fields had produced scant results. I don't know what happened here, or how many centuries it's been this way, but the land here is scarred and dead. This is a wasteland, and it will be the work of generations to bring it back to life. Which leads me to the important question. Why are there people living here at all? Whatever happened here is the kind of event that doesn't leave survivors. So who came in afterwards, took a look around, and decided this was a good place to stay? Father chuckled and shook his head.
Those would be good questions to ask at school, son.
I rolled my eyes. Chirok is an idiot.
Well, yes, but he knows how to do his job. Sounds to me like it wouldn't hurt you to get an education after all, at least about some local topics.
There was some truth to that idea. When it came to the subject of magic, I wasn't interested in wasting time or mana on children's exercises. But I'd been reborn in a part of the world I'd never heard of, and it wouldn't hurt to learn a little about what had made it this way. It might not end up being relevant to my plans, which consisted mostly of advancing my core to stage 3 and then escaping this mana desert. But then again, I might just learn something useful if I took the time to look. You believe me? I asked. About everything, I mean. Father looked down at me and slowly said,
I don't know. Are you really Graven? If you're not, what happened to my son? If you are, what am I supposed to do next? If you're really a mage more powerful than Lord Noctra, there's nothing I can do anyway. So tell me, what do you want?
I already told you, I don't want you to tell anyone. I don't need instructions, I just need time to rebuild my mana core so that I can use more magic.
And is that going to draw another monster to the village?
Father asked. No, not unless we decide to ignite someone else's core too. Even then, if I didn't have to do it in secret, I could construct a ritual circle to contain the ambient mana and prevent a mana sniffer from sensing it. Father went stone cold and cocked his head.
I'm sorry. What does that mean?
What, igniting a core?
That, yes. It sounds like you're saying you can give blessings to turn someone into a mage.
I snorted. It's hardly a blessing. It used to happen to people by accident in my previous life. But yes, with a little work on your part and a few weeks of effort on mine to generate enough mana, we could ignite your core. Depending on how well you prepared, you'd start generating mana 10 to 20 times faster than you do now, and I could start teaching you novice-ranked spells.
Me? A mage?
I smiled at his expression. Yes, you and Mother both, if you'd like.
What about Seneca?
He asked. I shrugged. Not right now. When she's older, maybe. Once a core has been ignited, you can't snuff it back out. You only get one chance to do it right. I would hate to cripple her magical potential for the rest of her life because she rushed into it too young and didn't understand what she was doing.
She's twice your age, Father protested. Ah, but you're not really 3, are you?
Not quite, no. I took a deep breath and said, So that's the decision. This is who I am, and I need to know if you'll keep this a secret long enough for me to do what I need to do to regain my magic. The silence stretched out between us, but I didn't push him. He'd need far more time than I could give him to come to terms with all of this, but I wouldn't begrudge him a minute to collect himself before he answered.
Father was not a nobleman or a politician, and I could see his emotions playing on his face. He didn't know the right answer, or even if there was a right answer. He didn't know what to do or where to turn for help.
"Swear to me on the spirits that you really are my son," he said.
"I swear," I told him. "I am your son, and have been for my entire life." With a heavy sigh, he nodded.
"I can't abandon my own family now, can I? I won't tell Lord Noctra that you've been blessed."
He frowned.
"Ignited, I suppose."
I wrapped an arm around his leg and hugged him.
"Thank you,"
I whispered. "I love you, Father." I hadn't really thought about how scared the idea of having to leave made me. I knew I'd survive, but I didn't want to abandon my family. For now, at least, I didn't need to make that choice.
"I know. I love you too. What do you suppose we should tell your mother, though?"
I hiccuped out a little laugh. "I haven't thought that far ahead," I told him truthfully.
"I guess we'll figure that out together. Come on, let's get on home now."
I didn't ride on my father's shoulders on the way back, which I thought we were both a bit sad about. But things were too different now. Growing up was painful for kids and parents sometimes, and it had happened way too fast for him in my case. Things were going to be a bit awkward for the next few weeks, but I was confident that we'd still be a family when we came out the other side. Chapter 12. The next few days of my life were a mixture of awkward tension and peaceful, uninterrupted work. My mana crystal progressed by leaps and bounds, so much so that I had to revise my initial estimates. Mother had been let in on the secret, and while she was initially more wary than Father, she was now allowing me to work without constantly dragging me away. At this rate, I'd finish the mana crystal in well under 2 weeks. Part of me wanted to shake my head at how much easier it was to make swift progress now after spending 8 months toiling in secret. But the truth of the matter was that if I hadn't ignited my core, I wouldn't have had the proof to convince my parents in the first place. Even with hindsight, I didn't see much of a way I could have reached this point any faster. Our routine was interrupted on the day of the testing. Father left in the morning, as usual, and Mother had taken to walking Seneca to school following the monster attack. I followed along to keep up the pretense that I was a normal child, since I was still far too young to be left unattended, and we had far too nosy of a neighbor not to go through the motions. The village's school was a one-room building on the eastern side, and Chirok was usually already inside by the time we got there. Today, he was talking to another parent, but he took a moment to give me a sneer as we approached, before returning to ignoring me. I might have been insulted if anyone else had done it, but my opinion of Chirok couldn't get much lower. Only people whose egos ruled their lives let others dictate their actions with such petty displays. We left Seneca behind and left without being forced to interact with the teacher again. "Do you worry about her?" I asked Mother after we'd left. "That Chirok isn't treating her fairly, I mean?" Mother shook her head.
No. Seneca would tell me if she thought she was being singled out. It's just old drama from my generation. Chirok and your father have never gotten along. It spilled over onto me when we got married. Not that he liked me to begin with. But as unpleasant as he might be to us personally, he is professional about his job. And besides, anything she doesn't learn at school, you can teach her, right?"
I chuckled. That was true, I supposed. "Only when it comes to magic," I said. "I leave mathematics and literacy lessons to someone else to handle."
"I can already tell you're going to be a headache when you go to school."
"I wasn't planning on going," I told her.
"Everyone has to go. There are no exceptions."
It was interesting that the village placed such a high priority on basic education. I'd seen plenty of small villages just like this one where knowledge was passed down family lines instead of having a centralized learning institution. Places where it wasn't unusual for literacy to start and end with a single family or clergyman. Considering that they did no trade and I'd seen precious few books in the village, the emphasis on schooling struck me as an oddity. If it had just been for the purposes of learning introductory mana usage, it would have made sense. Fortunately for me, I had an easy way to find out. "Mother, I have a question." She didn't quite flinch at my calling her mother anymore, but it had taken a day or two. It really was something she needed to work on before someone noticed. Between the nosy neighbor and my sister, sooner or later she was going to get called out on it.
"What's that?"
she asked. "Why does the village have a school? Specifically, why is it teaching letters and numbers? It's not that literacy isn't a laudable goal in its own right, but there are no books here to read, no paper to write on, and no pens to write with."
"Of course there are. There are dozens of books in Lord Noctra's library. He makes them publicly available for us to read there."
I missed a step. "There's a library?" I asked, flabbergasted. How had I not known this? I'd been living here for close to a year now. Then again, Graven couldn't read or write, and Seneca got her fill from the school itself. Father spent all day in the fields, and Mother handled the garden and other domestic duties. Nobody seemed to have the time, energy, or desire to read in my home. Mother visited with the neighbors for entertainment, and Father presumably had plenty of friends out in the fields. It was no wonder no one had bothered to tell me, and I was probably letting my imagination get the better of me anyway. Dozens of books described a single shelf, not a whole library, and there was scant reason to believe it would contain anything interesting or useful. I was still going to check it out, of course. I would probably need Mother to cover for me and check out any books I deemed worth the time to read, as I doubted whoever was in charge would hand off such an expensive item to a small child. Then I needed to find time to read it somewhere I didn't have to worry about being spied upon. I couldn't do it in the garden while I worked on my mana crystal, and I couldn't do it in the house in the evening when Seneca was home. Completing my mana crystal was very much at the top of my priorities right now, so the books would just have to wait.
"Maybe I'll take you there when you get a bit older. I mean,
Mother trailed off. She really hadn't taken the news about me as well as Father had. It was the 8 months of lying that got to her, I think. Rationally, it was understandable. That didn't make her feel any less betrayed by my actions. On the bright side, I finally got my own pallet to sleep on. That was the first thing they did once it became clear that I didn't have the mind of a 3-year-old, and that I was actually something of a stranger to them. That particular change suited me just fine. The rest of the day passed by in its typical routine. I judged I'd need another 8 days just like this one to finish building the crystal, and another day after that to properly shield it and attune myself to it. Then I could start pouring mana into it so I'd have a reservoir to pull from for when I needed to do something big. And it was too bad that only I could use it, but that was the drawback to using a mana crystal over a storage crystal. I got better efficiency from it, and it would even generate a bit of mana on its own, but nobody else could contribute to it. There were some ways around that, of course. I could take mana from others and then feed it into the crystal, but there was precious little to give here, and once I did finally ignite another person, they were going to need their mana for their own training. Without ambient mana to quickly refill their cores, new apprentices were in for a long slog when it came time to practice their spells. As sloppy as they were with mana usage, they'd be lucky to cast 3 or 4 spells a day. Any apprentice curriculum designed to work here would need to focus heavily on mana control before even starting to learn a spell. I would probably have to start a theoretical apprentice on a regime of invocations to practice with, since they were both the most cost-efficient and the easiest to keep control over. I missed my old Stage 9 core. I'd practically been a god inside the Night Vale,
But after so many centuries, the mana upkeep to prevent my heart from failing and my brain from turning to mush had just gotten to be too much. The Night Veil itself had begun suffering for me, which had led me to my reincarnation plan. Other than the terrible location I'd been reborn into, things were working out well. I couldn't wait to see my true home once again. Father came home early, several hours before Seneca, and gathered us inside our hut to talk.
"Testing is tonight," he said. "We need to plan for it."
What's there to plan?
Mother asked.
The collector will measure how much mana we're tithing, and it will either be enough or it won't.
Are they measuring us individually? I asked. If not, it would be easy for me to contribute enough mana to make up for any deficiency.
"That's the problem," Father said. "It is individual measurements, so you'll need to make sure your results are close to normal. Can you do that?"
Easily. I've seen what Seneca's tithe looks like hundreds of times. I can match that with about an hour to prepare. Mother did a double take.
You can produce enough mana in an hour to match what your sister makes in an entire day.
Roughly speaking, I said. To be more precise, it's about an hour and 12 minutes, assuming both our mana cores have equal capacity. Seneca's is probably slightly larger than mine, given the age difference, so if I wanted to match her contribution exactly, I'd spend an hour and a half to be safe. Father just shook his head and laughed, while Mother muttered something under her breath about mages and the world not being fair. It would be better for me to contribute slightly less mana than Seneca does, if they're going to measure our individual contributions. But with all four of us, I believe we should have no problems with the testing?
"I hope not. I tried not to work too hard today," Father said. "Mostly succeeded. Might be a little bit low."
Would you like some of mine? I asked. Father's eyebrows shot up. You can do that? Of course. It's not particularly efficient, but it's possible. The question is how much. You're a bit lower than Mother right now, maybe enough to match her? Close to it, anyway. It might be suspicious if you two have identical results. My parents exchanged glances.
"How inefficient are we talking about? I'll probably be fine on my own," Father said.
It depends on how much I transfer. It's essentially a modified mana drain spell that works in reverse. The basic concept is that I use a spell to create a temporary mana core and place it inside your core. It absorbs mana from you, then returns to me to be harvested for my own use. In this version, I simply reverse the direction and partition off a portion of my own mana, then send it through the connection to you and unravel the shell. The mana will stay in your core, and the amount used in the shell and the connection will be spent.
I've got to go get Seneca,
Mother said, standing up.
You two figure this out while I'm gone.
"I hate to say it," Father said after she'd gone, "but it probably wouldn't hurt to get a little more mana. It used to be that when a family did a testing, everyone took the whole day off. Lord Noctra put a stop to that years ago, saying there was no point in doing it if it wasn't going to show how much mana we had left after a normal day. I'm not technically supposed to even take the few hours off that I did, but nobody'll complain if I cheat a little. It's what everyone else does."
Take my hand, I told him. I held my own hand up, so much smaller than his that it disappeared inside his grasp. The spell took only a few moments to put together, and it left me a bit low, but we still had a few more hours before our testing, and I'd regenerated by then. By the time Mother and Seneca returned a few minutes later, I'd walked Father through how to break down the artificial mana core and absorb its contents. Mother's face was grim, and Seneca was spitting mad.
I told him,
my sister said.
I told him, but he wouldn't listen.
"What's this now?"
Father asked, looking to Mother.
Chirok apparently decided to make Seneca practice mana control exercises until she'd completely exhausted all of her mana today. He knows our testing is in a few hours.
It wasn't hard to tell from the grim looks on my parents' faces. This was going to be a problem. Chapter 13. The tension was palpable. My parents had retreated to one side of the hut and were whispering back and forth rapidly, while Seneca sat at the table and angry cried. It wasn't hard to guess what was causing that. Chirok had been himself, but our parents were unintentionally making it worse. I dragged a chair around the table and sat down next to her. "It's okay," I said.
No, it's not.
Seneca told me through sniffles.
We're going to fail because of me, and then bad things will happen to us.
"What bad things?" I asked.
I don't know.
"I do. Mother and Father will have to wear drawstone necklaces for a few months until the next testing." Seneca rubbed at her face and looked over at me.
That's it?
"That's it," I confirmed.
That's not so bad.
"Nope."
Are you lying to me?
Seneca asked as she eyed me with sudden suspicion. "No," I said. The conversation got our parents' attention and drew them out of their own panic spiral. They understood exactly what those necklaces meant, how much more difficult life would be with their mana being constantly drained. It would be exhausting, almost torturous. Once I thought about it, I suspected I must not have understood what was going to happen correctly. They couldn't wear those necklaces all the time. Then again, torture was the original purpose of the drawstone. Or rather, it was to keep dangerous people in confinement and unable to fight back, which quite often led to torture. I'd never seen what was happening in this village before, and other than the fact that drawstones automatically stole mana from anyone who touched it, it really wasn't a good material to use in this way. Massive storage crystals would have been much more efficient, but that would require every single person in the village to learn how to interact with them. Getting mana back out of drawstones was a delicate process, and the amount that would be used up in the process meant that Noctra was only getting a small fraction of the total mana he was harvesting. Even I wouldn't get more than a third of the mana back without some specialized equipment, and I doubted someone at Noctra's level of skill was getting more than a tenth.
Graven is right,
Mother said.
We're not going to be driven out into the wastelands just because we aren't producing enough mana. Things will just be a little bit harder on us for a few months if we fail the testing. We would prefer not to have to deal with that, but the world won't end if we do, sweetie.
I'm sorry I ruined everything,
Seneca said.
"You didn't ruin anything," Father said. "And rest assured, I'll be having words with your teacher about this tomorrow. The only reason I'm not going there right now is that the collector will be here soon."
Speaking of which,
came a voice from just outside the doorway curtain.
may I come in?
Of course.
Mother replied. The collector slid the curtain to the side and ducked into the hut. She was the same woman who'd come by a few days ago to tell us that the date for the testing had been pushed back. Ayaka. Her clothes were similar to last time, but now she had a bag created to hold its shape with some clever stitching. It was held by a strap in one hand.
What's this about Chirok?
She asked.
He made Seneca use all her mana on control exercises.
Mother explained.
She's worried we're going to fail our testing because of it.
Oh, I see.
Ayaka frowned.
I suppose nobody informed the school that the date was changed. I apologize for that oversight.
Will you be able to take it into consideration?
Mother asked.
Well,
Ayaka said, drawing the syllable out as she thought.
Not as such, no. I will still have to perform the testing. However, a child's contribution is hardly ever the deciding factor. It's likely that were you going to pass, you'd do so regardless of Seneca. If it's that close that a little bit more would be what it takes to push you over the line, then I will see about letting her redo her testing later this week so that her score can be added in.
The whole atmosphere changed with those words. My parents relaxed immediately, and even though I was pretty sure Seneca didn't understand everything that was going on, she latched onto the part about getting a do-over. I was sure Mother would make sure Chirok understood that if he screwed our family over again, she'd make him regret it.
Thank you,
Father said.
I can't tell you how much of a relief that is, Ayaka.
Collector, Aoka.
She told him. It was a gentle reprimand, followed by a soft smile.
I am on duty right now.
Of course. Sorry about that,
he said.
Very well. Let's get started.
My understanding of what a testing actually consisted of was somewhat hazy. I knew it was a method of measuring our mana output, but it was only rarely done, and Graven had been much too young to have proper memories of it from the last time our family had been called upon to complete it. I could think of a few different ways I would have measured someone's mana, but I was interested in seeing how someone from the village would do it. Hopefully, it wouldn't involve drawstones. Ayaka put the bag on the table and began untying the laces that held it closed. I wasn't at a good angle to see what was inside, but it didn't matter. As soon as she opened it, I knew. There was some sort of enchantment on the bag, probably because they didn't want monsters like mana sniffers coming in to investigate the contents. They were emitters, plain and simple. Each one was 8 inches long, shaped like a metal cylinder with a handle on one end. Primarily, they acted to power devices that needed a constant and steady input of mana. More importantly, they were dead simple to use. Anyone with even basic mana control could activate the intake enchantment on an emitter. A sophisticated enough emitter would also have an option to toggle its mana radiation on or off, but these weren't that good. That wasn't surprising. It was an expensive modification that didn't have a lot of practical applications. Most things powered by emitters were done so specifically because the owner didn't want it turned off, ever.
Celis, would you like to go first?
Ayaka asked.
Sure,
he said. He took his place across from Ayaka at the table and waited for her signal. Mana snaked out of her in a thin line to connect to the intake enchantment, and she nodded. Father reached out a finger to touch the bottom end of the cylinder, not that it made a difference, and started channeling his mana. That was the other difference from a draw stone. An emitter wouldn't steal mana from someone just because the intake was turned on. The donor still had to actively pour mana into the device, but anyone who could do even the most basic of invocations on purpose could manage that. It was harder to not give mana to the emitter while it was activated than it was to fill it up. Even with the reserves I donated to Father, he still ran dry over the course of about 7 seconds. Ayaka seemed to be able to tell as soon as he was done. Perhaps she had developed a sense of mana similar to Father's, and quickly deactivated the intake enchantment while stowing the emitter away inside a cloth sleeve, enchanted to seal the mana inside it. That went back into the bag, ensuring that once its own enchantment was activated, there'd be no casual sensing of its contents. That accomplished, she noted down a few numbers on a slip of paper. The process was repeated with Mother, who only managed 5 seconds before she was finished. Ayaka frowned at that, and both my parents flinched.
Lord Noctra will have to measure the testing implement later before I can give you your official scores,
the collector said.
But you know the unofficial ones already,
Father said. Tight-lipped, Ayaka nodded.
For a family of 4, it usually takes 14 to 17 seconds to collect the minimum amount of mana. We didn't make it,
Mother said.
That seems like a lot. What did it used to be before the kids?
9 to 10, I think,
Father said.
Those are not official,
Ayaka said.
No collector can accurately measure the amount of mana stored here, but, well, we've all done this enough to get a rough idea. Some people are able to channel their mana faster, though. That can throw us off. It's why only Lord Noctra or Iskora can truly measure the results.
Come on, Father said. How many years have you been doing our testing? You know how fast we are.
Ayaka sighed and looked distinctly uncomfortable.
It doesn't look good, Celis. I'm sorry. Seneca took a full second to do her test last time,
Mother said.
If she and Graven could both contribute that much, We could hit the minimum time.
Perhaps.
the collector allowed.
But don't get your hopes up. Children always take longer than adults. Her full second is more like half of one of your seconds, and I'm not expecting even that much, considering the circumstances. Your youngest is too young to make up the gap as well.
That was true. I'd given a large chunk of mana to Father, and there hadn't been nearly enough time to regenerate any true amount of mana, thanks to how early the collector had arrived. Besides, even if I had it, it would be too suspicious if I gave it all to the emitter. I'd just touched a drawstone last night. I should have at best a bare 20th of the mana the average adult had. Seneca went next and, as expected, ran dry almost immediately. Nobody said anything about it, but she still started crying again and mumbled apologies. Mother pulled her into a hug and made gentle shushing sounds. Finally, it was my turn. I'd already determined how much mana to give to the emitter, which was trickier than it sounded. It was rather like clenching a muscle to stop midstream, except it would cut off the mana flowing out of my core instead of... well, anyway. The hardest part was determining how much mana had already gone out prior to the clench, but I like to think all those centuries of practice had given me plenty of insight into measuring my own mana. I touched the emitter after Ayaka activated it and let it slowly take a chunk of my mana over the next second before cutting off the connection despite maintaining physical contact. Ayaka nodded, unsurprised by the results, and packaged up the emitter.
Good job,
she told me.
I was a bit worried about getting a result since you haven't started school yet, but I guess your parents have already been showing you how to use mana.
I smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. I had a reputation to maintain as a creepy mute kid who stared at everything, after all. Besides, her words were strained. She might not have the official number, but it was obvious that she thought we'd failed. Even if they retested Seneca later, she wasn't going to have enough mana to make up the difference. We'd just see about that. Ayaka's pessimistic predictions hadn't calculated one thing. I'd noticed something about the emitters that I was betting she didn't know. They hadn't been properly maintained. It might be cheating, but I didn't care if it meant not having to deal with the headache, so I'd cheated just a bit. I'd wait for the collector to leave before I told my parents that. Chapter 14. The thing about emitters was that they needed to be regularly cleaned out in order to keep them operating at full capacity. A tiny bit of mana crystallized during the emission process, and if no one ever came along and took care of that, it built up until the emitter was useless. The emitters the collector had used had not been maintained, probably not ever, judging by how much mana was built up inside of them. Since there was already a bunch of mana stuck inside the emitters, it was easy for me to break a bit loose to mix in with the fresh mana my parents had donated. I didn't bother to do it for Seneca's, and I'd given such a small sliver of mana to mine that it wasn't worth the effort. For my parents, though, it was a good 20% increase over what they'd actually given. I didn't know what the threshold was, but I figured that the extra push should probably do it. If not, then I'd handle that problem when it arose. Right now, I had 2 parents to let in on the scheme, and an older sister who needed to be comforted by the knowledge that she hadn't ruined anything, despite her teacher's attempts to screw us over. Mother was already hard at work on that last part, so I took the opportunity to snag Father's attention and beckoned him closer.
"What is it?"
he asked, leaning down. Then he thought better of it and shook his head.
"Sorry, it's hard to break the habits. I'm trying not to treat you like a little kid."
"I appreciate that," I told him, and I did, more than he'd ever realize. It was somehow humiliating and infuriating at the same time to be constantly talked down to by every single person I met. "I wanted to tell you that there's nothing to worry about."
"There isn't? The times aren't even close, and Ayaka's known us for years. She knows we're not fast channelers or whatever."
That may be something you have to deal with soon if she brings it up, because I added more mana to each of your emitters. Sorry, the testing implements." Father was silent for a moment as he considered that. Then he asked,
"Oh, I thought you didn't have much left."
"You don't have to actually touch an emitter to manipulate it," I told him. "Once it was outside of the cloth wrapping, I just scraped loose some of the excess mana that had built up inside. It'll mix with the mana you gave it, and whoever looks at it later on will think it all came from you." He gave a short laugh.
"The things you know. You're sure it'll work?"
"I'm sure that whoever measures it will think you put in about 20% more mana than you actually did, you and Mother both. I'm not sure I'll meet whatever arbitrary quota they've decided on, but I couldn't realistically give us much more of an edge than that without it becoming suspicious anyway."
"That's true,"
Father said. He glanced over to where the feminine half of our family was sitting on the pallet and said,
"I should tell your mother, but I don't think Seneca's ready to learn all of this yet."
"No," I agreed. "She's too young to have to keep these kinds of secrets." We'd been speaking softly, but Mother had still noticed us. She shot Father a questioning glance while Seneca nestled deeper into her arms. He tilted his head in my direction and waggled his eyebrows back at her. What passed between them in that silent communication I could not begin to guess. Whatever it was, she relaxed, just slightly.
"This has been quite a stressful night," Father announced. "But we don't have to tithe tonight. How about we have dinner, then we can have a quiet night in before bed?"
Maybe I'd get a few more hours of working on my mana crystal done tonight. One bright side about this new arrangement with my parents was that I didn't need to justify myself or invent excuses to hide what I was doing. They didn't know the details, but they knew that sitting on that rock was going to help me. As long as I kept up appearances, it was fine if I wanted to sit on that rock well into the evening. Yes, a quiet night was just what we all needed. I was looking forward to things returning to normal so I could get back to work, but I'd forgotten that Chirok had invited the wrath of my parents down on his head. Father did not leave for the fields with the dawn. Instead, he spent time with Mother and Seneca while I sat on my rock in the garden and continued weaving strands of mana through it. Progress was good, especially since I had a full core when I woke up in the morning to devote to the task. An hour after we'd woken up, the whole family moved as one towards the school. We were early, either because my parents wanted a good long while to yell at Chirok, or because Father could only delay his appearance in the fields for so long. Maybe both. Either way, we were the first people there. Chirok himself was still inside, bleary-eyed and working his way through his own morning rituals.
"We need to have a talk,"
my mother announced her presence in an ice-cold tone. Chirok's back was to the entrance, and he froze as soon as she spoke. When he turned in place and saw both her and Father standing together, his eyes widened, then narrowed in anger.
"Seneca, please wait at your seat with Gravin while your father and I speak with your teacher,"
she said, her voice only slightly warmer.
Come on,
Seneca said, tugging at my hand and leading me to the back of the one-room building, where a dozen chairs were lined up in 2 rows.
I'll show you what school is like.
I was only half listening to Seneca as she pointed out her seat in the front row, or when she showed me the papers she'd practiced her letters on. Idly, I noted that I didn't recognize most of them, despite the language being similar to what I'd spoken in my previous life. That was something to consider later, but it let me know that if nothing else, school would be useful for learning to write the local dialect. It was an oddity, and I enjoyed picking those apart until I had a satisfying explanation. It was a frivolous use of mana, but Chirok was the most unpleasant person I'd met thus far in this new life, and I wanted to enjoy my parents taking turns tearing into him. It was petty, yes, but what was life without a little fun every now and then?
"What the hell is the matter with you?"
Mother hissed from the outside of the building, her voice pitched low enough that Seneca couldn't hear.
Nothing is the matter with me, Chirrut said. I have a schedule, and it doesn't bend to your whims.
Is that so? So you just didn't care that our family's testing got moved to last night, because that wasn't on your schedule?
Look, Zelaya, sometimes students lie. You should know all about that, right? Can we not drag up things that happened 2 decades ago? Father asked. I get that you hate us. I'm not even saying you're wrong. We were kids, it wasn't on purpose. But I'd take it back if I could. I'm sorry about what happened, but that does not give you the right to take it out on my daughter. You think I give a shit if you're sorry?
Chirrut snarled, his voice rising loud enough that Seneca jumped and shot a glance at the entryway.
You think that makes it better? That I forgave you because you were both kids? You were old enough to know better. You just thought you were special, and the rules didn't apply to you, and Tenno had to pay the price for that. Take your apology and cram it up your...
Enough,
Mother said.
Your issues with us will remain with us. You knew the testing had been moved, and you deliberately reworked your own schedule to force Seneca to spend all of her mana yesterday. Were you trying to ensure that we failed, just so that we'd have to suffer for a month or 2?
I've a schedule for all testings done by any families who have a student in school. Your daughter's testing was scheduled for last week. On that day, I exempted her from all mana exercises. Unless a collector comes and tells me otherwise, I follow the schedule. Kids are always trying to lie to me to get out of doing their schoolwork, and I had no reason to suspect otherwise in this case. If anything, given her family history, I'd assume she was even more inclined to lie than the average student.
I could actually hear Father's teeth grinding while Chirrut spoke. I did not think of my father as a gentle man, but in the going-on 9 months that I'd known him, he'd always been patient and kind. Even when he'd taken me out to the fields to see the aftermath of the Mana Sniffer's attack, he hadn't been angry with me. He'd just been firmly insistent that I needed to tell him the truth. So I was a little bit surprised to hear the smack of skin on skin when Father punched Chirrut in the face. I hadn't thought my old man had it in him. There was a stunned moment of silence. Then Chirrut said,
How dare you! You may rest assured that I will be informing the garrison about this immediately. Get out now, and take your grubby children with you. I'll look forward to watching you get lashed in the middle of town this evening, Celis.
Kids, come out here. We're leaving,
Mother said in her normal voice. I let Seneca lead the way. She paused at the door and gasped, but Mother just guided her away from the building. I stepped out into the morning light behind her, saw Chirrut wiping away blood from his nose while my father stood 5 feet away with his fists clenched at his side and a ferocious scowl on his face, and wisely decided that the best place to be right now was not standing between those men.
You're an idiot, Celis. Same as when you were a kid,
Chirrut said.
I hope this teaches you a lesson. Better late than never. And you never learned when to stop running your mouth, Father said. Always so full of yourself, sure that your way was the one and only right way, that anyone who couldn't see that was too stupid to realize something obvious. After all this time, you haven't changed a bit. You're more set in your ways than ever. Well, I won't be the one getting my back torn to ribbons tonight, will I?
The teacher retorted. He gestured across the street, where 2 women standing 30 feet away were standing next to a hut and watching the exchange silently.
Witnesses! No way to lie your way out of punishment this time. No one else to take the fall for you. True enough, Father admitted. Better make sure it's worth it then. What? Chirrut asked, right before Father took a step forward and popped him in the mouth. I love Tenno like a brother. His death is the biggest regret of my life. I never meant for something like that to happen. It should have been you, Chirrut said, revealing bloody teeth. If you'd had any decency, it would have been. On that we can agree. I don't expect you to forgive me, but you damn well better treat my children fairly. None of what happened then was their fault, and if you think you're going to abuse them to get back at me, well, next time I won't use my fists. Run along now. You want to get over to the barracks before the blood dries."
Giving us one last hate-filled glare, Chirrut turned his back and scurried off down the street. Father watched him go, then sighed and glanced down at me.
"That could have gone better,"
he said. Wordlessly, I nodded my agreement. Chapter 15. It was no surprise to me to see Malra heading our way within 20 minutes of getting back home. Father had left for work, and Mother had started her daily ritual of feeding her mana to the plants in our garden, in a doomed attempt to keep them lush and healthy. If the garden had been a third the size it was, she probably could have managed it, but then it wouldn't have produced enough food for all of us. Or maybe it would have. Fewer plants with more mana meant more food per plant, but I didn't know the ideal ratio for maximum yield. Gardening was not one of my hobbies, and I'd never been in a situation where I had to conserve mana like this. Maybe the villagers had long since calculated this, or at least had a rough guideline. Either way, Mother put a lot of time and effort into that little patch of dirt next to our hut, and it was there that we spent most of our time. The addition of Seneca to our group was no doubt the clue that drew Malra's attention to us.
"Good morning, Zelaya,"
she said as she strode out of her hut and made a beeline right for my mother.
"Hello,"
Mother said.
"How are you today?"
"Just fine,"
Malra said.
"Always fine. My garden's a lot easier to care for than yours is."
That was because it was just Malra and her husband now. They were both in their 50s and their children were fully grown, so her garden was half the size. I'd also noticed the village had some sort of social welfare system that awarded larger portions of the field harvests to the elders of the village. To be fair, we also got a larger than normal ration thanks to the family having 2 children, but it worked out especially well for Malra's household. That wasn't to say that Malra ever offered to help. No, she was there to gossip and nothing else. I supposed she could make an argument that all the mana she didn't spend helping Mother was going into a drawstone at the end of the day anyway. But since I knew for a fact that there was no barrier being powered by this mana, it was a moot point to me. I didn't like Malra for the simple reason that she was nosy, and I had secrets to hide. She'd been the one who'd suggested to Mother that I was possessed back when I'd first awoken, and I hadn't ever forgiven her for that. Life was hard enough in this village without my neighbor going out of her way to make it worse. Her eyes sparkled as they skimmed across our garden and settled on Seneca.
"No school today? I'm afraid I've lost track of the schedule. It's been so many years since my youngest graduated." "Something like that,"
Mother said.
"You know that Chirrut has never forgiven us for everything. Sometimes he has difficulty remembering that my children are not to blame for that."
"Oh, is that why you all went off together this morning?"
Malra asked. Did this woman seriously have nothing better to do than watch the comings and goings of everyone around her? I'd have dedicated divination wards protecting my sanctum that missed more details than Malra. If only because I'd gotten sick of resetting them regularly when the squirrels and birds started going crazy in the springtime.
"The conversation didn't go well,"
Mother admitted.
"Oh no, what happened?"
While I personally thought it was none of Malra's business, I recognized that Mother considered her a friend. I also knew that the villagers' entire world was only 3 or 4 miles wide, and their neighbors were likely the only people they'd ever know throughout their entire lives. Whether Malra found out now or later, everyone was going to know that Father had assaulted Chirrut by the end of the day. In fact, unless I missed my guess, a member of the garrison was coming down the street right now. I hadn't seen much of them since they seemed to operate as some sort of private security force that loitered around on the grounds surrounding the governor's manor. But they did have a barracks that they worked out of, and they actually acted as a police force if needed.
I always thought of governments as slow-moving machines, and to be fair, they generally were. Bureaucracy was an unwieldy beast at the best of times, but in a village with a population of under 200, there wasn't much need for it. It was as simple as approaching someone in charge, asking for them to do a thing, and them deciding whether to agree. If they did, they went and did the thing, usually immediately. Chirruk had probably gone right to the barracks, pointed them at Father, and then walked back out with a vindictive little smirk on his face. From there, it had taken less than an hour for someone to come around. He was a tall man with sandy brown hair, prominent cheekbones, and a chiseled jawline. Broad shoulders stretched the fabric of his shirt across his chest, and he had arms thicker around the biceps than my waist. Worse, he moved with confidence and poise. There was a short sword hanging from a scabbard tied to his belt, and I expected he knew how to use it. If he had half as much smarts as he did looks, he wasn't someone I wanted coming around regularly.
"Morning, Zalea,"
the garrison man said.
Karad.
She replied, tight-lipped. Mother knew why he was here. Karad cast a quick glance over at our hut, then asked,
"You already in the fields?"
Yes.
Mother said.
"Smart of him,"
Karad said.
"No reason to lose a day's food over this whole mess. Anything you think I should know before I head out that way?"
No.
Mother said with a sigh.
I'm sure Chirruk's report was completely accurate. He doesn't have any reason to lie this time.
Was all the garrison man said.
Mom, what's going to happen?
Seneca asked. Mother took a breath and said,
Well, the village has rules, sweetie. If you break the rules, you get punished. Your father broke a rule, so Mr. Karad is here to talk to him about his punishment.
Did he get in trouble because of me?
No, of course not. He just lost his temper because your teacher wasn't being very fair. Everything will be fine. There's nothing to worry about.
Seneca did not look convinced, not with Karad standing right there. Her eyes drifted down to his sword and she started trembling. But Mother folded her up in a hug and said,
It's all right. Don't be scared.
"Sorry to upset the little one,"
Karad said.
"I'll get out of your hair now. Have a good day, Zalea. Mara."
You too, Karad,
our neighbor said cheerily. She didn't notice the glare Mother gave her, which was probably about the only thing she hadn't noticed, considering how much time she spent snooping on us. Since Mother had everything under control and there didn't seem to be much I could do to affect the outcome of this one way or another, I let her handle calming Seneca down and went back to work. This mana crystal wasn't going to build itself, and I still had another week of work before it was stable. I kept an eye on the time as I wove the mana together, though. I was probably going to need a full core tonight. Father returned home about an hour later than usual, and though he tried to hide it, I could see he was feeling tender. He held himself stiffly and gritted his teeth when Seneca crashed into his waist to hug him.
How many?
Mother asked softly from where she was preparing dinner.
3,
he said.
Why so many?
She asked, surprised.
Repeat offender.
That was 8 years ago.
Apparently they're keeping track,
Father said. He gave Seneca a pat on the head and said,
Don't you worry, I'm all right. Just gotta take it slow for a few days.
Karad came through looking for you. Gave her a scare.
Mother said.
He told me. Said he was sorry about that.
I waited for him to finish disentangling himself from my sister and send her back to Mother's side, then sat down at the table next to him. I wasn't tall enough yet to use a normal-sized chair without standing on it, but that was fine by me. Nobody complained if I didn't eat at the table. Father looked over and said,
How's it going?
It's been an interesting day. I take it you have a history with Chirruk.
You could say that,
he said.
It's a painful story, not something I'm too keen on discussing.
I think I've got the broad strokes of it, I said. Details would just be gossip at this point, so I won't press.
Downright decent of you,
Father told me. Well, whatever you did or didn't do is your business. I just wanted you to know I've been building up mana for the last 6 hours to heal you. Father jerked in place, then winced as his shirt rubbed across his back.
You can do that?
He whispered to me as he cast a glance over at Seneca to see her occupied with Mother's still. They were chopping vegetables to throw in the stew pot, though Seneca was moving considerably slower than Mother, and her results were questionable at best. Of course I can, I scoffed. I swear, how much proof do you need before you believe me?
Well, I'd appreciate it, but you should save your mana for your project, Father said. This is just the consequences of my actions coming back around to say hello. I'll be fine.
Call it the village giving back after all that mana you've given it over the years, if you'd like, I said. Now, this will feel hot at first, then it'll cool down. For 3 lashes, I should have more than enough to patch you up. Here, take my hand. It wasn't that I couldn't heal at range, but that added to the mana cost once I started including components of conjuration and divination in the spell. At its most basic, healing was an invocation. Most people could do it without thinking about it, and no real structured spell was needed for minor injuries like my father's. Healing somebody else was trickier, since it required a bit of transmutation, both to get a feel for what was wrong and to treat the injury itself. Doing it without being able to touch the subject was substantially more expensive and complicated. That wasn't to say it was outside my abilities, far from it. But, as always these days, I needed to budget my mana carefully. Father took my hand somewhat hesitantly, and I cast a single diagnostic pulse through him. There were 3 bright lines across his back that stood out first and foremost, but there were also some smaller injuries in his hands, wrists, and shoulders. One of his knees was slightly swollen too. I assumed those were the results of 12-hour days in the fields, but they were well within my capabilities to repair. Healing spells were slow to cast, even for me. The body was an incredibly complicated piece of machinery, self-repairing and resilient, but at the same time some parts were so delicate that the slightest nudge was all it took to create a cascading chain of failure. For a job like this, the risk was minimal, but I still took my time. It was very possible to abridge the process of casting a spell, to drill the formation of its basic components so thoroughly that it came automatically. I did this for most spells I cast, but not healing magic. That always got my full attention for the entire process. It took precisely 25 seconds, during which my father started to fidget and made to pull his hand away before my fingers squeezed down around it. Then the mana took on the shape I needed, and healing magic flashed across his body. The back wounds closed, and the swelling on his knee went down. The nicks and scrapes, so common in physical labor, sealed themselves closed, and the inflammation on his arm and shoulder cleared up. It took almost all the mana I had, but Father was physically in perfect health again. "I asked Mother to prepare an extra-large meal for you," I said. "You should eat all of it. You'll need the extra energy." Father looked down at me with wonder in his eyes, and I smiled in satisfaction. Someday soon, I'd be able to cast spells like that all day long. Chapter 16. I'd made something of a promise to my parents, my father specifically. One could argue the semantics, that I'd merely said I could help them ignite their cores, not that I would, but I wasn't so petty as that. The real holdup was that I needed to finish constructing my mana crystal before I could do it. The storage crystal had only just barely had the capacity I'd needed, and once I accounted for a significantly lower level of skill from my parents,
I expected it would take a much larger amount of mana to spark an ignition. That day was still some time away, but that didn't mean there was no prep work to be done. After we'd returned from our nightly appointment with the Drawstone, Father and I had gone for an evening walk together. There was no privacy to be had in the village, but very few people wanted to return to the fields after their mana had been drained away. It was interesting, the things the village of Arcanist grew. Most candles were formed from wax, but here they grew some sort of plant with seeds that hung off of them like pea pods. Those were collected, mashed, heated, and shaped. They didn't last as long as the candles I'd known in my youth, but they burned cleanly and without the harsh odors I remembered tallow candles producing. The plant fibers themselves were processed into the rough paper the village used as well. There were great patches of vegetables too, of course. The village would not survive on just the humble gardens near our homes. Out in the fields, they grew the hardier vegetables in large quantities, the ones that didn't need constant care and an influx of mana to thrive. Corn, beans, carrots, peppers, all in rows and tended to as well as they could. The farmers' mana was spent to keep their bodies moving instead of being invested directly into the plants themselves. Anywhere else in the world, the ambient mana in the air would have been all that was needed for the crops to thrive. Here, the village had gone to great effort to dig a channel to the river coming out of the mountains a few miles northwest of town. They'd created an artificial stream to irrigate the crops and, not coincidentally, provided a little relief to the people as well. All of this, I said. So much time and effort to replicate what mana would do naturally anywhere else. I cannot understand why you stay.
Perhaps there's a world such as you've described out there,
Father said.
But if so, it's far, far from here. There is another village up here in the highlands, 50 miles or so away, you know. It's the same there as it is here. In the basin, far to the west, there's a city with thousands and thousands of people. I can't imagine it, personally. Maybe they have dozens of mages like Lord Noctra to protect them from the monsters. But still, there is no more mana in the air down in the basin than there is up here in the highlands.
If that was true, then the cataclysm that had scarred this land was even more devastating than I'd initially assumed. What about past there? I asked. Father shrugged.
Mountains, completely impossible, just like the ones to the east and south of us. I've heard if you go far enough north and east, you'll eventually find a lake so huge you can't see the other side, where the water only makes you thirstier the more you drink. It is supposed to be a cursed place.
I barked out a laugh, which brought my father up short. Do you mean an ocean? I asked. They're filled with salt water. There's nothing cursed about them, they're just incomprehensibly vast and deep. It takes a large ship and a good deal of preparation to sail across one, but people have been doing that for thousands of years.
I've not heard this word before,
Father said with a frown.
Ocean. Well, I suppose that's as good a word as any. Now, what is a ship?
A vehicle used for travel on water, I said, suddenly saddened by the thought of the isolation this village had endured. Think of a cart without wheels, but much, much bigger, and the gaps between the boards sealed with special oils created by alchemists to prevent water from seeping in.
That sounds like a sight to behold,
Father said.
But, sadly, not one we're likely to see around here.
No, I agreed. I suppose not.
Enough of that, Father said. You didn't ask me to come out here just to talk about this.
You're right, I got distracted. I wanted to check in with you on your progress, to see if you had any questions or if you were ready for the next lesson. The first thing I'd shown Father was how to resist the pull of a drawstone. Perhaps it wasn't the easiest starting point, but it did seem the most relevant. Everyone in the village had already had some basic mana control drilled into them, even if it was no more than what was needed to use the most basic, shapeless invocations.
In order for Father to practice anything greater, he needed to have mana.
It's a strange feeling, Father said, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. It's like trying to catch water with my hands, except it's dripping through my fingers. Only it's not just dripping, it's being pulled along.
One part of it is willpower, I said. Your mana has to obey you. If you leave places for your mana to slip through, that's what's going to happen. Father laughed and shook his head.
I know. I'm practicing. Spirits, this is so weird. I'm being lectured by a toddler. Sorry, I know you're not really, it's just... You're so tiny and fierce at the same time.
I should have waited until after the lesson to heal you, I told him. That was my mistake for thinking the pain would distract you.
All right.
Father held his hands up in surrender.
I'm sorry for laughing. Please, O great and mighty Archmage, bring enlightenment to my unworthy self. Ow!
Serves you right, I said, smirking. I'd used an act of minor telekinesis to tweak his nose.
Ought to put you over my knee for that,
he grumbled as he held his nose with one hand. I gave him a glare, and he shielded his nose with his other hand. As I was saying, the Drawstone pulls at any loose mana in your core, so you need to actively oppose it with an equal amount of willpower.
And if my will is too strong, would I take mana from the Drawstone?
I shook my head. There's more to it than that. If you were talking about a storage crystal, it would be an effort of will to retrieve mana from it. But Drawstones are a natural phenomenon. They eat nearby mana to power their vault. It only goes in one way, and getting it back requires some specific magic or tools. No matter how implacable your will is, you'll never squeeze a drop of mana from a Drawstone just by opposing its own attempts to consume yours. Father looked like he was about to say something, but I cut him off. Besides, it's not worth it. From what I can tell, the collectors are serious about their Drawstones. If one of them starts coming up short, they're going to want to know why. Let's not give them a reason to look in our direction.
Fair enough. You don't think they'll notice when they're not getting our mana, though?
I shrugged. 40 to 50 people per Drawstone, and they're not emptying them every night, I said. That's less than a 5% loss of mana. They might notice if it continues for long enough, but I think we're safe for the next few months. As near as I could tell, the Drawstones were each emptied about once every 2 weeks on an alternating schedule. I suspected that Noctra was the one to do it, as I'd yet to see anyone else with the sort of skill necessary. But considering how prevalent they were, it wouldn't have surprised me if the Governor's Manor had a setup to do it without his personal intervention. From what I'd heard, there were a few dozen more Drawstones north of town in the Arbor anyway. That would certainly be a time-consuming chore to keep them all emptied regularly. Anyway, let's go over the exercises again, I said.
Good thing you're not in charge of a field crew,
Father said.
You're merciless.
If you don't want to have an ignited core, that's fine by me, I told him. I'm doing this as a favor to you.
No, I didn't say that.
Good. Now then, let's see you get that mana spinning. I kept working on my mana crystal throughout the mornings and afternoons. Seneca returned to school after 2 days, but started regularly complaining about Chirok in the evenings. Mother and Father listened to her with grim faces, and I had a sneaking suspicion that Father was going to end up earning a few more lashings before this whole mess was over. At least it served as a good excuse for why I wasn't in school yet. It was customary for children around my age to begin attending class, if only to learn letters and numbers. Introductory mana control would be part of those lessons, I'd learned, but no one expected children to master much. Not even enough to shift mana out of the core and perform basic invocations. In addition to the lessons with Father, I gently coached Mother on how to sense mana. She was less interested in igniting her core, but she'd confided in me one day that if she'd had Father's ability to sense mana, it would have made her work tending the garden much easier.
I didn't agree with her decision, but there was plenty of time to bring her around. In the meantime, learning to sense mana outside of her own core was an excellent first step. It turned out that while Father might see mana better, Mother was far, far better at manipulating it. That made sense to me, considering that he spent his own mana internally on invocations to increase his strength, and she spent hers trying to nurture the garden. We'd had a few discussions about the nature of mana, and I'd shown her how to keep track of her own as it left her core and went out into the world. From there, it was a short step to learn how to sense other mana outside of her, one that I was sure she'd make with a bit of practice. My primary fear was that as soon as she got even a few feet of range, she'd give up on improving any further. I had the impression that something about learning magic didn't sit well with her. We were still weeks away from that being a concern, so I put it out of my mind for the time being. My mana crystal would be finished in the next day or two, and I was looking forward to being able to stockpile enough mana to do some big spells. Specifically, I wanted to start working on the mana lattice I needed to construct in my core to advance to Stage 2, where my mana generation would more than double again. As always seemed to be the case, life was not content to leave me in peace to do my work. 4 days after our testing, the collector showed up one evening with a serious look on her face.
Celis, we need to talk,
she said.
I don't know why, but Lord Noctra's asking questions about you.
Chapter 17. My parents gave each other uneasy glances, but neither looked over in my direction. I was sure that was what they were thinking, though, that my interference had drawn someone's attention and it had gotten back to the governor himself. It is possible I'd overestimated how much additional mana we needed to pass our testing, but I didn't think so. It was also possible Father's public lashing had caught Noctra's attention. Such spectacles didn't happen often, but the fact that a collector had shown up to tell us made me think it was mana-related. Then again, Ayaka seemed to be friends with Father outside of any relationship related to her work, and she had a somewhat privileged position. There wasn't much point in speculating on it when Ayaka was just going to tell us in a second anyway, so I pushed such thoughts aside and listened to the conversation. Perhaps sensing that something important was happening, even if she didn't understand what it was exactly, Seneca watched silently with me.
"What kind of questions?"
Father asked.
I think it was the public punishment that got his attention,
Ayaka explained. Ha! Knew it.
He started asking what the fight was about, and then he got interested in what happened when we were kids. Then he found out about your talents, and he got very interested in knowing everything about you. What could he want from you?
"I guess we'll find out soon enough,"
Father said, but he didn't sound happy about it.
Do you think it has something to do with the incident?
Mother asked.
He knew about the incident already,
Ayaka said.
He got the details on that when he first arrived to get the barrier working again.
"Then why now?"
Father asked.
Maybe you brought it back to his mind with your fight,
Mother suggested.
When he first got here, he was busy with so much work. Now it's been years and everything is under control. It could just be that he has the time to properly investigate it now, and is finally getting around to it since you and Chirok reminded everybody what happened.
I was going to need to sit one of them down and force this story out of them, and soon. The oblique hinting, the fact that someone had died. I was sure it was a hard thing to talk about, but it was starting to feel like something that I shouldn't just leave alone, especially if it was coming back around to cause problems now. I did not need Noctra looking hard at my family right now, not when I still had months of work to advance my mana core to Stage 2. As soon as I got one of them alone, I was going to wring the truth out of them. Until then, my best guess was that Father's ability to sense mana was considered a rare talent here, one that Noctra was now planning to capitalize on.
Well, this is a mess,
Father said. He leaned back in his chair and blew out a long sigh.
I don't suppose I could get so lucky that it's a good thing.
Ayaka shrugged.
They didn't tell me what their plans are. They just wanted answers to their questions.
I kind of have a suspicion that Lord Noctro would be asking me these questions directly, if it was a good thing,
Father said.
I honestly don't know what his sudden interest is,
the Collector told him.
Did you do something recently? Besides punch Chirok in the face, I mean.
No,
Father said, as much as asked. He exchanged a glance with my mother and continued.
Maybe something in our testing.
Oh, that reminds me. The other reason I'm here. Your family passed. If anything, your official measurements were a bit higher than expected.
Out of the ordinary?
Father asked. I could practically hear his neck muscles straining to hold themselves back from turning his face in my direction, but Ayaka didn't seem to notice.
No, nothing like that. A bit higher than normal, but nothing unusual. Whenever this happens and we have to investigate, we always find out it's a case of someone skipping work that day to conserve mana. It happens all the time.
Ah, well, you caught me,
Father said.
I couldn't quite arrange things for the job I wanted with the new testing date, so I ended up just doing a half day.
You did? What does mean?
Mother asked sharply. Ayaka shook her head.
The results were more in line with a full day off, but I don't think it matters much. The important thing is that you're good for another year or two, and that means Seneca and Graven have time to grow and generate more mana without having drawstones in your home.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
Father said.
We never had to deal with this when we were kids.
The Collector gave Father a flat, unfriendly look.
You know exactly why we have to deal with this now.
Yes, but now we have the barrier wardens, and the barrier's still off most of the time anyway. It just seems kind of, I don't know. What's the use?
Why don't you bring it up with Lord Noctra? I'm sure he'd be fascinated to hear your opinion on the subject.
Ayaka suggested. Mother snorted.
Let's not get ourselves in any more trouble than we already are. I don't know that you're necessarily in trouble, but it doesn't hurt to know you're being looked into. If you are doing something you shouldn't, I don't want to know about it, and I never told you that anyone was interested in you. Understand?
I understand, Father said. Thank you, Ayaka.
That's Collector, Ayaka to you,
she said with mock sternness. Then she said, much quieter,
I should get going. Good luck, Celis. I hope whatever's going on doesn't mean trouble.
Me too. I appreciate the warning.
The Collector left then, and Seneca rushed for the table as soon as she was gone.
What was she talking about? Did you do something bad? You didn't have to give your mana away when you were kids. Why not? That's not fair that we have to and you didn't.
Slow down there, kiddo,
Father told her.
I'll tell you what. Let's have dinner, then we'll go do our tithing for the night, and I'll tell you all about the worst day of my life when we get home.
Promise?
I promise,
Father said solemnly. The mood that evening was a unique mix of anticipation and dread. Not that I thought Seneca picked up on it. Our parents truly did not want to discuss whatever it was that had happened when they were young, but Seneca only saw a new story on the horizon. She kept trying to sneak questions into the conversation until Father finally lost his patience and told her she needed to wait until we got back from tithing. Come dinner time, Father shoveled food into his mouth mechanically without saying a word, and Mother picked at her own plate. I'd never seen anyone not finish their meals, not as hard as they all worked to grow the food in the first place. But that night, Mother gave over half her dinner to Seneca, who greedily gobbled it all up. It was only as an afterthought that my sister offered to share with me, and by then she'd already picked out all her favorite parts.
A few months ago, I would have gladly accepted. Food converted to energy in the body and could increase the rate at which mana was generated, but at this point it was such a comparatively minor boost that it meant nothing to me. Maybe if there'd been a slice of midnight mango, I would have reconsidered, but there was nothing that mana-dense anywhere near the village of Arcanist. The crops grown here were of the mundane variety with no special properties whatsoever. They were good for keeping a human from starving to death, and not much else. That was too bad, but it was also to be expected. With no ambient mana, of course nothing would grow that could do things like boost mana regeneration or increase focus. I supposed I could spend my own mana to cultivate such food, but it seemed rather futile at this stage. Perhaps when I reached the point where I had more mana than I knew what to do with, I'd reconsider. It might even draw some interest in the mystical arts out of my mother if she learned about the opportunities magical botany could provide. I wondered if she might excel in the field of alchemy, were she relocated somewhere with abundant resources. I was starting to get the feeling that my parents were not well loved in this little community, and they might be receptive to relocating elsewhere if I could provide the means. Those were plans for a long ways down the road, however. More immediately, I needed to learn what Noctra wanted with Father, and whether I should start preparing countermeasures. For the moment, that meant a choice between hoarding mana in my core or completing my crystal in the garden. It was so close to done that I wanted to rush back out there immediately after dinner to finish it up, but I restrained myself and dutifully joined my family in walking to the village square to do our nightly tithing. Father was doing better with holding on to his mana, but in the end, the Drawstone won. For as little mana as the villagers typically had, it would take less than a second to drain it all away. Having each person touch the Drawstone for a full 3 seconds was massive overkill, but it wasn't like the mana drain part of the process was actually the bottleneck. Organization and keeping donors moving took far more time and effort than the actual tithing process itself. Still, he managed to hold on to his mana for a full 2 of the 3 seconds. It was only at the end that his control slipped, and the Drawstone claimed its prize. Mother, on the other hand, kept hers firmly under her control. She might not have Father's range at sensing it, but once I'd explained how to prevent the Drawstone from affecting her, she'd managed to hang on to every last drop. Our garden was already starting to look a bit better, though, in truth, the amount of mana she saved was minuscule. Prior to my intervention, she'd only ever given up 3 or 4 hours worth of mana to begin with. Seneca, of course, lost all of her mana, and I gave away nothing. I affected the same wearied shuffle the other children performed when I ended my tithe, and together we returned to our small little one-room hut. Despite her tithe, Seneca fairly skipped along. Father, on the other hand, looked like a man marching to his death. Mother didn't look much happier. I expected this was not a story they'd planned to share with their children so soon, and Seneca's attitude was not helping matters. She clearly thought she was getting an exciting new bedtime tale, when in actuality our parents would be picking the scab off of one of their deepest, most traumatic events.
Story time!
Seneca called out in a sing-song voice as soon as we returned home.
Sweetie, you understand that this isn't a happy story,
Mother said.
It's not made up, either. This is a true story that ended with a little boy dying, and our village being in great danger.
Oh, what happened?
Seneca asked, not in the least bit daunted by Mother's warning. Before we could even get sat down, a voice came from outside our hut.
Celis, you have a minute. It's Sarai and Nyanta.
Father visibly paled, so much so that even Seneca caught on to it.
What's wrong?
She asked.
Nothing, sweetness. Let me just go see what's going on, and I'll be right back.
I got a glimpse of the 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, as Father pulled the curtain back from our entryway. Both were wearing garrison uniforms, Both were armed with short swords similar to Carad's. It looked like events had outpaced me, and I was nowhere near ready for this.
"What can I help you with?"
Father said. I was sure he'd noted their grim expressions just as quickly as I had. We were in trouble.
Chapter 18. Mages had a lot of tools, which could make it hard to know which one was best used to solve the problem at hand. There were a lot of factors to consider, too. Things like who and what the target was, whether it mattered if anyone knew they'd used magic, and whether the environment could bear the weight of their spells. Conjuring up fire might be an excellent way to kill a troll, but not if it happened to be in a library the caster cared about preserving. In my case, my primary concern was cost. I knew how to make the 2 garrison members forget they'd ever been here, how to make them wander off in a daze, how to make the ground open up and swallow them whole, and 100 other things that would make my immediate problem go away. However, I suspected that short of assassinating the governor himself, those would be temporary solutions at best, and could very well end up making things worse. I needed information before I made a choice. For all we knew, this might not be anything bad. It sure didn't seem likely, but the possibility remained. Maybe Father was just going to be told off for fighting and put on notice not to cause any further trouble. That was technically a possibility, however remote it might be.
"How you doing, Celis? Back feeling better?"
one of the garrison members asked. Sarai, I thought.
"It's fine. Little sore for a while, but Carad's a soft touch,"
Father lied. Nianta snorted.
Don't let him hear you say that. He'll whip you extra hard next time.
She paused, then added,
Not that there should be a next time.
"As long as Chirrut isn't himself to my children, I won't have to punch him in the face,"
Father said.
"Tall order,"
Sarai told him.
"Look, everyone knows Chirrut's an arse, and normally I'd say to just ignore him, but, well, can't say that I'd have done it differently if he was being like that towards my boy either." "Yeah, but you'd still beat me with a cane if the order came down to," Father said. "I would, but it wouldn't be anything personal. That'll take the sting out of it then," Father said dryly. "Probably wouldn't even feel it at all."
Things got awkward for a second there, but I didn't have it in me to feel much sympathy in my heart for the 2 garrison members. I'd seen firsthand the kinds of tragedies people committed when they were just following orders. The soldier's battle cry there. All it took was a single monster wearing a man's skin to orchestrate atrocities that would make any demon cackle with glee. Perhaps I was being unfair to those soldiers. I did not care. As a boy, I'd made arguments for soldiers who were just following orders. I'd believed that excuse. It was their job. They had to do it. Then I'd seen the aftermath of soldiers committing atrocities because someone told them to. Those excuses were small comfort to the broken men and women left behind. I knew that from personal experience. I shook myself out of dark memories and refocused on the conversation in front of me. Next to me, Seneca was watching with scared eyes. Mother was behind us both, silent and tense. We couldn't see Father or the 2 garrison members through the curtain that served as our door, but it was easy to imagine Father's defiant posture in his words.
"Ha!"
Sarai said.
"Ahem. Anyway, Lord Notra wants to talk to you, so we're here to escort you over to his manor." "Ah, about what, if you don't mind me asking?"
You think he'd tell us?
Nianta replied. Father heaved a sigh. No, of course not. All right, give me a minute." He came back in through the curtain and looked at us. "Hopefully this won't take too long.
he told Mother.
I'm sure it's nothing serious. I might not be back before you go to sleep.
I scrambled to my feet and raced across the hut to Mother's sewing kit.
Graven, what are you doing?
Mother asked, surprise in her voice. I ignored her as I snatched a button out of the kit. My mana was going to be stretched by this, but I was pretty sure I could make it work if I sacrificed a large chunk of the duration to cut down on cost. I debated on sacrificing other aspects, but decided it was better to have as much information as possible. Quickly, I wove a scry beacon spell into the button, one that would transmit both sight and sound back to me, then encase the enchantment in an aura of untraceability to ensure that Noctra wouldn't notice it. Here, I said, rushing back to Father and presenting him the button. It's for good luck, so don't lose it.
Good luck, huh?
Father asked as he accepted the button from me and slipped it into his pocket.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. I might just need all the luck I can get tonight.
While Mother gave me a shrewd look, she said nothing. Instead, she took my place and wrapped Father in a hug.
Be careful,
she said.
Give Lord Noctra whatever he wants and come home safely.
There are some things I can't give up,
he told her, his voice soft.
You know that.
Then they split apart so that Father could give Seneca a hug.
I promise, I'll be back soon. There's no need to worry,
he told her.
Will you still tell me the story?
She asked. Father laughed and said,
Sure. How could I not, if you're going to be so persistent about it? Besides, I did promise.
Then he was out past the curtain and walking away, flanked on either side by a garrison member. Mother watched him go from the doorway while Seneca pushed a chair over to the window. I sat down on my pallet and started trying to recover my mana as quickly as possible. I was going to need it for this next spell. Scrying was quite expensive, after all. The governor's manor was about a mile away from the center of town, so I expected I'd have at best half an hour to recover mana. Hopefully, Father would be kept waiting for a bit once he got there, because I was going to need at least twice that long. Technically, it was nearing our bedtimes when the two garrison members had shown up. Seneca had been about to get her good night story from Father before the interruption, and though the excitement had kept her eyes open at the time, now that Father was gone and there was nothing to do but wait, she quickly fell asleep. Once she was tucked in and snoring softly, Mother looked over at me and said,
Are you ready to talk about it?
Why don't we sit in the garden? I offered. It'll be nice and cool. We relocated outside the hut and watched the sun dip behind the mountains beyond our village. After getting settled, I said, To put it in layman's terms, I enchanted the button so that I could look through it with magic.
To see and hear what your father is doing?
Mother asked. As long as he keeps it with him.
Are you watching now?
I shook my head. Not enough mana. In another half an hour I'll have enough to keep the spell going for about 15 minutes. Then it'll just be checking in and hoping I don't miss anything important.
Tell me what you find out,
Mother said. She leaned back against the side of the hut and closed her eyes while I settled down on my incumbent mana crystal. I could have finished it first thing in the morning if not for this whole fiasco, but an empty mana crystal wouldn't help here, and information about what exactly was going on just might. I can share the scry with you, if you'd like, I offered her. She cracked an eye open and peered at me.
You can. Wouldn't it cost more mana?
I shook my head. More complicated, but not more expensive. Mother thought about that for a second before nodding.
I'd like to see too.
As soon as I'm ready to start, I promised. Mana generation being the issue it was, I'd put some thought into the best ways to enhance it. My options were limited without ambient mana, but I could still manually replicate what a Stage 2 core did naturally. It wouldn't be nearly as effective, but with every minute being important, I couldn't leave it on the table.
The difference between a dormant core and an ignited core was that dormant cores only produced mana at the point where they joined the astral realm to the physical body. Since there was no physical manifestation of a mana core, that meant the point was singular, somewhat like an island that connected to the mainland through a single bridge. All mana had to pass through that bridge. Once a core ignited, mana could, and did, pass from any point. With so much more space available, it generated far faster. In Stage 2, a mage constructed a permanent lattice inside their core. There were a lot of different patterns, some of which worked significantly better than others. Differing schools had spent centuries arguing over which lattice structure would provide the best results, and some clans had their own family lattices that were closely guarded secrets. This was the point where my advancement was going to differ significantly from my previous life. I'd grown up impoverished and with no one to advise me. Igniting my core had been an accident, and when it had come time for me to advance to Stage 2, I'd been largely on my own. My original lattice had been decidedly subpar, and some choices couldn't be taken back. Despite my best efforts to modify it as I grew stronger and wiser, there were limits to what I could do. Now I had a blank slate, and I would construct the lattice I would have made back then if I'd known what I did now. My mana generation would be 50 times faster than a dormant core's, more than twice as fast as it was now. At Stage 2, my core would go from empty to full in under 3 hours. For now, I needed to agitate my core manually with a specific technique I'd developed when experimenting with lattice designs. It allowed me to generate a sort of temporary lattice that required a great deal of mana and concentration to maintain, though if done properly, it would cause my core to generate mana as if it were Stage 2 already. It would also put a great deal of stress on my core, since it didn't actually have the lattice in place to reinforce it. Doing so for extended periods of time was an excellent way to cripple myself permanently. But for 20 minutes or so, I'd be fine. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the pseudo-lattice. It formed slowly, each line painstakingly imagined in my core, like a picture I was stenciling, just waiting for me to come back to fill in the real colors. My core reacted, and mana started to flood into me. It was a strain, and I immediately revised my time frame. Perhaps I hadn't properly accounted for my relatively small core properly, but at the rate I was going, 20 minutes might be too long. I'd see where I was at with 10. The mana poured in, swiftly at first, though a portion of that was immediately cycled into maintaining the lattice stencil. It was still almost twice as much mana as I could generate normally. By the time the 10-minute mark passed, I had enough to cast the scrying spell. With a pained groan, I let the stencil collapse. My poor battered core almost seemed to throb, though of course such a thing wasn't actually possible. I moved from my mana crystal to sit next to Mother. "Hold my hand," I said. "It's time." Her fingers wrapped around mine, and I cast the spell that would scry upon my beacon. Chapter 19. Divination was a challenging field of magic. It wasn't just about casting the spell, there was also the result to consider. Good divination spells parsed the information in a way that allowed a mage to experience it the same way we did everything else, with our senses. But sometimes, what we saw wasn't something that could be described using those senses, and that was when things got tricky. Fortunately for me, in this moment, all I wanted to do was see and hear a place that I wasn't. That didn't mean things were easy. I still had to translate the information my mana was sending directly into my mind, but I was more than up to the task. If Father ever truly became my apprentice, though, we would not be starting with a spell anywhere near as demanding as this one. The vision took shape in my mind, one that I shared to Mother. Father stood in a room looking through a glass window at the mountains east of the village. There was a long wooden table behind him, the kind that could hold 10 people at a time, with plenty of elbow room, and the walls had wood paneling. There was even a door barring the exit. Considering that all of the huts in the village were made primarily of some sort of clay block that had been fired like pottery and sealed together with a type of mud-based mortar, the presence of so much wood in one place seemed like an obscene display to me. 2 other people were there, both in garrison uniforms. Neither was speaking, but I thought I recognized Sarai and Nyanta. What I didn't see was the man who'd dragged Father out of town to question him. Typical nobility tactic, keeping someone waiting after summoning them. I recalled a few nobles trying to pull that on me early on in my career as a mage. I'd quickly developed a reputation for breaking things if I got bored. After the 3rd noble tried to take me to task for that, the rest got the message. In smoke signals, if nothing else. Good times. Father wasn't quite to the point in his own magical career where he could commit arson to teach someone a lesson, so he occupied his time taking in the view. They were pretty enough mountains, I supposed, but I'd seen them literally every single day of my new life, and they'd lost a lot of their punch to me. Maybe that was just my fault. Compared to the vistas I was used to, the mountain range my village was tucked into just felt rather brown and plain. Of more interest to me was the room Father was in, but since the man of the hour hadn't arrived yet, I decided to cut the spell short. It was too mana-hungry to just look over Father's shoulders while he stared out the window. I'd check back in every few minutes and hope that by the time Noctra did show up, I hadn't missed anything important.
What happened?
Mother asked. The spell costs a lot of mana to maintain. I'll check again in a few minutes to see if anything is happening. We'll probably miss a bit of the conversation, but it's better than burning through all of my mana while Father stares out a window. Then we'd miss everything. That explanation must have satisfied her because all she said was,
At least we know he's still all right.
Then she sunk back into silence while still holding my hand. I gave it 5 minutes to regenerate what little mana I could and told her, I'm going to check again. This time, Father had moved from the window to the table, though he hadn't sat down. Instead, he was examining the chairs. We had wooden chairs too, but ours were plain, rough-hewn things that had been sanded more by countless butts rubbed across them than by any carpenter's tools. The abode of Lord Noctra could abide no such crudeness. His chairs were finished, smooth and richly stained, though unless I missed my guess, also quite old and beginning to show signs of wear. Even being rich was relative, and while I couldn't think of a single nobleman who would proudly display a seat that looked quite so old and shabby, it was still a dazzling display of wealth here. Father didn't look impressed, though. If anything, he looked a little bit sad.
I don't suppose you know how much longer Lord Noctra will be,
Father said with a sigh.
Sorry,
the garrison guard said. I recognized the voice as Nyanta. That would make the other one Sarai. Both faces I'd seen, but never been introduced to.
No need to worry,
a new voice said as the door opened between the 2 guards. A tall man strode through, dressed in what I assumed passed for finery around here. He had long, wavy hair streaked with gray and tied back behind his head to keep it off his face, which was clean-shaven. My scrying spell wasn't powerful enough to report back on mana emanations, but I'd be willing to bet at least one of the 3 rings he wore was enchanted, and there was no mistaking the wand on a leg holster as anything else. Idly, I wondered if I'd given his fire blast too much credit. If that had been done with the aid of a wand, Noctra was even weaker than I'd thought. Objectively speaking, that was a good thing for me at least.
if not the rest of the village. As the only mage around these parts, he was undoubtedly my biggest threat. He was the reason I was considering making my mana crystal portable, after all. I would have to do it eventually anyway, but ideally I'd reach stage 2 before I invested the mana into that project. But with Noctra walking around, having full access to my stored mana at all times became a lot more important. Of course, if he really was that weak... Well, I'd have a better idea once I was able to get a full measure of the man. That wouldn't happen until I saw him in person, which couldn't happen until I'd grown enough to be able to shield my mana core from casual inspection. It was more important to hide my presence than it was to gauge his abilities right now. Weak he might be, but he was still a fully grown adult, which meant his core by default was many times larger than mine. Somehow, I doubted he was giving all of his mana to a drawstone each evening. Or any of it.
Lord Noctra?
Father said, just as polite as he could be.
Celis,
Noctra said, perhaps a bit more warmly than the situation warranted.
Oh, he wants something,
Mother murmured next to me.
Come, join me,
Noctra told my father as he pulled out a chair and gestured to the one just opposite of it. As he sat down, he said to the 2 garrison members at the door,
"You're dismissed. Thank you."
Yes, my lord.
Both said in unison before leaving the room. Father sat down and said,
"Thank you, my lord."
Noctra laughed, not that anyone had said or done anything to laugh at.
"You can let your guard down. I'm not going to attack you. I just wanted to get a chance to talk to you." "What are we talking about?"
Father asked.
"Specifically, I wanted to talk about your relationship with Lord Emito."
"Ah,
that ended a long time ago." "Yes, I'm sure the old man's death put a bit of a damper on the whole thing,"
Noctra agreed. Father winced, and I couldn't help but agree. I didn't know much about Lord Emito, but even I could tell the tactless comment had struck a nerve. Mother let out a low, wordless growl next to me, one that I didn't think she was even aware of.
"Something like that,"
Father said.
"Is there something you wanted to know?"
"He was teaching you magic," Noctra said.
"Most anyone over the age of 30 in the village knows that. The details of your, shall we say, your accident are well known. What I do not know is what exactly my predecessor was teaching you, and how much you still retain."
"Not much, I'm sorry to say. You know that I can sense mana, yes? It was common knowledge then, and I was so stupidly, foolishly proud of it. I'm afraid I bragged quite shamelessly as a boy, but I was never blessed by the spirits, so you can see it never went anywhere."
"I would say that's more because Emito died first. Otherwise, you would likely have become an adept,"
Noctra said. He was watching Father carefully for a reaction, but whatever he hoped to see, it wasn't there.
"I'm afraid I don't know what that is. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but if that was Lord Emito's intention, he never shared it with me,"
Father said.
"Perhaps he would have, one day, had things been different."
What's an adept?
Mother asked me. "Person who knows how to cast spells but doesn't have an ignited core," I said absently, while I studied the scene my scry beacon was relaying to me. Noctra wanted something from Father, and I wasn't sure what. Maybe I was missing some context, but it seemed like the governor was taking his time leading up to it.
"You currently work in the fields," Noctra said. "Your talents with mana are being wasted, and I have the results of your family's testing written down right here."
Noctra brandished a slip of parchment he pulled from a pocket. He unfolded it and slid it over for Father to see. He read it with a blank look on his face, then glanced up at the governor.
"Again, I don't know what these numbers mean.
This time I was with Father. I didn't know what kind of scale they were using, but it wasn't one I was familiar with. I could extrapolate based on my own score, a mere 3. Father had scored a 27, Mother a 20, and Seneca a 1. We could thank Chirrut for that particular number. The average adult in Arcanist scores a 20, Noctra explained. Your wife, for example, hits that mark perfectly. You, however, are 7 points higher. That surprised me a bit, considering I'd also doctored Mother's test. She should have scored a bit higher than average, but when I thought about how much effort she put into the garden, maybe I should have expected it. Even knowing we had a testing that night, Mother didn't have it in her to take it easy.
I don't know what to say, Lord Noctra,
Father said. You don't have to say anything yet. I'm not finished. Noctra pulled out another sheet of paper. These are the results of the testing of everyone else you share a drawstone with. Now, I know that people take it easy on testing day, and that their scores are always a bit inflated, but I've been here for over a decade, and I also know what the margins look like. Oh no. I did not like where this was going. Judging by how hard Mother was squeezing my hand now, she'd figured it out too. More importantly, I have the results of every previous testing you've done. You understand what that means, Celis? Noctra asked. Father wasn't stupid. He knew our tampering had been noticed. I couldn't imagine Noctra had correctly deduced what was going on, but more than a few people had been executed by government officials who knew they'd done something wrong, even if they didn't have the specifics of it. I started doing the math in my head for how long it would take to completely fill my core, and how much mana I would need to break Father out of a prison.
What are you implying, sir?
You, my friend, have been deliberately underperforming all this time, Noctra said. I had your group's drawstone brought to me and personally analyzed how much mana was in it. Something has changed. I suspect Chirrut's interference caused you to miscalculate. The governor leaned forward and reached into his pocket again. He pulled out a familiar little device, now dull and empty, and placed it between the two of them. You're already an adept. You always have been, the governor accused my father. That's how you knew how to shave off some of the mana built up in this testing implement to fluff your own results. Chapter 20. Of all the things Father could do, I thought that bursting out laughing was probably the last thing Noctra expected. The governor did not look as amused, and Father's laugh died into an awkward cough. Next to me, Mother said through gritted teeth,
Do not antagonize him, you idiot.
I still don't even know what an adept is, Lord Noctra, he said. Perhaps if you explain it to me, I can give you a proper answer.
Why are you insisting on this charade? Noctra asked. Celis, the evidence is obvious, but you're not in trouble. I simply want to put your talents to good use, instead of wasting them doing field work.
I hardly think my time has been wasted,
Father said.
My work helps keep the village from starving.
Oh no, I'm not trying to belittle your efforts. I'm simply stating that we have plenty of people capable of tilling a field. They may not do it as quickly or efficiently as you, but the job will get done. But do you know how many adepts I have in my employ?
I don't know what an adept is,
Father said, exasperation leaking into his tone. This conversation needed to hurry up. I had enough mana to hold the scrying spell for another 10 minutes, maybe a bit less. I had been hoping to get a look around the manor as Father walked through it, but he'd been dumped in a room and left to wait. Noctra wasn't going out of his way to inform Father of any plans he might have either, which meant that, so far, this whole exercise had been a waste of time and mana. I hadn't learned anything Father couldn't have just told me when he got back. It's a step below mage, Someone who can work with mana well enough to cast spells without being a full mage. In this entire village, there is only one single adept, and she came with me from Darrow when I first moved here.
You think I can cast spells?
Father asked, his eyebrows shooting up.
That'd be pretty impressive of me.
If you can't, it's only because you haven't had a master to show you how, not because your mana-controlling skills aren't up to the task. He's actually not wrong about that, I told Mother. Father is ready to learn some novice-tier spells. I was just waiting until we ignited his core so he'd have the mana to practice with. Father smiled and shook his head.
Well, I appreciate how much confidence you have in my abilities. Lord Emito died 15 years ago. I promise you, his spirit did not visit me from beyond the grave to give me lessons, and nobody else wanted anything to do with me for a long time. It wasn't until a year after you arrived that I stopped being shunned in public, and there are still plenty of people who hate me for being the reason we need to tithe mana to the drawstones every night.
Noctra picked up the emitter and held it up to Father. How else do you explain this, then?
The testing implement? I don't know much about them, to be honest with you. All I did was touch it and send my mana in when the collector told me to.
I had to give it to Father. As far as I could tell, he hadn't told a single lie so far. While I doubted he was being targeted by any sort of truth-seeking spell, the possibility did exist, and, if that did turn out to be the case, Father was avoiding telling an outright lie quite cleverly. Once more, I wished I'd had the resources to perform a scry that included the ability to sense mana. I'd have to question Father very carefully when he returned to see if I could learn anything. His mana sense was unrefined, but it was better than nothing. Noctra sank back into his seat and paused to think things over. Even if the implement is a coincidence, I've done some research on you, Celis, he said. Your talents are too rare to be ignored. If anything, this is my fault for forgetting about you years ago. When I first got here, everything was such a mess that it took years to get caught up. I didn't even connect you with that boy I'd made a note to look into further once I had time a decade ago when you were punished for that attack on the school teacher. If that hadn't happened at the same time I was reviewing the testing implements, I probably still would have missed it. For that, I owe you an apology. Your adult life should have been very different. Adepts are rare, and I should have organized the ritual to seek a blessing from the spirits years ago on your behalf.
That's...
Father trailed off. Finally, he said,
I don't regret my life, Lord Noctra. I wish things had turned out differently when I was a boy, that my best friend was still alive. And yes, things were bad for a few years there, but I love my wife and my children, and they love me.
Yes, I am aware. You love your children so much you're willing to take a few lashes to punch out a man who treated your daughter unfairly.
So you agree that Chirrut was out of line?
Father said. Of course I do, Noctra said with a snort. He is hiding behind a technicality to justify his behavior. That's not to say I agree with what you did either, but I understand why you hit him.
Well, let's just put it behind us. Hopefully, Chirrut will stop trying to bully children in the future.
Yes. That is something else I'm looking into right now, but it's not relevant to this conversation. Celis, I need 2 things from you. First, I need you to stop cheating with your tithes. Believe it or not, we really do need every bit of mana we can get. Second, I need you to seriously consider coming to work for me directly as an adept.
What kind of work would I be doing?
Very little to begin with, Noctra said. I would need to teach you a few spells first, but once you're ready, you would help ease my poor assistant's workload. Adepts don't generate the mana needed to cast spells, but they can use it if they get it somewhere else. You would probably start with operating the apparatus that pulls mana from the drawstones, which is an easy, if somewhat boring, task. From there, well, it depends where your talents lie.
Would it be anything dangerous?
Father asked. No, of course not. I would never ask you to go face a monster or anything like that. That's my job.
What's going on here?
Mother said.
Is Lord Noctra really just offering him a job? Why send Garrison members to drag him over there?
I didn't reply, but I agreed with Mother. Noctra wanted something more than what he was saying. I just wasn't sure what. From a purely selfish perspective, it would be best for me if Father rejected the offer. I could train him far better than some mage born and raised in a land that had never had a whiff of mana in the air anyway. And the last thing I needed was people who could actually sense mana coming around before I was ready for them.
Sounds like a great offer, Lord Noctra,
Father said.
Would it be all right if I spoke to my wife about this first, though? It isn't something I should just rush into on my own, you know?
Noctra sighed and said,
Are you sure? I would have thought this would be an easy decision for you.
If I were a single man with no children, I'd have already agreed. I've always loved mana. But this job, well, that's a pretty big change. Zelaya would want to know what's being offered before we just agree.
I see. Well then, if you're sure, you're sure.
Noctra reached down and pulled the wand free of its leg holster. It was a simple design, just a length of polished wood capped with a metal clip that held a chip of mana crystal. I knew better than anyone that size wasn't everything, but I had trouble imagining that tiny little fragment of crystal did all that much.
Nima somno diadro almus tisago,
Noctra said softly. Father jerked back, but not quickly enough to avoid being tapped by the wand. I couldn't see the mana, but I recognized those words. A sleeping spell, I said before Mother could ask. Fortunately for us, the scry spell was linked to the beacon in Father's pocket and wasn't affected by his physical state. That spell told me a few things. Noctra wasn't skilled enough to cast even basic spells without a verbal incantation to help him control his mana. The fact that he relied on a wand for such a weak spell was also telling. Finally, while that spell technically worked, it really was a roundabout and sloppy way to do it. A simple restructuring of the runes he'd named would have increased its efficiency, and 3 of those runes could have been replaced with a single, stronger one to lessen the mana cost significantly. All of that told me that Noctra was not well educated and not that strong. Probably. It was possible this was a one-off spell that he was particularly bad at, and he'd show far more skill with other enchantments. It was also possible that his specialty lay in another discipline. I couldn't underestimate the man just because he'd cast a single sloppy spell. The door opened and a woman walked in. My first impression was that she was quite tall, though given my relative stature, that was an impression I got from just about everyone these days. She had a severe frown, a scar running down the left side of her face that just missed her eye, and short-cut brown hair.
That could have gone better for you,
the woman said. Who's that? I asked Mother. I'd never seen her, and though I didn't know everybody's name, I'd thought I'd at least seen all the faces in the village.
Iskara,
Mother said.
Lord Noctra's assistant. She arrived with him years ago.
That must be the other adept, then. No real mana generation to speak of, but she could have a variety of spells available to her, as long as she had a source of external mana to tap into. Depending on what spells she knew and how skilled she was at using them, she might end up being even more dangerous than Noctra.
These damn peasants never do want to cooperate,
Noctra muttered.
You're sure he's an adept?
Iskara asked.
As sure as I can be about such things.
If you're wrong, the Cabal is going to add the mana cost to your debt. You know that, right?
You don't need to tell me that, Perfidy. The woman's lips curled up into a grim smile.
I do so love the old names. Don't you, Nocturne?
She said the name with a twist.
Noctra grimaced. Someday, I'll earn the right to be called that back again.
Someday.
She agreed.
Maybe even quite soon if you're right about him. What are you going to do?
Why, so you can report it all back to Sibilant?
Iskara shrugged and smiled again.
I'll do some more tests before I ship him out. I don't need another 2 years added to my time out here tending this backwater mana farm.
You've grown so cautious in the last few years,
Iskara said.
Be careful, or the Cabal might mistake it for cowardice. That's no way for a mage to behave.
Enough, Perfidy. If you're just here to heckle me, save both of us some time and go away. Or even better, make yourself useful and send in that Garrison idiot I've got total subjugation over. The big one. What was his name?
The one with the notch missing in his ear?
That's the one,
Noctra said with a nod.
I'll have some work for him later.
Iskara left and Noctra stared at Father's comatose form, a pensive look on his face and his wand nervously tapping against his arm. A minute later the door opened and a man dressed in garrison leathers entered. Noctra started to speak, but at that moment my mana ran dry and the scrying spell died. Mother jerked next to me and said,
Bring it back. We need to know what they're doing.
I can't, I said. I'm tapped out.
No. What can we do?
Nothing for the moment, I said. That doesn't mean we won't do anything at all, just that I need time to prepare.
How much time could your father possibly have?
I don't know, I said. I guess we'd better not waste it. Chapter 21. I wasn't ready for this, not yet. I could maybe face Noctra next week if I caught him by surprise out in the open without any protections. But I needed to finish my mana crystal and start filling it up before I had enough available mana to cast anything powerful enough to strike a mage down from beyond seeing range. If the problem was that I didn't have enough mana, there was a solution. I'd written it off the first time I'd considered it because it would draw all sorts of attention, and it wouldn't have made a difference. But now I was a day's time from completing my mana crystal. Then I could start filling it. It would still cause problems, but keeping Noctra from doing whatever he was going to do with my father took priority. I'd deal with the fallout later. We need the drawstones, I said as I stood up. I'll take the mana from them to complete my mana crystal.
What good will that do?
Mother asked, her voice bordering on hysterical. The first thing I'll do is shrink it to the size of a marble. Then I'll tap every drawstone this village has to fill it to the limit and take it with me to Noctra's manor. I think I ought to be able to take him with a full crystal to work with.
You can't,
Mother protested.
What about the barrier?
There is no barrier, I said bluntly. Noctra has been lying to everyone for years. Maybe there used to be one, but it's not there anymore. That mana's being used for something else, something he's keeping hidden from the village. Mother thought about it for a second, then gave a decisive nod.
We'll need to wait an hour or two for it to get dark,
she said.
Do you have something for getting through the door?
A phantasmal step spell would be the most straightforward solution. It would allow me to just walk through walls or doors, but it was also expensive enough that it would take my entire core's mana to use. I could do it, once. Getting back out would be a different story. It was riskier to go through the door directly, but far cheaper to use an unlock spell to get through. As long as no one saw me do it,
I could be in and out easily enough. The concern there was that doorways were natural places to put wards or other defenses. And while I'd never noticed any on the collector's office, I'd also never been within 30 feet of the door. Some spells were small enough or hidden well enough to require close inspection to find, and wards were a prime example. I could break any ward that might exist in a place like this, but only if I had enough mana in my core. Right now, I was as dry as I could possibly get. If I waited 3 hours, I'd have about half of my maximum. I didn't want to wait, but it wasn't like I could just walk up to the door in the evening while people were still out and about and force my way in. Depends on the defenses, but I should be able to. The lock won't be a problem. If they have magic, it'll get complicated. I can do it, as long as I have enough mana. The collectors brought out 4 drawstones every evening. Presumably they had at least 8, since we never missed a day, even though the ones they were using had to be sent to the manor to have their contents harvested. Noctra had said his assistant took care of that, and I'd never seen the woman before, so she probably didn't come into town too often. Unless she snuck into the office in the middle of the night to collect the mana, and then left as soon as she was done, there should be more than 4 stones. If I was unlucky, they'd all be fresh stones with no mana to steal. There was nothing I could do about that except get in there and find out. I'd be out the mana I used on the unlock spell, but that wouldn't set me back too much. If the plan failed, I'd switch from assault to rescue. It would be easy to scry on Father as long as he still had the button, but not impossible without it. One way or another, I could locate him. There was no point in getting ahead of myself. I knew almost nothing about what kind of defenses Noctra would have set up. Wards were almost a certainty, but he might have mechanical traps as well. From the sounds of it, he'd worked some sort of subjugation magic on at least a few of the garrison people, though not all of them. That meant I could expect guards that would assist him if it came to open combat. Beyond that, there could be anything there. I knew I was dealing with at least one mage, but if this other woman, Iskara or Perfidy or whatever her real name was an adept and had her own mana crystal, she might as well be a mage too. I'd be outnumbered and undersupplied for a fight against both of them at once. But if I looted the drawstones, I needed to be prepared to take out Noctra in the same night. Once that got back to him, he'd tear the village apart looking for whoever had done it. My family was already high profile to him now. We'd be the first people he'd investigate. I could hide myself from him, but the cost was so great I might as well just leave the village completely. And I was going to loot the drawstones. Short of walking around mana-draining people in their homes in the middle of the night, I didn't see another choice. Maybe if I went to the manor, I might find something I could drain in there, but that would leave me at Noctra's mercy if he caught me. Plus, I knew where the drawstones were. The same could not be said about a theoretical mana storage crystal located in the home of the most dangerous person in the village.
What can I do to help?
Mother asked. I hesitated to answer that. There were plenty of things she could do, in theory. Breaking in and getting the drawstones to bring to me would help, for example. I just wasn't sure if she could actually do that. There was one useful thing she could do that posed no risk, if she was willing. Focusing on generating as much mana as you can, I said. I'll do the same. As soon as it's fully dark, I'll mana drain you and then go for the drawstones.
What are you going to do about the collectors?
She asked. Hopefully not run into them.
What if they're still awake?
I paused. Why would that matter? Wait, do they live in that building? Mother nodded slowly, and I groaned. That was going to make things more difficult if they were awake. If it was just 1 or 2, I could put them to sleep using my own version of the spell Noctra had used on Father. It was far more efficient, but I didn't have enough mana to cast it on too many targets. Besides, the whole point of going there was to get more mana, not waste what I already had. I could probably pull off a Shadow Cloak spell, depending on my mana levels. It wasn't as good as true invisibility, but it might as well be in the dark. As long as they didn't shine a lantern on me, it was a last resort hiding spell. The Collector's headquarters was the same problem as Noctra's Manor. I just didn't know enough and didn't have the mana to fix that problem. I would be taking risks either way, but I lacked the ability to mitigate those risks right now. If only I'd had another month or two to finish my work, this would have been much easier. But that wasn't the world I was living in. This was the best path to saving my father, perhaps the only path with any real chance of succeeding. My body was 3 years old. Magic was my only advantage, and without mana, I had no magic. I just hoped I could get enough mana from the drawstones to overcome my handicaps.
Will you check on your father again before you go?
Mother asked. I hesitated to say yes. I wanted to, of course, but I would need to scry him again later to confirm his location. Checking on him now wouldn't change anything except to leave me with one fewer spells I could cast later. Slowly, I shook my head. I can't waste the mana, and I should concentrate on generating as much as I can now. Mother sat silently next to me, her hand still on mine, and we both did our best to prepare for the night to come. It was close to midnight now. My core was just under half full, enough for 3 or 4 small spells. I studied Mother's core, then sighed and shook my head. Even if I took every last bit of mana, it wouldn't cover the cost of the spell. I'd been hoping, and it was close, but just not quite enough. I'll be fine with what I have, I said.
Do you want me to walk with you?
She asked. I shook my head. It would be more suspicious if anyone saw me walking alone, but once I was there, it would cost me extra mana if I had to hide both of us. Since there was nothing she could do but physically carry the drawstones away, and I wasn't planning on actually moving them anyway, it was best if I went alone. Stay here with Seneca, I said. Our family is already in enough trouble without risking you getting caught trespassing too. I'm a precocious child. If anyone spots me, I was just wandering around, and it's not my fault they left the doors unlocked. If you get caught there...
You're not that precocious,
Mother said dryly.
And I don't think Lord Noctra is going to believe it anyway. Not with the obsession he's developed with your father.
No, probably not. But it's not likely to be him that catches me tonight. If I do get caught, I'll just have to move on to the next step with a little bit less mana than I'd hoped to have. Mother had no response to that. After a moment's pause, I stood up and said, I'll be back in 20 minutes, as long as nothing goes wrong. Maybe 30 if I have to dodge some collector who's up late.
Be careful, Graven.
I will, I promised.
There are 8 collectors,
Mother said.
Ayaka is the only one who might help you. If you get into trouble, try to talk to her. Explain what happened to your father. She's an old friend from when we were kids. If we're lucky, she'll choose us over Lord Noctra.
You don't think she would? I asked, surprised.
I don't know,
Mother said.
I hope so, but you never truly know how strong a friendship is until you put it to a test. It wouldn't be the first time that bond failed.
More of your mysterious past, I murmured. You really do need to tell me the full story when this is all over.
Maybe once your father gets back. It's more his story than anyone else's.
I wondered if Mother realized that I'd be killing Noctra in the process, possibly Iskara as well. She wasn't stupid. She had to have known. But if so, she'd never mentioned it once.
Be careful,
she said again. With a nod, I set off into the night.
Chapter 22. The village didn't really have a problem with theft, despite the fact that none of the homes even had doors, let alone locks. One part was that people just didn't have much worth stealing, but another part was that the population was so small. Everyone knew everyone, and if someone did steal a bracelet or a shirt or a garden spade, they were going to get caught immediately. I was sure there were people who would steal just for the thrill of it, but it hadn't been an issue in the last 9 months or so. Or if it had, I hadn't been made aware of it. Regardless, theft wasn't really a problem. People had no need to lock things up, or even to have locks in general. The collector's headquarters was an exception to that rule. It was made of the same mud bricks as every other hut in the village, but its windows had locking shutters, and the entryways both had actual wooden doors on them, with real locks. I spared a moment to wonder if the village blacksmith had made them. I'd never seen him produce anything more than farming tools, and most of that work was repair jobs. The village had a serious lack of raw metal to work with. There were 2 moons out tonight, luckily both small ones. Tuamar, the purple moon, and Lazarin, the red, hung in the sky, casting the world into shadows that I moved through. No curtains stirred in the huts around me as I walked by, and my steps were silent. I was constantly scanning for movement, but came up empty. Perfect. It took less than 10 minutes to make it to the village square, largely because without Seneca along to drag her feet the whole way, I was able to move at full speed. I approached the collector's headquarters cautiously, wary of any ward lines I might cross. I was confident there weren't any, but it would be foolish not to check, so I took half a minute to confirm there was nothing on the door or hidden behind it. Most of my confidence stemmed from the fact that while wards themselves might be difficult to see, I would have known instantly if there was a ward stone in the building to power them. At least, I would know if it was active and full of mana. Ward stones weren't necessary to set up a ward, but it wouldn't last very long off just the mana invested in it by a single mage. Considering how starved for mana the whole village was, I doubted Noctra was going to spare some for anywhere but his own manor. But on the off chance that he was inclined to do that, I couldn't think of a place more likely to be protected than right here. This was where all the mana he stole from the village was stored until he could take direct control of it, after all. Worse, it was all locked into a drawstone, where it could be taken by literally anybody who could lift more than 15 or 20 pounds. Even if they couldn't get the mana back out, it would be just as lost to Noctra. My suspicions were misplaced. There was no ward, not outside the door and not behind it. Noctra either didn't think his drawstones were worth protecting in such a manner, or he was just too mana poor to do even basic alarm wards. Or maybe he didn't know how. I had seen no actual evidence of any wards anywhere in the village, not even the supposed barrier that once protected us all from monsters. I couldn't afford to assume there wouldn't be any defenses ahead of me just because I hadn't seen them yet. It was imperative that my theft of mana from the drawstones go undiscovered until at least tomorrow. Tonight, I'd complete my mana crystal and start filling it. Then, just before dawn, I'd break into the manor and find Father. All of this assumed that the drawstones weren't empty. My unlock spell took a few seconds to finish analyzing the lock and manipulate it into opening, but then I was through. I closed the door silently behind me, but left it unlocked. If I was lucky, I'd be making at least 2 more trips before my mana crystal was portable, and I could finish draining the entire stash. And there was no point in wasting mana on repeatedly unlocking a door. It wasn't like anyone was awake to check on it anyway. At least, I hoped not. The inside of the building was significantly darker than the outside, illuminated only by the thin strips of magenta moonlight coming in around the outside edges of the shutters. The first thing I saw was the familiar 4 tables up against a wall to my right, 2 on the floor and 2 flipped upside down on top of them. The chairs were missing, but I spotted them a moment later on the far side of the room as part of a mismatched collection surrounding a dinner table, one which still had dirty plates and what passed for silverware sitting on it. Apparently, tidiness wasn't a prerequisite to join the collectors. Hopefully their drawstones were better organized and maintained. An open doorway behind the table led to a kitchen, which had a back door and no other exits. It was hard to tell with just the slivers of moonlight to illuminate the place, but I thought the kitchen wasn't in much better shape than their dining room was. Another doorway led to a simple office where the paperwork the collectors filled out every evening was stored. It had a single desk, flanked by shelves on either side, and the chair for it was missing. I glanced back at the table with its mismatched set and shook my head with a smile. The only other exit from the front room was a hall leading off to the right. It had entryways with curtains hanging from them every 10 feet or so on either side of the room, 8 in total. These, then, would be the bedrooms for the collectors, and the place I was most likely to be caught, despite being the darkest part of the building. I paused at the front of the hall to listen. Soft snores came from behind the curtain to my left. That was 1 collector accounted for, 7 more to go. I assumed they were all in their rooms, but that wasn't necessarily true. Worse, I could see candlelight coming from underneath the curtain on the 3rd room on the right. One of them could have fallen asleep without extinguishing the candle, but it was just as likely someone was awake in there. My target was the door at the end of the hall, and it was a door, unlike all the privacy curtains. I could barely see it in the dark, but I was willing to bet it had its own lock. Perhaps I could save myself some mana and swipe a key from one of the collectors, but that meant spending time trying to find it, and the risk of waking up whoever was in the room I ended up searching. I was getting ahead of myself. Maybe the door wouldn't be locked. Before I could find out, I needed to get down the hallway undetected. I moved forward slowly, ears straining to listen for noise. Since this was among the most dangerous parts of my attempted burgling, I even spent a bit of mana to use a sense-sharpening invocation for a few seconds. As I'd expected, that 3rd room on the right was the problem. There were 2 people inside, arguing softly, and I couldn't help but laugh to myself when I heard the subject.
"Look,"
a man said. I thought I recognized the voice as the collector who oversaw the table just next to the one my family was assigned to.
"It's your week to clean the dishes. That means getting the water too. Just because Soraya's sweet on you and normally brings it over doesn't mean you get to skip your chores when he's too busy."
I'll get it done tomorrow,
the other collector snapped. That voice I couldn't place. She was probably one of the collectors who did testings and the like.
"You say that, but every time your turn comes up, it's always excuses until Draken gets sick of looking at it and does it for you."
Roommate problems. A tale as old as time. I remembered back when I was 14, just before my core had ignited. I'd had similar fights with the 2 other kids I was living with. None of us were interested in cleaning anything, and in all fairness, we had very little worth the effort. Our home had been a run-down old shop that had been abandoned for decades. We were just the latest in a long string of squatters hiding from the sentinels there. This plan was a bust if I had 2 collectors up and moving around. It looked like I was going to have to spend some mana on a pair of sleep spells after all. My core was barely full enough to manage it, and if any other problem cropped up that required magic to overcome, I was going to be screwed. At the same time, I couldn't hide in the building for hours and hope that these 2 night owls would go to bed. There was a 3rd option that would only cost me half the mana, but it did leave me open to considerably more risk.
I could cast an aura of silence around myself that would prevent any sound I made from traveling more than a foot away from me. With that active, I could walk by the curtain and into the drawstone room and, as long as nobody looked out into the hallway, remain completely undetected. It would get me access to the drawstones, but I'd need to use it again when I left. It'd still be slightly cheaper than a pair of sleep spells, and it would have the advantage of not giving away that there was somebody in the village who was capable of casting intermediate-level enchantments. But if I had to make multiple trips, and the 2 collectors were still awake when I came back, it would be a net negative on the total amount of mana I harvested. On the other hand, if the drawstones were empty, I would only be wasting half as much mana to find out, since I could simply continue to channel the Aura of Silence spell and walk right back out. Using Aura of Silence to sneak past them when I knew I'd have to come back through here several more times was ultimately a losing strategy that only won out if there were wards on the door, or if the drawstones were empty. If I didn't come out of this with more mana than when I started, it was all pointless, and Father was likely doomed. Noctra needed to touch someone to cast his inferior version of a sleep spell, and he needed to verbally chant the runes that went into constructing it. I needed to do neither. All I required was a visible target, and even that could be accomplished through divination magic. But why waste the mana when I could simply pull the curtain aside far enough to peer into the room? "What the—" one of the collectors started to say when he saw my eye looking at him. He made it halfway out of his sitting position before collapsing back onto the bed and flopping over. The other one, the woman, had just enough time to look surprised and turn to face the doorway fully before I finished casting the second sleep spell. I winced when she dropped straight down to the floor, but she'd probably be fine. Based on the awkward position she'd fallen in, I expected her back would be killing her after she woke up. Oops. With that obstacle taken care of, it was time to find out whether this whole venture was worth it. I crept past the last 2 rooms and stopped in front of the door at the end of the hallway. Chapter 23. First things first, I checked for more wards. It wouldn't do to get caught in here after all that. It only took a few moments, and I was sure that opening the door wouldn't trigger any sort of alarms. The most common place to put such a trigger was a sort of trip line behind the door that would be broken by the very motion of the door itself. It was a weak but efficient style of warding. Not good for preventing anyone from gaining entry, but excellent for letting someone else know. This door didn't have anything like that on it. My hand hovered an inch over the door handle, but I didn't grab hold of it. There were no magical wards, but what about mechanical traps? It would have to be something easily disarmed so that the collectors could go in and out, if it existed at all. Or it would have to be something magical, keyed specifically to them as individuals, or to a token they'd carry with them. If it was magical, though, I'd be able to sense it. I focused all my attention on that handle as I examined it. Traps were, by their very nature, designed to be hidden, even more so than normal wards. There could be one on the door, just waiting for someone to touch it in order to activate. I could practically feel the mana hidden in the spell, tingling just below my fingers. Was there something there? Or was my imagination getting the better of me? I was right outside the door of a storage room holding the most valuable thing in the village, and so far, the only defense had been a simple lock on a wooden door that wouldn't have kept out a determined thief willing to put a bit of muscle into breaking in. That couldn't possibly be the only defense Noctra had for his drawstones. Some wards were designed to go off without the person who'd tripped them realizing it, but I was confident that even if I'd stumbled over such a ward, I would have felt the magic activate. It was far easier to feel active mana than it was to detect dormant wards,
So if there were going to be any defenses, then by process of elimination, this was the last reasonable spot to place them. I hadn't seen anything in my initial sweep, but I was still hesitant to touch the door. My fingers brushed the door handle ever so gently, and then I felt it. Hidden away, waiting for someone to wrap their hands around the handle and turn it, was the trap. Turning the handle was the trigger, so as long as I didn't do that, I was safe. Now that I had a physical connection, I could see it clearly. It was surprisingly advanced compared to everything else I'd seen from Noctra. It seemed like most of his magic fell into the novice or basic categories, but this trap was at least of intermediate difficulty. It was subtle, too, not at all like I was starting to suspect his repertoire consisted of. What was it he'd told my father? He has an assistant, an adept, who father would be taking over harvesting the mana from the drawstones for. Iskara, or Perfidy, as Noctra had called her. There was nothing stopping anyone from learning magic as long as they could source the mana to practice. Adepts usually weren't as skilled as mages, for the simple reason that the first thing any master did upon taking an apprentice was to ignite their core, thus turning adepts into mages regularly. But here, in this place, no one knew how to do that. It was entirely possible Iskara was a superior spellcaster to Noctra, limited only by her inability to generate her own mana. Would it even matter with this whole scheme they had set up? The village was donating 4 to 5 times as much mana as Noctra could produce himself every day. Regardless of who had cast it, I still needed to get through it. Fortunately for me, the hardest part of disabling any trap was finding it in the first place. After that, it only took a tiny bit of mana to break it. That was good, because a tiny bit was all I had left. What I needed here was basic mana control. There were spells to break traps, but by their very nature they were inefficient. It wasn't possible to create a spell that would work on every type of trap without some redundancies and wasted effort. Since I didn't have that luxury, I was instead going to perform the equivalent of building a spell live as I explored the trap. It would be good for disarming this trap exactly, and nothing else. I probed the structure of the spell with my senses and sent tiny little strands of my mana into it. I could just lash out wildly and overcome it through sheer damage, and I'd probably be safe from any feedback. But probably wasn't good enough. I spent 30 seconds fully infiltrating the paralysis trap until I understood exactly how it was constructed. Then I ripped the mana core right out of the enchantment and added its reserves to my own. No need to waste it. Extra mana was what I was here for, after all. I only got a sliver of the total spell, but it was still enough to recover a third of what I'd spent on one of those sleep spells. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. There was nothing but a rack filling the entire back wall and a workbench nearby. The rack had no less than 60 drawstones on it, far, far beyond what I'd expected to find. They were even organized with the fullest ones on the left and the empty ones all the way to the right. I immediately went to the full side and emptied the drawstone's internal reservoir. Pulling mana from it was a tricky and slow process without the appropriate tools, but my luck had run out when it came to the work desk being fully equipped. Tapping into a basic storage crystal was like opening a drawer and taking what I needed. Mana crystals were even easier, since in order to function properly they had to be attuned to their users. Nobody else could use my mana crystal, but I would lose almost none of the mana that I moved back and forth, and didn't even need to deal with converting it from what was essentially a block of ambient mana to match my core. Drawstones were more like playing with one of those finger-folding puzzles that were given to children. I could pull, but the drawstone pulled back. Too little force and I wouldn't get anywhere. Too much and I'd break the puzzle. I had to use just the right amount of pressure to pull the mana back out. Otherwise, the drawstone would eat the very mana I was trying to take to reinforce its own hold on what was left. All said and done, it took me about 20 seconds to completely fill my core. Every drawstone was a little bit different in how much pressure it took to tap into it, determined mostly by its size and density, in my experience. But most people who used them took pains to grind them down to a standard size. These weren't exactly uniform, but they were all pretty close. Most importantly, the drawstones on the full side each had enough mana to top me off, twice. By my extremely rough calculations after a minute's examination, I could refill my core 42 times with the amount of mana in this room. I needed an hour to finish my mana crystal, then another trip to refill my core, half an hour to work the transmutation that would shrink it down to a portable size so I could bring it back, and then another half hour of work to place the shielding on the crystal and drain the room dry. Then it would be time to pay Noctra and his maybe-better-than-him adept assistant a visit. With this much mana immediately available to me, I would be able to toss around a few advanced spells and end any fight against them quickly. For the first time since Father had walked away with those 2 garrison members, I felt some measure of confidence that I could win this. With my core full of stolen mana, there was no more reason for me to be inside the Collector's headquarters. I closed the door behind me, snuck down the hallway, and exited the building. It had barely been 5 minutes since I'd gone in, and everything was still and silent. Mother was awake and waiting for me in the garden when I got back.
How'd it go?
She asked when I came around the side of our hut and she spotted me. Perfect, I said. There's enough mana there to finish my mana crystal, shrink it down to a portable size, and burst into the manor with spells firing from both hands if I need to. I just need to finish the prep work first.
And your father?
I shook my head. Haven't checked. I'll scry on him again as soon as I'm ready to go. I finished the mana crystal in just under an hour while Mother hovered nearby. She didn't say anything, but I could feel the nervous energy roiling inside her. She wanted to move, to do something. But there was nothing she could do right now. Nothing except to wait and keep generating mana. It's done, I said, opening my eyes. The plain field stone I'd spent weeks perched on was now a shard of smooth, glittering crystal, the same dark violet as the night sky above. Right now it was empty, but as my mana filled it, it would look like the stars themselves were trapped inside.
It's beautiful,
Mother said softly. Just wait, I told her with a smile. It'll get better. I need to go steal more mana. I'll be back in a bit. She nodded, but didn't take her eyes off my mana crystal. With a silent laugh and a shake of my head, I ran back out into the streets to the village square. It was even later now, and the red moon, Lazarin, sat lower in the western sky. The pale violet sliver of Taumar was just barely visible between the crests of 2 mountains to the north. A good omen, if ever there was one. My sleeping spell was still holding when I slipped back into the Collector's headquarters, and none of the others had woken during my absence. I quickly finished draining the drawstone I'd started on the first time, then grabbed the next one in line and started on that. Once my core was full to bursting again, I snuck back out and returned to the garden. Next step, I told Mother, making this small enough to carry. Stone shape wasn't really designed for what I was using it for, but it would work in a pinch. The spell cost me a little over a quarter of my mana normally, but since I was using it on a mana crystal instead of a random rock, it was almost twice as expensive. I cast it slowly over the next minute, and the crystal shrunk down until it was small enough to fit in my hand. Unfortunately, the spell didn't change the weight. I now had a hyper-dense mana crystal able to hold 200 times as much mana as my own core, and it still weighed at least 50 pounds. I could fix that too, but it was going to cost me the rest of my mana to do so. The spell was called Gravity Twist, and its effect was simple: make things lighter or heavier. Like all enchantments, it required me to create an artificial core of mana to serve as a power source, but in this case I was modifying it to draw its mana from the crystal itself. If my mana crystal was ever drawn completely dry, the enchantment would break, and it would immediately return to its normal weight. As long as the spell was active, though, it would weigh about half a pound. As soon as I was done casting it, I reached down and picked up the crystal. It had one solitary flickering light in its depth, a star about to burn out.
"It's ready,"
Mother asked. "Not yet," I said. "One last trip to the drawstones to fill it full of mana before the weight-reducing enchantment starves and breaks. If that happens, I won't be able to move it. Next time I come back, we'll check on Father. I promise." Chapter 24. I had less than 20 minutes to get some more mana into this crystal before the enchantment broke and it became unmovable. Under better circumstances, that wouldn't have been an issue. I would have adequately filled the mana crystal's reserves before casting the spell, or I would have finished the mana lattice my own core needed to increase my regeneration rate. Tonight, it was just one more time-sensitive issue on top of all the others. I needed to get back to the Collector's headquarters and steal the rest of the mana from the drawstones. I needed to get over to Noctra's Manor and rescue Father before they did whatever it was they were planning on doing. I wasn't even clear on what that might be. I'd been resisting the temptation to spend a bit of mana to scry on the beacon I'd given Father for the last few hours. It was a cost I simply couldn't afford. Not when I might very well need every spell I could cast to defeat a mage and an adept who might just be the more competent of the pair. What little evidence I'd gleaned so far certainly pointed in that direction. I made my way back across the village for my final trip, slipped inside the collector's office on the north side of the square, and paused to listen. As many times as I'd gone in and out, no one had caught me so far. But it only took one incident for this whole thing to fall apart. I did not have the mana left to cast any sort of spells, nor did I have the time to wait for my core to refill. Luck was not on my side tonight, it seemed. The 2 collectors I'd sent into an enchanted slumber were still out, but I hadn't taken the time to extinguish the candle in the room. My best guess was that someone else had woken up and seen it, then realized they couldn't wake their colleagues. Several more candles had been lit in the hallway, and I could hear the voices of 2 people in the room, not the original 2 occupants. I hid in the shadows of the front room and silently watched the hallway. It didn't seem likely that anyone had bothered to check the storage room, since the door was still closed like I'd left it. Then again, I was making that assumption because I didn't think the collectors could tell if the trap on the door had been triggered, or if anyone had tampered with the drawstones. At least not with a casual inspection. Still, if they did know someone had done something, it felt like there would have been a bigger scene. Instead of everyone being up and all the candles being lit, it was just a pair of voices in a room discussing the 2 unconscious collectors. I couldn't hear the whole conversation, but it sounded like they'd decided the 2 had eaten some bad food. Ridiculous, but I supposed a magical attack wasn't the first thing that came to anyone's mind here in this village. There was only one mage, and there was no reason Noctra would show up in the middle of the night and place 2 of his own employees under an enchanted sleep. The best way to deal with this situation was going to be risky. Even if I was willing to sap what little mana I had left in my crystal, it wouldn't be enough to throw a sleep spell. I needed more mana in order to have options, and that mana was at the end of the hall behind that door. I didn't have the time to wait for people to leave, and there was every possibility these two might decide to wake up the other four, making my own situation even more precarious in the process. I started creeping across the floor. It had been a lot of years since my days surviving by stealing things, but I still remembered all the things I'd learned as a boy the first time around. Maybe I was a bit out of practice, but it wasn't like I was trying to slip past trained guards armed with magical equipment. I didn't even have to worry about creaking floorboards here, where every home's floor was just hard-packed earth. Besides, I weighed less than 40 pounds and was barely 3 feet tall. I wasn't going to be easy to spot in the dark unless I went out of my way to draw attention. Hopefully, the two collectors would be too focused on their friends to watch the hallway behind them. Unfortunately for me, they had tied the curtain open and let the candlelight spill out into the hall, so there was a spot a few feet wide where all they had to do was look up to catch me. I'd just have to make sure no one was looking when I crossed it.
"What kind of food poisoning does this?"
a male voice said, heavily laden with scorn.
"I don't know what else it could be,"
a second man said. I recognized that voice. It was Draken, the collector who manned the table my family was assigned to.
"Damned if I know either, but let's not go attributing it to something stupid like food poisoning."
I made my way down the hallway, pausing at each door to make sure I didn't hear anyone moving inside. There were 2 with the curtains pulled aside, both empty. Of the remaining 6, 5 were closed, and the final belonged to the now crowded room with 4 different collectors in it.
"Do you think we should go tell someone?"
Draken asked.
"Probably. Boo."
"Iskara?" There was a pause in the conversation there, followed by an emphatic,
"No. She creeps me out."
I paused at the open curtain and carefully peered in. I did catch a bit of luck there in that the curtain was tied back on my side, which allowed me to make a sliver of space to peer through by adjusting it slightly. If either collector had been looking at it directly, they might have noticed the motion, but their attention was on each other and my previous 2 victims. One had his back to the doorway, which was just perfect. But Draken was facing to the side. If I tried to cross now, he'd definitely see me. The candlelight wasn't much to see by, but it was strong enough to stretch all the way across the hall. There was no way I was going to casually walk past without something in the situation changing. I had a few options, though none were particularly good. I could extinguish the candle with a bit of elemental manipulation, for example. But if I did that, there was a very good chance the collectors would start looking around to try to figure out why a candle had just gone out on its own, hours before it should have burnt out. Since there were no breezes inside the building, at least not this far away from the windows, that seemed like a temporary solution that would cause more trouble down the line. Sleep was too expensive, even if I just wanted to get one of them. Shadow Cloak might work if I hugged the far wall, but it would be risky, and I'd need to spend time generating some more mana. Maybe I could do it before my mana crystal's gravity twist enchantment broke, but I didn't want to bet on it. I really just needed a distraction, something that would pull their eyes away from the doorway for a second or 2. This was my last trip. As long as I could get into the storage room undetected, I could work in silence to drain away the rest of the mana trapped in the drawstones. If someone interfered partway through, I would have plenty of options to take care of them. The room was as bare as anything else in the village, just a pallet, a small side table, and a few trinkets sitting on it. The candle was there, next to a quill and ink pot. The pot was ceramic, its top sealed closed with a chunk of wood cut down to size and held in place with wax. It wasn't that close to the edge of the table, certainly not enough to fall on its own. Minor telekinesis was about the cheapest spell in existence, though, and I could certainly nudge it an inch or two to get it into position. With any luck, the thump would be the distraction I needed. If either of these collectors could sense mana like Father could, this plan wasn't going to work. Shielding my own core was possible now that I had the mana generation to accomplish it. Shielding an active working of magic was a whole different skill, one that was considerably more expensive. If I'd had the mana to spare, I would have done it anyway, just to be safe. With the dregs I'd generated over the last 15 minutes, I reached out to the ink pot and slid it sideways ever so slowly. Neither collector noticed, and it was an effort of will to keep myself from breathing out in relief. The pot was halfway over the edge of the side table now, and I readied myself to make my move. It fell to the ground with a nice thunk. Both men looked over at it, with Draken saying, "What was that?" He took a step over and looked down at the floor. Perfect. I took 3 long steps past the hallway. Long for me, at least. Any adult who'd witnessed it would probably have laughed at my little legs pumping. But the important part was that I did it quickly and silently. Neither collector noticed, and I passed through the light back into the darkness. I paused just for a moment at the last set of curtains, then reached up to twist the handle on the storage room door. I made my way into the drawstone storage room, carefully closed the door behind me to keep it from making any noise, and got to work. With 2 conscious collectors less than 20 feet away, I wanted a full mana core immediately. As long as I got that taken care of, it wouldn't matter if they found me. I could handle interference at that point. With my ears open and trained for the sound of either collector leaving the room, I got to work. It wasn't a hard job, just time-consuming, and it left me plenty of time to think about my next move. More specifically, I needed to consider what I was going to do with Noctra and Iskara, and what the long-term consequences would be. If I removed them both from power, someone would have to run the village. Someone would have to take care of whatever magical tasks they tended to. Then again, the barrier didn't work anyway. What exactly Noctra did, besides roast the occasional monster that got too close to the village, was a mystery to me. If I deposed him, I'd be the one stuck doing his chores until I could train someone else up to take over. On the other hand, he was obviously bilking the village in some sort of mana harvesting scheme. It might be a lot nicer place to live if I got rid of him. There was one serious concern I hadn't put much thought into yet. Noctra and Iskara were part of some cabal, and killing them might bring even more mages looking. Whatever was happening with the mana harvested from the villagers, disrupting that supply was bound to bring more attention down on us. That might not be a fight I could win, so I needed to carefully consider my options before committing myself to it. Of course, if the choice was between keeping my father alive or keeping the peace with some far-off collection of predatory mages, well, that wasn't much of a choice at all, was it? Chapter 25. The hardest part of cleaning out the storage room was reaching the drawstones on the top shelves. There was a chair, but even standing on that, it was a struggle to get to the top 2 rows. I ended up climbing the shelf to sit on the top while I was accessing the uppermost row of drawstones. Sometime while I was working, the 2 collectors left the bedroom they'd been standing in. One of them left the building, but the other went and woke the remaining 4 up. At that point, I only needed about 10 minutes to finish draining the last of the drawstones, and if I was lucky, no one would check the storage room. If they didn't leave me a clear way to escape, I'd waste a bit of mana on a phantasmal step spell to pass through the wall, but I was hoping they'd go somewhere else. I didn't think I had good odds of sneaking back out through the door, especially since someone was going to realize that I'd left it unlocked. My hope was that the collectors all knew about the trap on the door to the storeroom and would stay out. Even if one of them was running for Noctra's home, I'd be gone well before they got back. In that one respect, I got lucky. With hindsight, I should have gone right back out into the hall after I drained the first few stones and cast sleeping spells on the other two collectors, but I'd let myself become overeager and blinded by all the mana available to me, and in my rush to claim it, I hadn't properly considered the consequences of leaving the collectors awake. Now I would deal with an enemy who was on his guard. Oh, he wouldn't know it was me that was coming, but that hardly made a difference. Then again, being on his guard didn't make much of a difference either. My mana crystal was more than half full. I had enough mana to cast 50 or so spells sitting in there. If I needed to, I could even cast a few bigger ones, though I couldn't imagine a scenario where that was the most efficient use of my limited resources. I used a basic sensory invocation to sharpen my hearing and confirm that 5 of the collectors were still awake and talking to each other. It sounded like they'd all moved to the front room and were sitting around the table out there. Assuming no one had found a way to break my sleeping spell, that left 2 collectors snoozing and 1 unaccounted for. I could do some basic scrying to determine where he was, perhaps try to combine it with a long-range sleep spell to knock him out, but that would increase the cost 10-fold, and the simple truth was that I just wasn't impressed with the village's defenses. Perhaps it was sheer arrogance, but more likely it was the half-full mana crystal in my pocket that fueled my confidence. I would strain my resources, but I could use a series of Shadow Leap spells to get to Noctra's base in under a minute, and probably still have enough left over to blast him to oblivion. As long as Iskara didn't interfere, I could have this whole threat ended in the next 5 minutes. But while it certainly seemed like I'd need to do something about Noctra at some point, that wasn't the goal tonight. He was clearly using the village to farm mana, possibly to pay off some sort of debt by the sounds of it. I wasn't going to let that just continue to happen, but I wanted to be in a good enough place to deal with the fallout before I made my move. I glanced around the pitch-black storage room, visible to my eyes only because of my magic. I'd already made my first move, now that I thought about it. The only thing left to do was play it out and see how it went. Given my advantages, I was confident in my odds. Noctra would no doubt have some tricks of his own, and probably many times as much mana available to him as I had. But I'd seen the quality of his spells. There was no way I was going to lose to some apprentice-rank mage like him. Phantasmal Step was one of the most advanced spells I'd used since my reincarnation. It took me about 3 seconds to put the spell together, mostly because I wanted to make sure I'd done it as efficiently as possible, and I walked through the back wall of the room like it wasn't there. The spell only lasted long enough for me to completely step out onto the street bordering the east side of the collector's headquarters before it unraveled. It took most of the mana sitting in my core to cast the spell, and I took a moment to draw more mana from my personal crystal. Then I circled around and hustled down the streets as fast as my short little legs could carry me. Just as I was turning the corner, I heard a door open behind me and a voice say,
"Is someone out here?"
If I wasn't mistaken, that would be Ayaka. Fortunately for me, I was already rounding the corner when the door opened, and I doubted she'd seen me in the dark. Even with both the purple and red moons in the sky, there were so many shadows that I blended right into them. Whatever Ayaka thought she'd heard or saw, she didn't take any actions beyond looking out the door and then closing it again. Mother was waiting for me inside our hut when I got back. She looked up sharply as I slipped past the curtain that served as our front door, then shot a glance at Seneca's sleeping form before she asked in a harsh whisper,
"You've done it, then?"
"I have," I told her. I held up the crystal to show her and added, "There's more mana in this thing now than I could make in 3 weeks of continuous effort."
"Good. Now use it to save your father."
"Right. First thing is to find out where he's being held." I gave Mother my hand and focused on scrying on the beacon I'd given Father.
A vision of my father laying on his side filled my mind, hands bound behind his back and a gag in his mouth. Other than being bound, it didn't look like he was hurt. Of far more concern was that he seemed to be in some sort of cart, but it was too dark to see without magic. I pulled the spell back a bit to see the cart had a blanket thrown over the top of it, and a good one at that. The blankets I was familiar with were threadbare, to put it nicely. This one was in fantastic condition, and didn't look to have been woven from the cotton-like fibers grown here in the village. It wasn't much of a stretch to assume it had come from Noctra's manor. A donkey was hitched up to the cart, and walking next to it was someone from the garrison who was close to 7 feet tall and had a series of scars across his face. Part of one ear was missing, and a chunk had been sliced out of his nose.
That's Nermit,
Mother told me.
He, got hurt as a boy.
It affected his brain?
Yes.
That made sense. Subjugating someone else's mind wasn't an easy process, but targeting the extremely young or the mentally feeble made the process easier. Since small children generally couldn't contribute much as a subjugated slave, Nermit was a logical choice to start with. Still, the ongoing mana costs associated with the spell must have irked Noctra, just judging by the average monthly harvest he could expect. I doubted he had more than 1 or 2 subjugations running. Even one wasn't an efficient use of his mana. There was very little need for a muscle-bound slave in this village, not when everyone was obeying Noctra willingly. I returned to examine the scene. They were obviously moving father somewhere. Perhaps the manor was too open and Noctra had a secret base hidden away somewhere. If that were the case, it might be better to let them finish transporting father so I knew where it was. On the other hand, it would be easier to rescue him if I only needed to break the subjugation enchantment holding Nermit's brain hostage. Perhaps I'd follow them until they were close to their destination and step in at that point. Father was in fine shape. He'd survive another hour under the sleep spell. Mother gasped so loud that I shot a glance at Seneca to see if she'd woken up, before turning back to Mother to ask, "What's wrong?"
That's outside the village,
Mother said.
They've taken your father down the west road and left the village behind. He's at least 5 miles away, maybe more.
My heart sank. 5 miles was a lot to catch up. I briefly considered my options. A spectral steed could do it, but without ambient mana to feed the spell as it ran, it would fall on me to keep it powered. 5 miles at minimum, plus however far they got between now and when I caught up, would take perhaps 20 minutes. If I had any mana left by the time I caught up, it wouldn't be enough to rescue father with. Plus, the spell itself wasn't designed for a single traveler. It could make up to 3 mounts, but the mana cost was the same regardless. Dumb spell. I vaguely remembered thinking that I should find a way to modify it to be cost-efficient for a single traveler. But by the time I'd had the knowledge to do so, I'd advanced far beyond ever needing it. Shadow Leap was completely out. I'd run myself dry in under a mile. Flight was a possibility, but it had a lot of the same problems using a spectral steed did in terms of maximum speed, and it had even more expensive mana costs associated with it. There was a game that apprentice mages liked to play back when I was young. It involved using a novice invocation to temporarily reduce their weight while holding onto a wooden framework with a piece of canvas stretched across it, then using elemental manipulation to blast themselves with air to fly up into the sky. Steering was difficult, and it required holding 2 channeled spells at the same time, which apprentice mages sometimes struggled with. A few of them got around it by creating temporary enchantments that would handle the weight reduction invocation. But it did have 2 things going for it. The spells were fast and cheap. That was exactly what I needed right now. I glanced around the house to find the piece of cloth with the fewest number of holes in it, and settled on our front door curtain. "I need to borrow this," I told Mother as I gestured toward the curtain.
What? Why?
"I'm going to use it to fly out after Father."
What? No, are you insane? You can't go out there, especially not by yourself. The monsters!
"What monsters?" I asked. "The barrier doesn't work. Probably never did. They're already miles out and no monsters have come after them. I think that the presence of monsters outside the village has been severely exaggerated. It took me igniting my core to draw in one single monster, and right now I could kill dozens of them without running out of mana. I just needed to get out there, break the enchantment on Father, and get us back to the village. Then I'd do something about Noctra and Iskara. And after that, well, I'd worry about that tomorrow." I jumped up and started pulling the curtain down, then paused at the sight of 3 members of the village garrison walking down the street. Maybe they were just doing a routine patrol. That could be a normal thing that I never knew about because I was always asleep. Prior to igniting my core, this toddler body had required an enormous amount of sleep to function. On the other hand, what do you think Noctra was planning on doing with the rest of us after he kidnapped Father? I asked. Chapter 26. Before I could consider any other actions, Mother poked her head out over me and looked at the approaching garrison members. One raised his hand in greeting, and she hesitantly returned the wave.
"Little late for your little one to be up, isn't it?"
the man said. I tried to think if I knew any of them. All 3 looked familiar, and I knew I'd seen them around the village, but I couldn't put names on any of their faces.
It's my fault, I'm afraid,
Mother said.
I've been up late waiting for Celis to get back, and I woke him up on accident.
"About that,"
the man said.
"we actually need you and your 2 children to come with us up to Lord Noctra's manor. Celis is doing some work for him, and it's going to be a long-term project from what I hear. So he requested his family join him."
I wasn't sure if the man was lying, or if he was just relaying the lie he'd been told and didn't care enough to examine it. But I wouldn't have believed it even if I hadn't already been spying on Father when Noctra had sent him into an enchanted slumber. There were just too many obvious flaws in that reasoning.
Celis wanted you to wake us all up in the middle of the night to walk a mile so we could go back to sleep somewhere closer to him, where we're going to be staying for an unknown length of time?
Mother asked, her voice flat.
Are you going to be sending some people around to keep our garden from being overrun with weeds?
"Well, that is... no, that's not really what we do. You know, busy with our own jobs and..."
The man stuttered through his excuses while Mother stood there, arms crossed. I waited to see if they'd give up, or if this would turn into a kidnapping once we didn't come voluntarily. Considering that it didn't take 3 people to deliver a message, I had my suspicions about how this whole thing was supposed to play out. One way or another, their orders were to get my entire family up to that manor, probably so that Noctra could examine us to see if there was any other talent he could exploit in the family. For a moment, I considered playing along. I needed to go there anyway if I was going to take care of our governor, but with my father being miles out into the wasteland already, I had to prioritize. Beyond that, it wasn't a good battle strategy to let an opponent dictate the terms of the meeting. While I was confident I'd win a fight between the 2 of us, it would be even easier to do if Noctra didn't realize he was in a fight until I'd already hit him once. 1 hit was all it should take.
"I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, Zelaya,"
the garrison member said.
"Lord Noctra's instructions were quite clear."
A basic sleep spell, cast by an archmage who knew what he was doing, needed 1 second to take effect on its target. I started with the one in the back and hoped the other 2 wouldn't notice, since I'd need to tap into my mana crystal between casts. It took me 6 seconds to get all 3 of them, ending with the guy who'd been arguing with Mother right as he was saying,
"What in the—"
"This is a complication we didn't need," I said, one hand still on the curtain. "I don't think you can stay here now. Noctra is already targeting you. He's going to get much more aggressive when he finds out about all the people I've put spells on." There would be no denying that there was another mage in town at that point. If we were lucky, he'd think it was a coincidence that was in no way connected to my family. Maybe he'd think someone else from the Cabal he'd been talking to Iskara about had shown up to sabotage him. This whole thing was going to put him on his guard, but I didn't have much choice. I could kill Noctra, or I could go rescue Father. Since they weren't in the same location anymore, I didn't have enough mana or time to do both. I wasn't even sure if I'd have enough mana to get back once I'd rescued him. We could very well end up walking, and since it looked like I'd need to take my family with me now, it was going to be even more expensive to get out there. Fortunately, the elemental manipulation portion of the combo wouldn't cost more just because I had passengers. It was by far the more expensive part to keep going anyway. "Get enough food to last us a week and pack it up," I said, my mind made up. "You and Seneca will have to come with me. We'll find a secure place to hole up until I can neutralize Noctra, and it's safe to come back home."
"You want us to go out into the wastelands?"
Mother asked, her voice incredulous.
"You have no idea how much danger we'd be in."
"Less than if you stay here?" I asked. "Do you think the man who kidnapped your husband and sold him off is above taking you hostage? Do you think he's going to let you just go on with your day as if nothing happened?" Mother's lips pressed into a thin line as she glared down at the 3 unconscious people in the street in front of our house.
"Fine,"
she said as she grabbed the basket near our table and walked out to the garden to start harvesting food. The weight reduction spell I had in mind was only usable on myself as an invocation, but there was a more expensive version that had looser requirements at the cost of worse efficiency. It would be almost 3 times as expensive to maintain, but it did have the benefit of a higher maximum weight reduction. I'd be able to make back some of the mana spent on it by needing less mana for the elemental manipulation portion of the combination. I floated the 3 garrison members into the house and left them in a row out of sight of the doorway. Someone would probably find them first thing in the morning anyway, when they saw that the curtain was missing, but there was only so much mana I was willing to waste hiding them. Besides, they'd wake up in about 8 hours anyway. The worst of the preparations was waking Seneca up. That was a whole chore in and of itself, one I was happy to leave to Mother. My sister did not appreciate being woken in the middle of the night, but I was busy plotting out our course with an application of applied scrying spells. I was no judge of distance, but I thought the 5-mile estimate was too conservative. It was probably more like 7 or 8. This was going to be tricky, especially with 2 passengers, a basket of food, and a sail that had no framework to keep it open. I needed to keep no less than 4 spells channeled at the same time to make this work, plus repeated castings of another one. I started with the same gravity twist enchantment my mana crystal was under on the basket of food. That done, I could safely banish it from my thoughts and concentrate on the harder tasks. First was a pair of featherweight spells for my mother and sister, followed by the novice tier weight reduction for me. All 3 of us combined now weighed less than 10 pounds. Then I channeled minor telekinesis to stretch the blanket out across a frame of magic that I held onto. And then I did the hardest part. I summoned the winds to push us up into the air. It wasn't enough to simply go up high, though. I needed to keep us flying in the right direction, a feat which would have been far simpler by itself, and if Seneca hadn't immediately started screaming. In all fairness, Mother let out her own strangled gasp of surprise, but she at least kept the volume low. The last thing I saw in the cool darkness below was the face of Malra, our nosy neighbor, gawking up at us from her window. It was far too taxing to keep elemental manipulation going the entire time, so I resorted to sending repeated gusts of air into the curtain to propel us up and give us some speed, then let us drift for half a minute or so before repeating the action. We didn't make the best time, but I saved myself a dozen or more cores worth of mana over the next few hours. Part of my task while I was scrying out the route to Father's cart was also to determine a safe place for my family to stay until they could all return home. I'd noticed a few possible candidates, but one spot in particular struck me as completely inaccessible without a pair of wings. It would leave anyone there stranded if they had no magic, but it should also keep any local predators from getting at them. It was just far enough out of the way that I couldn't easily tell if it would actually save me any mana to take them there first. Luckily for me, there was an easy way to make the decision without relying on mana calculations. "Mother, do you want me to take you directly to the safe location I found, or should we retrieve Father first?" I asked over the wind.
"We should go to your father first,"
she said back. "It will put Seneca at risk," I told her. Mother had both of us in her arms, pressed up against her chest, while the basket of food was held in one hand down by her waist. I detached the telekinetic frame holding the curtain open around her chest, and had been manipulating my own weight to help steer and keep us at a good altitude. We were actually flying backwards so that the wind would hit Mother's back, except for the ones I created and sent directly into our sail. It was pretty uncomfortable for everybody involved, and I'd already burned through a third of my mana crystal's reserves. She took a few moments to consider, then said,
"Drop us off first."
"Changing direction," I warned her as I summoned another gust of wind to shuft the curtain while simultaneously dropping my weight as low as it could go. We gained another 10 feet or so of air and started gliding more north than west. Below us, the landscape had become mostly hills, and I angled us toward one of the smaller mountains at the foot of the range beyond those. There was an isolated ledge there that led back into a wide, shallow ravine. It was all but impossible to reach without wings or magic, and I figured they'd be safe there for an hour while I finished my business. I restored their weights to normal and broke the enchantment on our food basket after we landed. Seneca clung to Mother hard enough that I knew it had to be hurting to have fingers digging into her like that, but Mother just stroked her hair and held her tightly.
"Go bring your father back, Graven,"
Mother said.
If Nermit gets in your way, you do what you have to do."
I said. "Quite bloodthirsty of you."
"Just get him back,"
she said grimly.
"We'll figure out what to do next after that."
I nodded once. It wouldn't come to that. Nermit was just as much a victim as Father, after all. But I did hope it didn't cost me too much mana to break the mental subjugation enchantment he'd been burdened with. Leaving him out there in that kind of state was just a slower, more painful way of killing the poor man. I spread the blanket out with telekinesis, lowered my weight down to a mere 2 pounds, and let the summoned gust of wind carry me back up into the sky. Chapter 27. It took a bit more scrying to pinpoint exactly where the cart hauling my father's comatose body was. One of the drawbacks with low-level scrying magic was that it wasn't good at pulling back from the target to hunt for landmarks. And even if it could, it wasn't like this part of the world had plenty of unique and diverse landscape going for it. It was a lot of rolling hills covered in patchy scrub grass, with mountains to the north and south, curving around to meet each other far to the west. Presumably, there would be some trails down in the lowlands, but since I passed on catching up to Father long before the cart got to that point, I didn't concern myself with locating them. Eventually, the easier solution became to use sensory-enhancing invocations to sharpen my eyesight so that I could look through the night and the distance while I drifted up in the air. It was around 2 a.m. when I spotted the cart. Once I got close enough, it wasn't that hard since it was the only thing moving.
I hadn't seen a single one of the supposed monsters that roamed the wastes, but maybe they were all just asleep. Somehow I doubted it. The next part was going to be delicate. I had no idea what orders Nermit had rattling around in his poor, abused brain, and I didn't want to have to kill the man in self-defense if Noctra had given him a command like, "Attack anything that gets close to you." At the same time, trying to do a cerebral deep dive while maintaining 3 other channeled spells that were only being powered thanks to my ability to pull a constant stream of mana from my crystal didn't appeal to me. The best way to approach the cart would be either by opening with a spell to incapacitate Nermit, or by using something to effectively hide myself from his notice. I was leaning towards a stealthier approach, simply because subjugated individuals were notoriously hard to incapacitate if their masters had set things up properly. I wouldn't be able to tell whether Noctra had managed that until I got in there and started rooting around, and that would be much easier to do if Nermit wasn't actively trying to murder me at the time. The stealthy approach had its own drawbacks, mainly because I was using a curtain as a sail to glide through the air. It wasn't the noisiest way to travel, but it was eye-catching, even at night. It was incredibly rare to get a night without a single moon, and tonight was no exception. Nalison, the blue moon, would probably set before the sun came up, but that didn't mean another moon wouldn't rise to take its place, and since I was nowhere near an astronomer's conservatory, with access to their books and notes, I had no idea where we were in the lunar cycle. Honestly, things looked so different up here that I wasn't even sure what part of the world I'd been reborn in. The cart was moving slow enough that I could land 1,000 or so feet behind it and spend some mana to catch up. A combination of Shadow Cloak and Aura of Silence would keep me unnoticed if I stayed on the ground, though it would admittedly cost me 2 or 3 full cores worth of mana to keep it running for a few minutes. I shook my head. There was no reason to chase the cart down when I could just land far enough ahead that Nermit wouldn't notice me, and I could wait for it to catch up. That would also give me time to regenerate some mana in my core. Ideally, all of my spells would be fueled by my own mana, so I didn't lose 1/5 of it to transference loss with my mana crystal. That was more of a goal than a current reality, at least until I grew my core to Stage 3. I was conflicted about Stage 3 right now. I didn't need to make a decision yet, but I needed a fully grown body to do Stage 3 properly, and I wasn't interested in waiting 20 years for that. When I'd made my original plans, I hadn't factored having a family that I cared about into them. Artificially advancing my body would affect my relationships with them. Reversing that age later was possible, but came with some significant drawbacks that made it dicey. I doubted I could do it without damaging my mana core. I sat on a rock 50 feet off the trail Nermit was leading the donkey down and considered how far I'd deviated from my pre-reincarnation plans already. Being born into a mana desert had wreaked havoc on my schedule. I should have already possessed a Stage 2 core and aged myself up to at least prepubescence. The lack of ambient mana, combined with the bad luck of the village being used as a mana farm, really had been just about the worst possible outcome I could have gotten, short of being killed as an infant. Even that might actually have been better, if it had happened soon enough for the reincarnation magic to cycle again. But if I hadn't been born as Graven, I wouldn't have my family now, and I loved my family. Of course, if I'd reawakened my past memories as soon as I'd been born, that might have played out differently as well. The Graven part of my personality would never have had a chance to grow. The ethics of the whole situation were murky, to put it mildly. That was bound to happen when pushing the limits of reality, however. As far as I was aware, I was in uncharted philosophical territory. The closest I could think of was body snatching as a form of immortality, but the ethics of that weren't that hard to tease out. When the body I was inhabiting was my own reincarnation, things got a bit hazier. Or maybe it was just as clear-cut. Maybe I was a monster. If I considered my former identity to be separate from my new incarnation, that would mean I'd stolen Graven's life from him at the tender age of 2 years and a few odd months. If someone else had done it and I'd found out, would I condemn them? My musing was interrupted by the creaking of cartwheels and the steady clop of the donkey's hoofs as it pulled my father along. I hopped down from the stone I'd been perched on and cast Shadow Cloak over me to blend into the shadows before creeping toward the sound. If possible, I wanted to save some mana and not use Aura of Silence to cover my approach. But that would depend on exactly how observant Nermit ended up being. I could only make out his towering silhouette without an invocation to sharpen my eyes, but that was enough to keep track of him. A sleep spell would be easiest, if it succeeded. I was hesitant to try any enchantments that affected Nermit's brain until I got a chance to look at exactly what kind of subjugation magic had been worked on him. A physical restraint would probably be better for his health, though it wouldn't be anywhere near as efficient. I approached the road, timing my steps with the clopping beat of the donkeys, and I was already within 5 feet of the cart before Nermit jerked in surprise and peered at me.
"Something there?"
he asked, his voice dull and slurred. Surprising, but too late. Magic danced between my fingers as I approached him. Nermit was so focused on whatever sliver of movement he'd seen through the shadows hiding me that he didn't even see me approach. In a fight against a trained warrior, I might have suspected he was baiting me in. But, despite his position as a member of the village garrison, Nermit was the farthest thing from being trained. I reached out to touch the back of his hand and discharged the paralyzing grasp spell I'd cast onto him. His body stiffened mid-step, and he fell over with a meaty thump. I winced at the sound, hoping I hadn't hurt him too bad, and hopped over him to grab the donkey and slow it to a stop. It obeyed placidly and showed no interest at all in what was happening around it. The practical side of me demanded I immediately get to work on Nermit. He was a threat, and I'd only temporarily neutralized him. The paralysis would last at most 10 minutes, possibly less. Considering how big he was, I wouldn't be surprised if he shrugged it off sooner. The spell worked directly on the target's muscles, and the more mass there was, the harder it was to affect all of them. The sentimental side wanted to go check on Father and break the sleeping enchantment he was under. That probably wouldn't take more than a minute, but it was a minute I wasn't sure I had to spare. I spent a few seconds pulling the tarp off of him to confirm he was all right, then left him sleeping while I got to work. Nermit's mind was horrifying to behold. Noctra had taken the magical equivalent of a hammer to it and beaten the parts he didn't want until they broke. There was a knot of instructions tying all the broken pieces together, telling Nermit how to react to various stimuli, when to fight, when to run, who to listen to, and who to ignore. The whole thing was so clumsily done that if Nermit hadn't already had brain damage from whatever accident had happened as a child, there was no way someone wouldn't have noticed. He'd probably had a gradual change in personality when Noctra started working on him, becoming slower and quieter, and the people who knew him just chalked it up to the accident having far-reaching consequences. Fixing this would normally be the work of days, but with my mana reserves so sharply limited, it would be more like weeks or even months. I could just go in there and smash the spells, but the backlash could very well kill Nermit. If it didn't, it would definitely leave him as nothing more than an ambulatory blob of muscles and organs, wrapped in a skin sack. Nobody deserved something like this to happen to them. Somewhere, buried under all the compulsions, was a person who knew his life had been suborned, that he'd lost control of his own mind,
that he'd been turned into a tool for someone else's convenience. I wondered if the real Nermit had even a single shred of hope that someone would come along and save him, or if he'd resigned himself to his fate. Did he even have enough awareness left to contemplate his own future? Would it be better for him if he did? I also wondered if his accident had truly been an accident, or if Noctra had orchestrated it to give himself a slave that no one would ever notice had been subjugated. The man obviously didn't have a tenth of the skill needed to perform such subtle magics, and he'd known that he'd be ruining the mind of whoever he chose as his victim. Maybe I was attributing too much malice to Noctra's actions. Nermit looked to be in his mid-20s, so it was possible his accident had happened before the governor had come to the village. It was also possible that he had just seen an opportunity and had taken advantage of it. I found that I didn't much care about the circumstances behind this situation. However it had come about, Nermit was beyond my ability to save right now. The only options I had left were to kill him myself or let him continue on. Maybe he'd live if I let him go. Maybe the people waiting for his cargo would kill him when he turned up with an empty cart. I wasted precious minutes considering my options, trying to find some other alternative. The only thing I could think of was to usurp Noctra's control and claim Nermit as my own subjugated slave. It would remove him as a threat and keep him alive, but it would be a drain on my own mana that I couldn't afford. I glanced over at my father, still unconscious in the cart. Maybe there was a way after all. And when I was done with all of this, I was going to return to the village, find Noctra, and kill him immediately. Chapter 28. Breaking the sleeping enchantments on my father took about a minute and a half. Noctra had poured far more mana than was necessary into it, and that ended up working against me, as it had been used almost like a layer of blubber wrapped around the enchantment's artificial mana core. What a waste. I could have used the extra mana for myself if it hadn't been so clumsily utilized. Father's eyes flickered open, and he let out a soft groan.
Gravin?
He asked, his voice full of confusion when he noticed me. You were put under a spell, I told him. I just broke it, but give it a minute before you start moving around.
Yeah, okay,
he said as he tried to sit up. One hand went up to his head and he winced before relaxing back down.
Where are we?
About 7 miles outside of the village in the wastelands, I said. Nermit was fighting his way out of the paralysis spell faster than I liked. It wasn't unexpected, but I'd hoped not to have to waste more mana on keeping him restrained. I watched as he started to twitch his fingers with a pensive frown. Until he got to the point of moving his whole arm, he wasn't going anywhere. I could refresh the paralyzing grasp spell I'd put on him early, but I was still hoping to avoid that. Listen, I said, cutting off Father's next question. The short version, as near as I can tell, is that Noctra is using the village as a mana farm and sending some portion to Darrow in order to pay off some kind of debt. For whatever reason, he thinks that sending you over there will please his debtors, so he's basically sold you into slavery.
What?
Father sputtered.
What? No! That's ridiculous!
Are you or are you not in the back of a cart out in your monster-infested lands outside your fake barrier? I asked bluntly. Nermit twitched again, this time several fingers at once. I scowled at him and said, Nermit is under a mind control spell. His whole personality has been subjugated, and he's lost his ability to have independent thoughts. I had a look in his head, and they're bad. Really bad. In my current state, it would take a long, long time to fix the damage. I just don't have the mana to spare. As soon as he gets free, He's most likely going to try to kill me. Maybe you, too. I'm not sure what his standing orders are if someone discovers what's been done to him." Father hoisted himself up to look over the edge of the cart at the huge garrison man lying on the ground.
"What did you do to him?"
"Muscle paralysis," I said. "It won't last much longer. We need to decide what to do. I have an idea, but it involves a lot of work on your part. You would need to agree to it."
"What idea?"
Father asked. "We ignite your core. I will help transfer the control nodule of the spell to you, and your mana will feed it. You have to understand that this is a patch job designed to buy Nermit time until we're in a position where we can do something to fix him. He will effectively become your enslaved puppet until I have enough spare mana to properly break the spell inside him, or you run out of mana and the control nodule snaps back to Noctra. If that happens, it's very likely he'll try to kill all of us." Father's eyes got wider and wider as I spoke. He looked back and forth between Nermit and myself, then said,
"Lord Noctra did that to him. That's barbaric. Wait, what do you mean all of us? Who else is here?"
"After he knocked you out, he sent 3 guys around to collect Mother, Seneca, and me. We came out here after you, and I left them at a safe spot I found a mile back."
"What?"
Father shot straight upright.
"You brought your mother and Seneca out into the wastelands? Are you insane?"
"I have yet to see a single monster," I said. Near me, Nermit's arm gave a limp flop. "Out of time. You need to decide. Are you willing to ignite your core and spend your mana to keep Nermit alive for the next month or 2?
"We're nowhere near done talking about this, boy,"
Father said.
"I don't care if you are a 1,000-year-old mage or whatever. You had no right to bring your sister to such a dangerous place, and then to abandon her on top of it. Your mother won't be able to protect her when something attacks."
"Well, I guess we'd better get this figured out and get back to them as quick as possible," I snapped, out of patience. "Now choose. He's coming out of the paralysis spell. Either we kill him or we save him."
"Save him, of course!"
Father yelled.
"What is the matter with you?"
I looked at him and sighed. "I think you are a better person than I am." I dove back into Nermit's mind and wove my mana around the spiderweb of magic laid on him. The control nodule was buried under the crude subjugation spell, but not so deep that I had trouble activating it. It was a simple version, one designed to accept audible stimulus as a way to update desired behaviors. Basically, it was designed to force Nermit to carry out whatever orders Noctra gave him. All I had to do was subvert the nodule into accepting my orders instead. It wasn't even that hard, but it was a constant drain on my mana. For now it was manageable, but it would cripple my growth, and I didn't have a whole village feeding me mana to compensate for it. By the time I was done, Nermit was able to move again. He regarded me with a bland, vacant expression. "Stand up," I told him. He did so silently.
"That's creepy,"
Father said. "It's sadistic," I replied. "The real Nermit is in there somewhere. He knows what's happening to him, but he can't do anything to stop it. His whole body moves around without his permission, directed by the magic in his brain. Can you even imagine what that would be like?" Father shuddered and went quiet. After a moment, I said, "We're going to try to help you, Nermit. It won't be an easy process, and it won't be quick. It's a lot harder to put something back together after it's been broken, and I think you were already broken even before this. As long as my father doesn't give up on you, I promise I'll keep trying too. I hope that someday you'll forgive us both."
"Forgive?"
Father echoed quietly. "Go sit in the cart," I ordered Nermit. After he'd settled into place next to Father, I started leading the donkey north toward the spot I'd picked out to hide our family. I was sitting on the edge of the plateau our little hideaway nook was on, with my legs dangling over the edge, when Mother walked up behind me. She sat down near me, though a foot or two away from the open air, and said,
You know, I knew in my head. You told us the truth, but it didn't feel real until you started throwing around magic so casually.
Sorry, I said, not really sure what I was apologizing for. Mother shook her head and said,
It's not your fault. I'm just stubborn, I guess. This is all so big. How could my little boy know so much? Blessed by the spirits and always with a spell ready to handle every problem. And then the claims about Lord Noctra.
Mother paused and her mouth twisted into a grimace.
Just Noctra. He's no lord of mine. Who knows what other things he's been using us for over the years.
I glanced back at Nermit, who was resting near the entrance to our nook. While Mother and Father had had their reunion, and Seneca demanded answers, I'd taken the time to look over our new slave. One of the problems with this kind of mind control was that the people who would subject others to it generally didn't care for the health of their victims. The slaves wouldn't report injuries, couldn't, in fact, report them. Nermit was not in good shape. He was big and he had lots of muscles, and he would keep going until his heart gave out and he died. But he had so many injuries made worse by not being treated, by being ignored and allowed to grow worse. Pain existed for a reason, and when a person wasn't allowed to react to pain, they made their injuries worse. Both of Nermit's knees were shot. His back wasn't much better. He had a broken hand and torn ligaments. By all rights, he should be on the ground, immobilized. Every second had to be torture to him. At least, it would have been, but Noctra didn't want a slave crippled by his own injuries, so he turned off that part of Nermit's brain. It was a small relief that he didn't feel anything whatsoever. It would cost a relative fortune in mana to heal those injuries, more than I could generate in a month, even if I had no other demands on my precious reserves. That would be one more burden for Father once he ignited his core. If things got much worse, I would need to convince Mother to let me help her ignite hers as well.
It feels weird asking this. But what do we do now?
Mother asked. I shrugged. It's not safe to go back as long as Noctra's still alive. Mother blinked at that and gave me a sickly look.
You want to kill him? That's a little bloodthirsty, isn't it? Why can't we just expose what he did and run him out of town?
Can we prove it? I asked. Even if we can, does it matter? You think a mage is going to be intimidated by a bunch of farmers wielding hoes and pitchforks?
Then what? You'll just walk up to him and kill him?
I'll probably attack him in his sleep, I said, already planning out how best to do it. No sense in giving him a chance to fight back. I'm not looking for a duel. I just need to kill him and his assistant, and the sooner the better. I don't think we're in any actual danger out here, but there are at least a few real monsters roaming the wastes. Plus, we've only got a few days' worth of food.
Are you going to do it today?
Mother asked. I shook my head and gestured to Nermit. I need to show Father how to ignite his core, so he can feed mana to Nermit. After that, probably, yes. If I don't kill Noctra soon, we'll need to ignite your core too, so there's enough mana to grow new food. I didn't mention it, but there was an issue of water as well. We'd have to relocate soon to deal with that. It was kind of a shame because this location was remarkably defensible, but we had no containers to haul water back, even if I was willing to go find it, and wasting mana transmuting it was far too costly to be effective long-term. Mother was silent for a while. The sun started to come up, and we sat there watching it together. At some point she stood up and said,
Come on, let's get some rest. It's been a busy night for all of us.
I rejoined the rest of my family, and we laid down in a jumbled pile, with the curtain that used to serve as our front door spread out over us. We all needed to recover our strength, but when we woke back up, it would be time to get to work.
Chapter 29.
I don't understand,
Father said. Which part? I asked.
The why of it, mostly. Why does this ignite a core?
We were sitting outside our temporary home after our family nap. It was late afternoon, and I was busy lecturing my father on how best to ignite his mana core while staring out at the rolling hills of scrubgrass to see if I could catch sight of so much as a single monster. If there were any out there, they were well hidden. I wasn't willing to expend the mana to really seek them out. Your core isn't a physical organ in your body like your heart or your lungs, I said. It's metaphysical, meaning it exists in the mana itself. Everyone's does, to a point. There are some exceptions, but we're a long way from those mattering for the purposes of this discussion. Right now, the only part of your core that makes mana is the part where it connects to your physical body. That's a small part of your total core, right? Think of it like a ball that you set on the ground. Only one part of the ball makes contact. But if you were to slice the ball open, you could unfold it so that the entire thing touches the ground. You are the ground. Your core is the ball. The more your core connects to you, the more mana it will generate. What this technique does is forges that connection by pushing mana into the wall of your core. Push it enough, and your core will start generating mana on its own.
That makes sense, I guess,
Father said.
But why do you need to spin the mana? That's the hard part.
2 reasons. First, to guarantee total coverage. It's very possible to miss parts of your core and have I wouldn't call it a botched ignition, but a subpar one. Would you rather your core produce 5 times as much mana as it currently does? Or 10? How about 20? The better you do in this step, the more production you're going to have. Father considered that for a second, then asked,
And the second reason?
It pushes the mana in deeper. As you advance your core, it'll grow bigger, and that process is kind of like stretching it out. The deeper the mana goes into the wall of your core, the better the chances that you'll still be producing mana throughout the entire core as it grows bigger. Truthfully, that second reason probably wasn't a priority for Father. He was already an adult, so his core was as big as it was going to get naturally. And unless he pursued the path of a mage long enough for his core to reach stage 3, he was never going to stretch it any farther. But I'd hardly be a good teacher if I let him cripple his future potential just to skip a step now. There was only so much that could be done to fix a flawed foundation, after all. It was best to just do things properly the first time, a lesson I'd learned the hard way during my first go at life.
This can't be how the spirits bless somebody,
Father muttered.
It doesn't make sense.
There are other methods to igniting a core, I told him. The most common one, and I suspect the one that's happening in your mass gatherings, is to just soak up so much ambient mana that your core fills to bursting, and then to move it in an attempt to create some sort of magical effect. It would be random and inefficient, and would almost certainly result in a very poor Stage 1 core, but it would technically work. Seneca's reflex to grab at loose mana in the air made her a prime candidate for ignition through a ceremony like that. All she would need to do was consciously try to use the mana in her core once she'd gained enough, and the struggle to get the spell working would likely agitate her core to the point that it ignited on its own. I had no doubt that absent any other contenders, she could become a mage at the next spirit-worshipping ceremony. I would have to get to her first. There was no way I was letting my sister start off with a subpar core that could only generate 3 or 5 times as much mana as an unignited person's. Not when my technique would give her 20 times the generation rate. Of course, it was probably best to wait a few years until she was a bit more mature. Besides, Father's ignition was going to need significantly more mana than mine had. I had enough left in my mana crystal, but it was going to take the lion's share of it. We wouldn't be defenseless by any means, but it was closer than I liked. But we'd made a choice, and in order to keep Nermit alive, Father needed an ignited core. The drain from usurping the subjugation spell was great enough that I was operating at a net loss, and the further away from Nermit I got, the more the strain on my mana would grow. Challenging Noctra now meant taking Nermit with me, which meant giving Noctra the opportunity to break the patch I'd placed on the control nodule. I would mitigate that by not letting Nermit get within 1,000 feet of Noctra so that there was no chance of him taking over again. Truthfully, I probably would have killed Nermit last night and put him out of his misery if not for Father. I was not a good person. I'd accepted that about myself many centuries ago, and while I'd hoped that I might change with a fresh start, I'd known it was foolishly optimistic to think it could actually happen. I shook my head and said, "Okay, we need to get this done today. Time to practice." The whole reason we were out here was to get as far away from Seneca as possible. She reflexively grabbed loose mana, and we didn't have enough to spare for her. I could get some of it back with a mana drain, but it would be better to just not lose it in the first place. And since we were testing out Father's ability to absorb ambient mana, it seemed easier to avoid complications. I released some mana from my own core into the air around Father. His ability to sense mana was definitely up to the task of igniting his core, and he immediately started collecting it. It had taken us 6 attempts to get this far, but there was no getting around it. The spell I'd used to feed Father mana directly for our testing wasn't going to do anything helpful once his core was full. He needed to push that limit. When I was first learning to be a mage, we'd used special rooms designed to keep the ambient mana at bay so that we could eliminate distractions and variables. It was only after we learned to properly absorb mana in an artificially clean room that we were allowed to pull it in raw with all the impurities that needed to be filtered out. Ironically, living in a mana desert meant that none of those impurities existed, and every single person I'd met possessed a practically pristine mana core. It did make this part easier, but if Father ever traveled far enough away from home, he'd need to learn to deal with that. Father finished absorbing the mana, perhaps not as fast as I would like, but at an acceptable rate. "Good," I said, my own core empty. When it came time to do the actual ignition, I'd be relying heavily on the mana stored in my mana crystal. Now, start it spinning. This part didn't go as smoothly. Father could get the mana moving without an issue, but it more sloshed than spun, and the more he tried to force it, the more it randomly splashed around. "Not like that," I said.
"I am trying,"
he told me through gritted teeth. Think of stirring a pot of stew. You wouldn't just stick the spoon in and wiggle it around randomly. Start on the outer edges and push the mana in a circle. Don't worry that you don't get all of it. Just keep it going and more will get pulled along as you work up some momentum. Slowly at first, and then with increasing speed, the mana in Father's core began to spin in place. He got about half of it going properly before he let out a gasp and let it slow to a stop.
"This is hard work,"
he said. "The faster you get it moving, the easier it'll be to keep going," I said. "And you're going to need to move a lot more than what you've got now, about 25 times as much as you currently have."
25?
Father yelped.
That's impossible. And even if I could, we don't have that much mana.
We do, I assured him. Just barely, but it was there. I'd have enough left to fill my core 5 or 6 times after the ignition ritual, assuming there were no screw-ups. I gave Father 10 minutes to rest, then had him try again. This time he got the mana spinning sooner and at a faster speed. Almost everything in his core was moving in sync before his strength gave out again. My own mana hadn't recovered, so I pulled a bit more from my mana crystal and spread it out into the air, with instructions for him to absorb it. Hopefully, Father got this figured out soon, because I couldn't afford to waste any once his own core was full. 6 hours passed following this cycle. As Father got better at spinning the mana, we started focusing on pure speed, then added keeping the mana rotating while absorbing more. Eventually, we hit a wall. "Your core is completely full," I said.
"For probably the first time in close to 20 years,
Father said. "Yes, but it also means we can't practice anymore. I wish we could, but it's not in the budget. Normally, I'd have a prospective apprentice do this a few times as I slowly fed more mana to them so they could get used to spinning it with 2 or 3 times as much mana as their cores normally hold. In this case, it's not an option. You either get it right on the first try, or Nermit's going to die."
"No pressure then,"
Father muttered. "Take an hour to recover," I said. "We'll start then." That would also give me some time to recover my own mana. Every bit I could feed into the ignition from my own core saved me a bit on waste from the conversion between crystallized mana and personal mana. It was annoying to have to worry about such things, but that was the world I'd been born into.
"Do you think I can do this?"
Father asked at the end of his hour. "By yourself? Probably not. But I'm going to help. It still won't be easy, and while I'm hopeful to get your core going at maximum strength, realistically it's probably only going to be around 15 times your current output. I'm sorry for that, but we don't have the time or the resources to prepare you properly." Father glanced over at Nermit, who was still sitting in the same position he'd been for the last few hours, and gave me a firm nod.
"I understand why. You've done all you can, and let's be honest here. I was never going to be a mage on my own. However this turns out, even if I have the weakest core you've ever seen, I'll still be better off than I am right now."
"I'm glad you're so optimistic," I said. "Now, let's get that mana spinning." And together, we started the process of turning my father from an unignited farmer into a mage. Chapter 30. Once Father's mana was spinning as fast as he could get it to go, I started pulling mana through my own core and releasing it into the air. A basic storage crystal would have been better here, since I could have shunted the mana directly into a cloud around Father, but it wasn't worth breaking my mana crystal to replicate that effect now. Besides, Father was much slower at gathering ambient mana than I was anyway, and if I'd dumped the entire amount all at once, too much of it would have been lost. Instead, I let it out into a controlled stream while constantly refilling my own core from my mana crystal. I was paying careful attention to release it only as fast as Father could pull it into his own core, and instead of the immense cloud I'd sat in for my own ignition, he had more of a thin vapor constantly disappearing into him. About 40 feet away, Mother sat with her back against the stone wall outside of our temporary home with Seneca on her lap. My big sister started to ask her a question, but Mother shushed her. Near them, Nermit stood with a blank expression on his face. I wasn't sure what he thought of the whole ritual, if anything at all. Did he understand that we were in the process of empowering my father so that he could take over as the one holding Nermit's leash? Even if he did, I wasn't sure he had the capabilities to understand why this needed to happen.
The mana in Father's core was compressed as much as he could get it, but he only had about 3 times his normal maximum contained inside. There was a small, hollow spot in the center, where the force of the spin had pulled all the mana away, and he was directing the new mana he pulled from the air around him into there. That wasn't ideal, but I could see why he'd make that mistake. It was easier to direct mana into a spot it wasn't already filling, and we hadn't had the resources to practice this part. I'd told him not to do this, that the effort to get that still mana to start spinning with everything else was more work than adding it to the mana that was already moving. Father was rapidly approaching his limit. If he managed to get up to 4 times his normal maximum, I'd be surprised. I'd also be impressed that he got that far on his first try. Most apprentices topped out between 2 and 3 times what they could normally hold. Then again, most apprentices were between 10 and 16 years old when their cores were ignited, and had to deal with various impurities that had built up into their core. Father had a full-sized adult core that had never been exposed to raw ambient mana. Regardless of how he'd achieved it, 4 times his core size wasn't going to be enough. Fortunately for him, I was here to help. Normally, a master's job was to help his apprentice prepare for the ignition by giving him the training and tools to manage it on his own. But this was far from a normal situation, and a man's life hung in the balance of a successful ignition here. We were already compromising between Father's future as a mage and saving Nermit's life now. We could have used an easier method that would result in a dimmer ignition if Nermit's life had been the sole focus, but that would have left Father a crippled mage for the rest of his life. My technique would result in the strongest possible core, and if I had to cheat a little to help Father now, so be it. I could give him remedial lessons later to help him strengthen his control and focus, but I couldn't fix a dim ignition after the fact. At least not to the point where his core would ever be as strong as it was going to be using the spin method. Manipulating mana inside another person's core was a delicate process. There were a lot of things that could go wrong, resulting in anything from a mild nosebleed due to mana backlash to, in exceptionally rare cases, total core rupture leading to death. What I was about to do was dangerous, but, well, I was an expert, and my father trusted me. We'd practiced this as well so that he could understand what he was feeling and not fight me on it. Admittedly, we'd practiced it with half a core of mana, not one overstuffed 4 times over with even more coming in. It would be the same sensation from his perspective, just more intense. He would need to keep absorbing more mana on his own, but tendrils of my own mana, hardened to survive amidst a pool of his, snaked into his core. I saw Father wince at the touch, but he kept the spin going. I pushed the mana inside his core using his own mana like a paddle. Or rather, I shaped my mana into 4 separate blades and spun them. At first, each section had slits and vents to reduce their effectiveness, so that Father would have time to adapt to the increased speed. But as we approached 5 and then 6 times maximum mana, I reformed them into solid paddles.
I can't...
Father gasped out, now leaning forward with his elbows braced against his legs and his head in his hands. Sweat poured off his face and dotted the stone beneath him. "Don't you dare quit on me now! We're almost there," I said. "A little more! Just focus on keeping the spin going and pulling in the mana. I'll handle speed." 7 times normal maximum. I could see the reaction starting, the mana starting to seep into the walls of the core to reinforce it. More mana came in, and Father's core rippled, for lack of a better word. It couldn't tolerate my presence any longer, not when it was ready to ignite. "That's all the mana. Focus everything you've got left on keeping the speed going. You just need to last a few more seconds," I said, pulling my own mana back out. it broke down almost immediately, disappearing into a mist too fine to be detected, like a drop of water lost to the sands of the desert. The ignition started, and Father let out a gasp that was one part wonder, one part exhaustion. In a flash, his core became something solid, several times the size of my own, and though it was now empty, it would fill soon enough. Father was officially the first villager of his generation to become a mage. "How do you feel?" I asked.
"Like a wrung-out dish rag."
"That'll pass." He started laughing.
"That'll pass,"
he echoed.
"Yeah, it's incredible. I don't even know how to describe it. I can feel the mana."
It would take a little bit to confirm, but by my rough guess, we'd achieved somewhere between 16 and 17 times his previous generation speed. Not perfect, but acceptable. Once he'd had an hour or so to start generating mana, I'd measure again, but I was confident in my estimates. "It should take about 9 hours to completely fill your mana core," I told him. Even at the lower relative speed, being an adult with a full-sized core had its perks. Adults naturally generated mana about 3 to 4 times faster than children to begin with, and could hold a proportionate amount more total mana. All other factors aside, size mattered. That was why so many huge creatures like dragons had enormous advantages in terms of absolute power. That was also why they were often lazy and relied on brute strength without even a modicum of skill to back their mana up, incidentally. More than a few of them had fallen in duels against archmages of the smaller races, precisely for that reason. As far as Father was concerned, his mana generation would be heavily tied up in maintaining the usurpation of Nermit's subjugation spell. He'd still be generating a net positive, of course, probably even more than I made without the handicap. Hopefully, he'd be willing to keep taking direction from me because I'd all but exhausted my mana crystal. It had maybe enough mana left to refill my core another 5 times, which meant no big, expensive spells and no prolonged fights. My plan was to take a few days to recover some resources while we hid here, then sneak back into the village at night to take out Noctra. Even if I couldn't get any mana from Father, 3 days would be enough for me to double my current mana reserves. "For now, you should just rest," I told him. "I'm going to keep an eye out for any monsters like that mana sniffer that showed up when I ignited my core. I don't think we'll have any problems with us being this far up, but we should be cautious anyway. Once you've got your core filled up, we'll start the next step."
"The part with Nermit, you mean?"
"Yes, that part," I said, trying not to grimace. That kind of magic was dirty work, and even just cleaning up after it made me feel like I had a layer of sewer sludge coating my soul. No good person should know anything about how mind subjugation magic worked, and Nermit was an ugly reminder that I was all too familiar with it. Memories flashed through my mind, old ones I'd done my best to put behind me. Katerin discovering my workshop, Goshen confronting me after she told him what she'd found, stabbing him in the back, literally. The battle with Avery, the fire that burned everything down, the dozens of bodies, the black, charred skeletons. Lessons painted in the blood of others, innocent people who didn't deserve their fates. Resolving to be better, to atone for my sins, hadn't brought any of those people back. Nothing would. Even if I hadn't broken that oath, it wouldn't have changed anything for my victims.
"You all right there?"
Father asked. I gave him a smile and said, "I'm fine. Do me a favor and keep Seneca distracted while I play lookout." She looks like she's got about 1,000 questions. Father started laughing as he stood up.
Oh, wow, that feels weird. I should be sore, but I'm not.
You'll get used to that, I said. You've been using weak, unstructured invocations your entire life to reinforce your body. Now they've got a lot more mana to work with.
Amazing. I need to convince your mother to do this. The things we could, that is, the health benefits.
I looked my father straight in the eye and said, "You have no idea how many ways magic can be used to enhance your sex life. The things I could teach you would make your head spin."
Okay, well, now I'm just uncomfortable. I'm leaving this conversation.
I laughed softly as Father ran away from me. My family retreated into the shade of the crevice we were camped out in, leaving me alone with Nermit's silent presence. I could feel him, like an itch in the back of my mind, just waiting for me to give him a new order. That was going to drive Father mad once I transferred the patch I'd applied to the control nodule to him. It would only be temporary, but even with Father's mana production, we'd lose so much in transference. We wouldn't even have access to his excess unless I built a new storage crystal for him, and those were awful for efficiency. I would need a day or two to gather enough mana to make it, though, and there just wasn't enough time. I would have to use mana-draining spells for the time being to take advantage of his surplus. Movement caught my eye in the wasteland below me. Something big and yellow, covered with shaggy fur and dirt, was making its way toward us. It had a long nose that hung off its face like a twitchy banana as it swayed back and forth. I assumed it was what the locals called a mana sniffer, though that was about as generic a name as it could possibly get. There were thousands of different creatures that hunted down mana to consume, and I was sure hundreds of those did it by smell. I'd let it get a bit closer, and if it turned out it could climb, I'd blast it right off the rocks. There was no point in letting anyone else know yet, not when it would accomplish nothing but make them worry. I settled down to watch and wait as the mana sniffer got closer. Chapter 31. The mana sniffer slowly picked its way up the face of the cliff. Considering just how bulky and thick-limbed it was, I was a bit surprised by how much agility it had on display. I wasn't convinced that it was going to make it to the top, but if it made it to the halfway point before giving up, I was going to kill it. Of more concern was the second mana sniffer that had joined it. Apparently, they weren't as territorial as I would have supposed, considering how scarce food must have been for them in the desert. I'd been almost hopeful that they'd end up attacking each other, but I wasn't that lucky. Instead, one of them had taken the south side of our little plateau hideout, and the other was working its way up the north.
"What are you doing?"
Mother asked as she emerged out into the sunlight. "Keeping an eye on the mana sniffers trying to get up here," I said. "I'm almost certain they won't be able to handle the climb once it turns sheer, but I'm going to kill them if it turns out I'm wrong. I didn't think they'd make it as far as they have, but I want to be ready in case they surprise me again." Mother stiffened slightly at the mention of mana sniffers, but she did a remarkable job of maintaining her composure. After a slight stutter in her step, she joined me at the edge and looked down.
"What about on the backside?"
she asked. That was a fair question. The spire of stone we were perched on jutted up out of the ground like a lone mountain, with the next peak miles away. Thanks to the way it was set up, we had a cave-like shelter to stay in. It was a sort of miniature ravine in the side of the mountain, only 30 or 40 feet deep, and with the two walls angled together so that at the back end they left us with a shallow overhang. Then the stone continued up another 100 feet or so overhead, leaving us with a wide ledge to overlook the landscape, but only on the southeast side. That meant we couldn't really see if any mana sniffers were coming up anywhere but where our ledge opened up to the sky. Fortunately, it also meant that anything climbing up the backside would go right past us without finding any way to actually reach our camp. All of that assumed the mana sniffers could manage the vertical climb in the first place, which I wasn't convinced was true. Of course, it also assumed nothing else besides mana sniffers would show up. I was keenly aware that our perch was vulnerable to flying monsters, but so far I hadn't seen any. It was actually such a nice spot that I figured anything in the area that could fly would already have found it and turned it into a roost. I think we're safe, but if these ones manage to get close enough that I needed to intercept them, I'll sweep the areas we can't see from here with a scrying spell, I told Mother. I glanced over the edge again to check on the mana sniffer's progress and felt a hand on my shoulder holding me steady.
I'm half afraid you're going to fall over every time you do that,
Mother said. That would be unfortunate. We need all the mana we can get right now. Far from showing a velvet sky of stars, my mana crystal now had more like a single constellation. It was only about 5 or 6% full, and I was keenly aware of exactly how quickly I'd gone through what should have been an immense amount of resources saving Nermit's life. Admittedly, that had come with the perk of igniting Father's mana core, which I would have done sooner or later anyway, but the timing was damned inconvenient. As soon as I finished moving control of Nermit's subjugation spell to Father and refilled my own core, I'd begin the process of siphoning away about 1/10 of my maximum capacity into the mana crystal every hour or so, keeping myself close to full but never quite there. It would take about 1.5 months to fill it all the way, but every little bit I could store right now would help me when I went after Noctra in a few days. "How is Seneca taking everything?" I asked as a change of topic.
She is very excited,
Mother said. "So she latched on to the magic part and you didn't try too hard to explain the deadly risks part?"
Yes. It's not something a little girl should have to think about. Your father will be able to do magic soon. That's a big enough distraction to get her to ignore what's going on. Although it's becoming a lot of work to keep her away from you. We haven't explained all of your baggage to her yet, but she knows you can do magic too, and she is very, very eager to talk to you about it.
"Maybe we'll hold off on that conversation for a few hours," I said. "At least until I know that these mana sniffers aren't going to be a threat."
I want them gone before I let her anywhere near this ledge,
Mother told me. "I'm not wasting mana to drive them off if they can't actually get up here. It's too important to maintain what little reserves I have left." Mother glanced over the edge, shuddered, and said,
"You'd better be right about this, Graven. One of those could kill us all, and we've got 2.
I had my doubts about that. All things considered, the mana sniffers were remarkably docile toward each other, and though I hadn't gotten a chance to examine them closely, I was willing to bet that they wanted nothing but mana. That meant all the ambient mana I'd released for Father's ignition had caught their attention, and his core was what was keeping them here. My own mana crystal was the largest source of mana in our group, but I'd double-checked to make sure the shielding on that was holding up, in addition to making the effort to hide my own mana. In short, the mana sniffers were here for Father and nothing else. My guess was that those noses weren't for show, and that in addition to tracking down sources of mana, they'd act as some sort of mana-draining implement. The only question in my mind was what they'd do to Father after they sucked him dry if they got hold of him. An intelligent monster would know that mana regenerated. It would capture him and keep him alive as long as possible to keep feeding. Mana sniffers didn't strike me as intelligent from what I'd seen so far. They were more like animals than people. If I had to try to predict what they'd do, my bet was that they'd steal as much mana as they could get before wandering off. If they'd been a bit more aggressive and didn't have such distinctive noses, I would have worried that they'd get their mana by eating people instead. But I knew enough about the biology of monsters to make some educated guesses about how these ones worked. That was not to say that I was going to let them have a single scrap of the mana up here. Just because Father would most likely survive being fed upon didn't change anything. If it meant killing them with a pair of fire blasts, well, it had worked for Noctra, though I was sure I could do better than an uncontrolled burst of flame if I put a bit of effort into it. Come to think of it, we didn't get a lot of meat in the village. Most of our protein came in the form of beans. Those pelts would probably make for thick padding, too, even if they were too heavy to use as blankets. Even during the cool months, it was too hot here for much more than light clothing. Most of the children didn't even have shoes, though who could blame them, considering that the interiors of our homes were the same hard-packed earth that made up our streets.
You've gone quiet on me,
Mother said. Sorry, I was lost in my own thoughts again. This land is so different than what I experienced in my first life. I often find myself wondering where exactly I am, and how many years have passed between my death and my reincarnation.
Can you not do the math?
Mother asked, surprise in her voice.
I would have thought.
No, it's nothing like that. The calendar used here is simply different. Telling you that I died in the summer of AN 3142 doesn't help much when it's now the 408th year of the Galvashian calendar, does it?
I suppose that would make it harder to figure out.
Mother agreed.
What does AN mean?
Ascension Naturalis, I said. We measured it by the founding of the Natular Empire, whose first ruler was, well, Naturalis was supposedly his name, though he'd already been dead for centuries by the time I was born, and I was never clear whether it was actually his name or just a title he'd claimed for himself. His grandson took the throne about 50 years before I was born.
It's so strange to think you had this whole life already,
Mother said. You did too, probably thousands of times. You just don't remember any of them, I pointed out.
It doesn't feel like they really count, though. If I can't remember any of those memories, I'm really only as old and experienced as I am in this life. For all we know, I could have been a mage in my past life, too. But it doesn't do me any good now.
There are spells to help you draw memories from past lives out of your soul, if you're curious, I said. I'd done considerable research on them when I was constructing my own spells for my reincarnation ritual, though I'd never found a use for those spells specifically beyond idle curiosity. It was basically impossible to track who someone's reincarnation was, so there were few practical uses with that kind of magic. Though occasionally someone did discover, through sheer happenstance, that they'd been someone famous or talented, and began to delve deeper into their own past life, just to see what they could discover. I peered over the ledge again and sighed. These things are persistent, if nothing else. I'm going to have to kill both of them after all. Do you think the meat and pelts are worth anything? Mother blinked at that and shook her head.
We've never used any monster parts in the village, as far as I know.
That saved me the need to avoid making a mess, or of going down there to harvest usable materials. I focused my mana into a conjuration and sent a searing beam of fire down the side of the cliff to strike the mana sniffer in the face. It started to give an agonized screech, but the flame lance forced it to let go, and it quickly struck the ground below. The stink of seared meat and burnt fur would no doubt draw in scavengers to take care of the body. Hopefully it wouldn't result in any future problems for me, but I needed to keep an eye out either way. I was already going to have to start scrying around the far sides of our mountain spire anyway, so I supposed looking at a wider area wasn't too much extra work. Excuse me, I said to Mother. I have to go take care of the other one now, too. She nodded mutely and peered over the edge at the remains of the first mana sniffer.
You go right ahead, son. I think I'll head back into the shade and see how your father is doing.
Chapter 32. The procedure to transfer control of Nermit to Father went surprisingly smoothly. I kept expecting something to go wrong, some flaw to reveal itself in Father's mana core, or some trap in the subjugation spell Noctra had cleverly hidden away, or some monster attacking right as I got to the most delicate part of the job. Nothing like that happened, and after about an hour's worth of work, I was successfully able to redirect the mana draw from myself to Father. He grimaced with discomfort as soon as it settled onto him, but otherwise said nothing. Yes, having a constant drain is annoying, I told him, even though he hadn't asked. Best get used to that feeling. It's not going away anytime soon. On the bright side, you have your very own slave to boss around now. He'll do anything you ask, up to and including jumping right off this cliff to his death. I wouldn't advise testing that claim. I spent a bit more time explaining what the new bond between my father and Nermit meant, what he could do, what he should avoid doing, and the logic behind how orders were interpreted to try to head off any miscommunications before they occurred. Throughout the lecture, both of my parents grew progressively paler.
"This is disgusting,"
Mother said. That is a very common sentiment among those who don't view other people as objects to be used and discarded once they run out of value. Your Lord Noctra does not appear to be one of those people.
I suppose he isn't,
Father said after a moment's hesitation.
All these years and he's just been using us. Everything we've worked for was a lie.
"Not everything,"
Mother said.
"We're still a family. We still have friends and neighbors back home who are good people. Seneca still needs a home to grow up in."
Nuh-uh.
My sister said.
I'm going to be a mage now and use magic to live anywhere I want. Maybe I'll make a new home on one of the moons and you can come visit me.
Interesting idea, I said. Which moon do you think would make the best home?
Litar,
she said without hesitation.
I don't want all my stuff to be blue or red or any other color.
Litar was the largest of the 6 moons, and the only one with a pale white coloring. Some necromantic texts referred to it as the corpse moon, and tracked its cycles for use in clandestine activities. For that reason alone, Litar had become my least favorite of the moons. It wasn't that what some busybody necromancers were doing was the moon's fault, but somehow it always meant a lot of work for me whenever Litar was in its primacy over the other 5 moons. I could just see my sister with her head shaved in black robes and a matching skull cap, waving around a wand made of some kind of femur and chanting a string of nonsense syllables. She would no doubt think it was a fun game, pretending to be a mage. I could only hope that when she became one for real, she learned better than that. The last thing I wanted was to have to kill more family members.
I think we're a long way from building a house on any of the 5 moons,
Father said.
Maybe we should focus on getting back to the home we already have first.
6, I said absently, still half lost in old memories.
What?
He asked. There are 6 moons.
No, there aren't.
I blinked. Of course there are. Tuamar the purple, Phalashidas the green, Amadir the orange, Nalasin the blue, Lazarin the red, and Litar the white. 6 moons. Mother and Father exchanged glances but didn't say anything. What? I asked.
Well, it's just... I've never heard of a moon called Amadir, nor have I ever seen an orange moon,
Father said. But you've seen the other 5, I said. I've seen the other 5. How could one of the moons just disappear? Was it possible that Amadir's orbital path kept it hidden from one hemisphere? It didn't seem likely to me, but if the other possibility was that it had disappeared from the sky, I knew where I'd put my money. Oh, what I'd give to gain access to my vaults right now. I know right where I left an astrologer's journal that includes lunar paths. It was chapter 6, right next to that beautiful diagram. What did it say about Amadir? Try as I might, I couldn't quite remember. Come to think of it, though, the night sky looked far different than it did in my previous life, and I'd spent a lot of nights looking up at the heavens. There was a reason my home was called the Night Vale, after all. I'd just been assuming the differences were due to being reborn on the other side of the world. Could I have made a mistake somehow and allowed myself to be reincarnated on a different world altogether? No, that was impossible. The 5 other moons I was familiar with wouldn't have hung in the night sky. Planets only shared stars, not moons. I had to still be on Manak, just on another continent. That was the only explanation that made sense. Amadir's orbital path was just irregular somehow.
Graven, are you all right?
Mother asked. I glanced up and saw everyone looking at me. My parents both wore worried looks, but Seneca was just looking at me like I'd sprouted a second head and started holding a conversation with myself. From her perspective, I supposed it did look like I was going crazy. Fine, I'm fine. Just trying to figure some things out that aren't really a priority right now. Sorry. I had more immediate problems I needed to handle before I started digging into the mystery of the missing moon. My mana reserves were as depleted as they'd ever been, and I was relying on Father to help me recover them in a hurry. It wouldn't be an efficient transfer, but every little bit would help. I gave us maybe 3 more days before food ran out, less than I'd originally planned since I hadn't accounted for Nermit. Fortunately, we could make it back to the village with a single day's walk, as long as nothing attacked us. I'm sorry, I told Mother. I know this is boring for you and Seneca, and you have nothing to do right now. I need time to get ready, to generate more mana. It'll probably be 2 days before we go back home, and then it'll be a long walk.
Why can't we fly again?
Seneca asked. Too much mana. We only did it the first time because we had to catch up to Father before he got too far away. I needed to teach Father and Mother elemental manipulation and weight reduction as soon as possible. If something happened to me, I didn't want them to get stranded up here. Fortunately, both spells were perfect for beginning mages, and were frequently used to introduce apprentices to structured invocations and conjurations. Unfortunately, it was going to be harder for them to get Seneca and Nermit down. They might be able to fall slow enough with Seneca held between them so they could split her weight if she held onto the curtain, and they used elemental manipulation to give it a strong updraft. That had its own set of problems, since it meant one of them would need to channel 2 spells at once, but it was theoretically possible. Nermit was not getting down without someone able to cast a basic tier spell, also called Tier 2. Novice, Basic, Intermediate, Advanced, and Master tier were the 5 classifications of spell difficulty, determined both by how complex a spell was and how much mana it demanded. Very few spells that fell under the umbrella of the enchantment discipline were suitable for new apprentices due to the nature of how enchantments worked. Creating and implanting artificial mana cores to power a spell inside something else was not an easy task. As long as nothing happened to me, it wouldn't be an issue, but I'd still feel better if Mother and Father could get down themselves. I think I should get you started on your first spells, Father, I said. I turned to Mother and added, even though your core isn't ignited, I'd like you to practice as well. It will be more difficult for you to gather the mana to practice with, but the spells I'm going to teach you are the ones you'll need to get down from here on your own.
But I won't be able to cast the spells,
Mother protested. I shrugged. Doesn't seem to slow Iskara down. Get some mana from somewhere else. Besides, it's not like we're not going to ignite your core as soon as we can.
I don't want to be a mage,
Mother said.
Zelaya,
Father said.
you really should.
Don't you start with me.
Mother told him.
Other people have different goals than you. I'm happy for you that your childhood dream fell into your lap through the weirdest and most unlikely twist of fate ever, but don't you dare drag me into this.
It's not like I...
Father trailed off, whatever excuse or rebuttal he'd been trying to make left unfinished. "We'll see how things go once we're back home," I said. "But I'm going to be honest here. I'm killing Noctra, probably Iskara too. Father is almost certainly going to have to take on at least the protection duties of your current governor."
"Me?"
Father asked.
"Why can't you do it?"
"Because I'm 3, I said. "I have legitimate concerns, like how I'll reach the doorknobs when I get to Noctra's manor house."
He's got a point,
Mother said.
"It's hard to think of him as an adult even when he talks like this, even though I've seen him do incredible magic. Every time I look at him, I just see my baby boy."
A hot skewer of guilt stabbed into my gut. I'd taken that from my parents. They wouldn't ever have a chance to watch Graven grow up now. More than that, all of their current problems were my fault too. The mana sniffer that had entered the village was because of me. Noctra's interest in Father was because I'd cheated on our testing. Without my interference, they could have kept living in ignorance like every other family. To hell with that. Noctra was a pathetic excuse for a human being, and I wasn't going to let him take advantage of over 100 people any longer. We'd figure out the governmental aspects later, but considering the small size of the village, it didn't really seem like that oversight was even needed. People solved their own problems for the most part. The garrison should probably stay in place after Noctra died, but the collectors wouldn't be needed anymore. The barrier wardens would be disbanded as well. Once the lie of the barrier itself was revealed, there'd be no need for them. Or maybe they'd be folded into the garrison. Someone probably should keep watching for monsters after all. Then there were the arborists. I didn't actually know much about them, but presumably they were somehow keeping the little stand of trees north of the village alive. That would require more investigation to figure out whether they were actually needed, or if they were just a part of Noctra's scheming. That was a problem for next week. For now, I needed to convince my parents to both learn new magic. Before I could get back into that argument, Nermit spoke for the first time.
"Someone is coming,"
he said in a thick voice. It was so hard to understand him that it took me a second to register what he was saying. Then I raced across the ledge to look out into the wasteland. Sure enough, there was a person down there dressed in loose white clothes and wearing a wide-brimmed hat that hid their face.
"Who do you think that is?"
Mother asked as my parents joined me. "Trouble," I said grimly. It couldn't really be anything else. Chapter 33. Whoever the person walking across the dry, dead earth was, they could obviously sense mana from a distance. It was impressive, in a way. Almost no one I'd met since awakening had that kind of skill at even the most basic level. From what I could piece together, Father had been considered something of a prodigy at working with mana as a child, and only the unfortunate accident that I was still missing some details on had prevented him from becoming someone important as he got older. Instead, he'd become a social pariah, though I hadn't realized it at first. I did not see him out in the fields at work, and when we stood in line for the nightly tithe at the Drawstones, he'd always directed conversations inwards toward the family. I'd mistaken it as him being a doting parent at first, but the truth was that very few people could manage anything more than basic courtesy masking subtle hostility. My father was not well liked, not at all. One of these days I was going to have to get the whole story out of him, regardless of how painful it might turn out to be. I suspected it was going to be important to know exactly where my family stood once Noctra was dead and gone. Initially, I'd thought that Father might slot into the role since the village seemed to want to have a mage as its head, but I was beginning to suspect they might not accept him in particular. As we watched the person draw closer to us, I started to get a sense of some mana about them. It wasn't in their core, not most of it at least, and it was shrouded in a way that reminded me of a window with a blanket tacked up in front of it. It didn't fool anybody into thinking there was no light on the outside. It just filtered enough light to keep it from being distracting to someone wanting a bit of darkness. That was what I felt, a curtain drawn over the mana to mute its presence instead of a shield to hide it completely. I couldn't be certain if the effect was deliberate or not, but I had my suspicions based on what little magic I'd seen in my new life so far that it was more a lack of skill than a lack of choice. Whoever this person was, they were probably trying to cross the wastelands without attracting the notice of any predators that could sniff out mana, and this curtain was the best they could do to reduce the chances of being noticed.
"How do they know we're here?"
Father asked. "Same way the mana sniffers do," I said. "They can feel your mana core."
"From that far away? I can barely feel anything more than 20 feet.
I shrugged. "It's a skill you can get better at, just like anything else. If you'd been allowed to keep your mana growing up, your range would probably be 10 times that, with minimal effort made on your part. And there are special tools that can have miles-long ranges. Those wouldn't be in the hands of some random person, though. And since I was sure that was what our uninvited guest was using to track Father's mana core, it narrowed down the possibilities considerably. It was too bad I didn't have the spare mana to shield Father's core for him, or the time to teach him to do it himself. Shielding my own core didn't actually cost me any mana. It was just a technique that took some mental effort to maintain, sort of like keeping a muscle clenched. Shielding someone else's mana was a bit more complicated, unfortunately. The person below us could be a complete stranger, perhaps from Darrow. They could have been traveling by, noticed Father's mana, and decided to investigate. None of that seemed likely to me, but it was a possibility. Equally possible was the idea that we'd accidentally settled near some old hermit's abode, and made enough noise to get them to come see what was going on. That also seemed unlikely. The chances that the person under that hat was either Iskara or Noctra were significantly higher. Perhaps one of them had scryed on their wagon, only to discover it empty. Perhaps Noctra had felt me usurp control of Nurmit and wanted to get a closer look at that. It was even possible that they had some extremely sensitive device hidden away that could detect mana over miles. It would have to be properly calibrated to not go off every time some random farmer invoked a bit of mana to get a quick boost of strength. But if they had something like that, it would most definitely have picked up the magic I'd performed when I robbed the drawstones of their mana. Then again, 3 garrison members had shown up at our home an hour later. Part of me was tempted to confirm my guess with a quick scry, but I squashed that idea with the knowledge that if I was right, I was going to need every bit of mana I could get my hands on to fight. Taking another caster on in a straight fight, even if she was just an adept with no personal mana of her own, was not how I'd wanted to handle the situation. I wasn't worried, not precisely, but no one wanted to get drawn into that kind of a confrontation. If I were still Kieran, the ancient archmage, it would have been different. Back then, I could generate enough mana to suppress dozens of apprentices' magic without even trying. They would simply be so outclassed that it would become a physical impossibility for them to even move mana around. Today, here, I couldn't do that. It would be more like fighting a duel of equals, except we'd both be armed with the mystical equivalent of a thorny switch instead of a misteel blade. The person reached the corpses of the mana sniffers I'd killed and halted. The number had grown from 2 to 5 over the last day, though they did seem to be getting smaller for some reason. Perhaps they had some sort of social hierarchy keyed to individual size, and the bigger ones got more territory or first feeding rights. "Retreat back into the crevice," I said. "We'll let them burn some mana climbing up here before I face them."
"If you think I'm letting you deal with whoever that is alone,"
Mother said. "If it comes down to a fight, I don't need the handicap of having to defend you," I told her. "I'm sorry, but you have no mana and Father's barely better off. Neither of you can do much more than basic, unstructured invocations. If I have to focus on defending you from fire blasts, I won't be able to fight."
"How do you know it'll be a fight?"
Father asked. How much do you want to bet that's Iskara down there?
It could be,
Father said slowly.
Why are you so sure it is?
Because I stole all the mana from the village's drawstones before we came out here to rescue you, and Iskara is the one responsible for them. It could be someone else sensing your mana, but I don't know who else would have the training or equipment to track it over such long distances.
All the more reason we should be the ones to meet her then,
Father said.
We're the distraction. She focuses on us, thinks we're the threat, and then you hit her with the sneak attack.
I started to retort, but then I paused. That plan could actually work, but it did put a lot of risk on my parents. If Iskara didn't stop to talk, I'd have to deflect her opening attack without knowing who I was targeting. As long as the conjuration was physical and we stood relatively close together, I could probably do that without much issue. If she used something like a stone-shaping transmutation to trap us, getting everyone out of the way would be a lot harder. A mental attack would almost certainly be aimed at one of my parents and would be almost impossible to block without using all of my mana to place mind shields on all three of us beforehand. It would be better if you waited as far back as possible with Seneca, I said.
That's not going to happen. You're still our son. We have to protect you,
Father said. There wasn't enough time to argue with them about this. Our uninvited guest was climbing up the side of the cliff now, and doing so at a much faster rate than the mana sniffers had. Now that she had to look up and her hat no longer obscured her face, I could confirm that it was definitely Iskara. We only have a minute, I said. If you're staying, get Seneca and Nermit as far back as possible. We'll wait in the open, not in front of the crevice. That way, if she does attack us, there's no chance of her shot going wide and striking anyone in hiding. Mother ushered Seneca back with some whispered warnings about hiding, while Father gave Nermit instructions to stay out of sight and keep Seneca safe. As much as I couldn't condone using the subjugation spell to give orders, it was hard to fault Father for that one. Any decent person would have done that anyway, but Nermit physically couldn't unless someone told him to. Hopefully he was doing what he would have chosen if he still had the ability to make that choice. Hopefully Father didn't die in the next few seconds and cause Nermit to go berserk. I'd warned Father that if something happened to him and the connection ran out of mana to fuel it, or if it snapped for whatever reason, there'd be a backlash that would probably break Nermit's mind the rest of the way. That was a lot of pressure to put on him, and it was one of the reasons I hadn't wanted to keep the control nodule patch connected to my own mana. I was going to be doing the most dangerous part soon, and I didn't want the possibility of my death to lead to that backlash. We assembled into formation, Father and Mother standing close together, and me hiding behind his leg, clutching it and peering around the side as I pretended to be a normal toddler. It felt ridiculous, but it should suffice to throw Iskara. As long as our nosy neighbor hadn't run her mouth about seeing us do any magic, we'd be fine. Even if she had, the reasonable assumption was that Mother had cast those spells, not me. Iskara's hand appeared over the top of the cliff. I could feel faint traces of mana hanging off her, some sort of climbing spell that made her hands and feet stick to the stone. That was a basic enchantment, something good for practicing with. It might mean that Iskara didn't know many spells beyond that range of difficulty. Or it might just mean that she was used to using the cheapest magic to get the job done. Adepts had to learn to keep careful track of their resources, after all. Now that was something I could sympathize with. The way my life had been going since my reincarnation, I was starting to feel like an adept too. The one who functioned as Noctra's assistant in public, and his partner in secret, pulled herself fully onto the cliff. She stood up, patted some dust off her outfit, and looked over at us.
Celis,
she said, nodding first to him before looking at my mother.
Zalea.
What a surprise to see you out here,
Father said.
Yes, well, when things go wrong, I'm often the one who gets sent to clean up the mess. And this is a big mess. I wouldn't have thought... That's odd.
Iskara paused and studied us intently.
How in the world did you obtain a spiritual blessing, Celis?
Chapter 34. Iskara stared at my father, waiting for an answer. I could practically see the gears turning in her head, measuring, cataloging, and assessing him. She took a step forward, then another.
"That's far enough,"
Father said, snapping her out of her funk.
Oh, where was I? A big mess,
Mother said dryly.
Ah, yes, but that was before I realized your husband had been blessed by the spirits. You must tell me how this happened.
There was a hunger in those words. It was well hidden, but I recognized it. I'd seen it before. Adepts universally wanted to become mages. There was always a reason they couldn't, usually some sort of damage to their mana cores, but occasionally they suffered from a curse or disease that prevented them from manipulating their own mana. In this place, it seemed to be a lack of knowledge as to how to actually ignite a core that held adepts back. They all wanted to fix that deficiency, whatever it was. I'd seen it dozens of times. Iskara was no exception. Oh, she had her tricks. There was a small wand hidden in her sleeve, probably fastened in place with some sort of wrist strap, that she could draw in an instant to shape the mana inside its crystal into some sort of attack. I also felt no less than 6 mana crystals around the wrist opposite of the wand, probably strung together on a bracelet. None of them were very big, but all were fully charged. Iskara had more than enough mana available to her to kill us all. I couldn't let a fight drag out between us, not if I wanted to win. When I struck, it needed to be decisive, so fast that she never saw the spell coming. I needed something I could form instantly and that didn't have any sort of travel time, probably something that would damage her mind.
"I'm not really sure why you'd think I'd tell you anything after what you two did to me," Father said. "If you wanted my help, casting a sleep spell on me, then dragging me out into the middle of the wastes where I could have been eaten by any monster that happened to be in the area wasn't a great way to go about asking."
That was before you received a blessing. Now you're a mage, and that means you're far too valuable,
Iskara said.
"That's why you sent people to kidnap the rest of my family?"
Father asked.
"To do what? To hold them hostage?"
No, of course not,
Iskara said.
That was unrelated to you becoming a mage.
I scanned the adept carefully. She was confident, and she had a lot of good reasons to be, but this seemed too much. Did she know something I didn't? Or was I just overthinking things? I was used to opponents with monumental resources to draw on, able and willing to spend more mana on simple traps than my new body could generate in a year. There couldn't be any traps. We'd been camping out on this ledge for days now, and if she'd tried to set something after arriving, I would have sensed it. I couldn't help but be wary of whatever trick she had to use against us. It wouldn't have to be formidable to stop me, not in the state I was in.
"But you realize that it doesn't exactly make me want to help you, right?"
I don't see why we need to be enemies here,
Iskara said with a shake of her head.
It's not like you all have never made mistakes. Last week you were a minor curiosity. Now you're in a position to become a strong asset and get ahead in life. Do you really want to be a farmer until you die? An ostracized farmer that the whole village hates, no less.
There. When Iskara shook her head, I'd spotted a fine chain hanging around her neck. Now that I had a clue to tell me where to look, I could feel the drawstone amulet hanging under her shirt. That was a nasty trick right there. A mage would never want to wear something like that. It would weaken them too much, either by stealing away their mana as it was generated, or by wearing them out mentally resisting it. An adept, on the other hand, generated almost no mana to begin with. All the fuel for Iskara's spells was stored in her bracelet, far enough away from the Drawstone amulet that it wouldn't be affected until she drew it into her mana core. She'd only need to resist the pull for a few seconds while she cast the spell. And in the meantime, any spell cast against her would see a majority of the mana drained away on contact. It wasn't perfect immunity by any means, and back when I'd been an Archmage in possession of a Stage 9 mana core, I would have overwhelmed it without even trying. Now, things would be a bit trickier.
"You can't possibly expect me to trust Noctra after this,"
Father said while Mother nodded next to him.
To hell with Noctra,
Iskara said.
I'll make you a deal. You tell me how you obtained your blessing, show me how to do it too, and I'll kill Noctra myself.
I paused. That shouldn't really have been a surprise. I'd already gotten the impression that the two weren't on the best of terms. If anything, it seemed like Iskara had been sent by whatever cabal he answered to back in Darrow to keep an eye on him and ensure regular shipments of mana made their way back to her masters.
You'd betray him?
Mother asked sharply.
How are we supposed to trust you if you'd stab a man you've been working with for 15 years in the back?
Iskara started laughing.
Oh no, I don't want to work with Noctra. He's here as a punishment. I'm here to make sure he pays back his debts. Trust me, he hates my guts.
I silently willed my parents to keep Iskara talking, to fish more information out of her, but they both just stared at her mutely. Whoever Iskara's employer was, that was who we would need to worry about after I killed Noctra. The more I could learn about them now, the better off we'd be in the future. I considered a mental interrogation, but it would almost certainly cost me more mana than I had available. Even if I could break the attunement on Iskara's mana crystals, there was so little in there that it wouldn't be worth the effort. The wand was the same story. They were handcrafted for the individual who would wield them, though I was curious to see what kind of design changes had been made to compensate for an environment completely devoid of ambient mana. The short version was that I did not have the budget to go trawling through Iskara's brain for secrets, and I wasn't likely to get much from her anyway. Worse, thanks to that Drawstone amulet, I was going to have to be creative with how I put her down. I was considering a transmutation to soften the stone under her feet, but doing it at that range fast enough to trap her would be problematic. Throwing her off the cliff also had its appeal, but I couldn't trust that she wouldn't save herself with a simple weight reduction invocation. The amulet's location, so close to her head, also made mental attacks problematic. A wide burst of fire would probably be effective, though the damage would be far more severe on her bottom half. But really, the best solution would be to cut her off from her tools. An adept without any outside sources of mana was just a regular human with a lot of academic knowledge about how magic worked, after all.
If it's a punishment for him, why isn't it a punishment for you?
Mother asked. Iskara shook her head and smirked at my parents.
Now, let's see a bit of reciprocal trust before I go giving away the big secrets. Tell me how you gained your blessing.
"I don't think so,"
Father said. In an instant, Iskara's whole demeanor shifted.
I don't think you understand. You're going to tell me. You can do it voluntarily, or I can make you. If you don't want to cooperate, I'll pin the three of... Wait, don't you have 2 kids? Where's the other one?
Iskara started drawing in mana from her bracelet, and I fought to hold back a grin. There was an angle I hadn't considered once I'd found out about the amulet. In order to cast a spell, she needed to hold off the drawstone from disrupting her mana. I'd assumed she'd be well practiced at it. She wasn't. Not only was she struggling to keep her mana inside her core while she made the spell, she actually closed her eyes to help her concentrate. Iskara was as vulnerable as she'd ever be, at least for the next few seconds. That was plenty of time. I conjured up a big block of stone and lobbed it up in an arc to crash down on her head. Iskara went down in a heap. Blood ran down her face from under her hair, and the mana she'd been working on shaping into a spell disappeared into the drawstone in a flash. She groaned and tried to climb back to her feet, but wasn't able to get past her hands and knees. Beside me, both of my parents shouted in surprise. I stepped out from around Father's leg and examined my victim. Her head was lolling to one side, and blood ran freely to drip onto the stone below. My conjured stone had dissolved right around the same time it had impacted her skull, the mana that formed it disrupted by her drawstone amulet. Most of the spell's mana flashed into the atmosphere, where it was drunk up by the harsh environment. As I approached, I performed a simple act of minor telekinesis to take her wand from her. It was the easier of the two weapons to remove, and potentially the more dangerous if she managed to palm it and used it to increase her offensive capabilities. I took the bracelet next. It wasn't even something with a clasp or latch, just a plain leather band with 6 small red stones embedded in them. Garnets, perhaps. My magic tugged it off her wrist, and it flew through the air into my waiting grasp. You see, the problem is that you'd turn on us even if we agreed to ally with you. If there's one thing people like you are reliable about, it's looking out for your own best interest at the cost of your supposed allies, I said. Goodbye, Perfidy. Even in her current state, I didn't trust her enough to get close so that I could remove that amulet. Instead, I used a considerably more powerful version of minor telekinesis, appropriately known as greater telekinesis, to grab Iskara by her foot and drag her backwards 30 feet into the open air. Her body swung loose as it slipped off the side of the cliff, and I let her fall to her death. My parents watched, slack-jawed. I turned back to them and shook my head. I thought I'd made it clear that I was killing both of them. I was hoping you'd get a bit more information before I struck, but it wasn't worth the risk once she started casting a spell.
You just like that,
Father said.
You're a murderer.
I shrugged. So was she.
You don't know that,
Mother said. What do you think she was planning on doing to us? I asked. Why was she asking about your kids? Do you think that was the first time she'd ever used someone's family as leverage? Should I have let her torture Seneca until you told her what she wanted to know so that you'd feel morally justified in killing her?
No, it's just...
The only difference between killing Iskara and killing Noctra is that I don't plan on confronting him first, I said. I glanced over the edge of the cliff at Iskara's body. She was either very dead or double-jointed in every limb, including her neck. I was betting on the former, but I cast a quick scry to confirm it. The last thing I needed right now was her activating some contingency spell with her dying breath. But no, she was very, very dead. I have work to do, I said as I walked past my parents into the shade of the crevice. Chapter 35. The first thing I wanted to study was the wand I'd taken from Iskara. It wasn't going to be much use to me personally, but it would be an excellent tool to help Father along if I could adapt it to work with him. That assumed I was able to get it working for him without breaking it. Mana crystals were far, far superior to storage crystals in terms of maximum size and efficiency, but they did require an attunement that limited their use to the mage who'd bonded with one. Sometimes it just wasn't possible to recycle a mana crystal, especially one that was so small. And all of Iskara's had been very, very small. She'd made up for quality with an abundance of quantity, which had its own drawbacks. Foremost among them was access speed. It would be prohibitively difficult to draw from all 6 mana crystals at once, 7 if her wand counted, which meant she needed to pull from them sequentially. That would slow her down a great deal, especially with that drawstone amulet she'd been wearing. I still wasn't quite sure why she'd come out with that as her defense. She hadn't known she'd be facing a mage, and it wouldn't do much good in hiding her mana from any of the predatory monsters in the wastelands. Nobody could walk around with such a thing hanging off their neck for no reason, though. They were decidedly uncomfortable, even to those who had dormant mana cores. I also hadn't retrieved whatever mana tracking device she'd used to find us. Given the state of her body at the base of the cliff, I had good reason to suspect that it had been damaged in the fall and would likely be useless to me. Even if it hadn't been, I didn't have an immediate use for it anyway. It wasn't like they were that hard to build if I ever changed my mind. The wand itself was a little thing, finger width and appearing to be nothing more than a neatly trimmed stick. It had been hollowed out and a tiny cylindrical mana crystal slotted inside. That had grown hair-thin connections that burrowed into the wood and spread through the fibers to form the enchantment that helped increase the mage's control of any spells cast through it. Severing the attunement to a dead woman would be a delicate task, but I thought I could probably manage it without doing any damage to the wand if I had plenty of time to work and wasn't stingy with my own mana. That having been said, I wasn't sure I should. The mana crystal wasn't that big, and the enchantments weren't that complex. I could probably make a better wand from nothing for about the same amount of mana. If I'd had access to my old workshop, I could have done it for a fraction of the cost. The bracelet of mana crystals was the same issue. First, the stones were so small that they could barely hold any mana. For some reason, whoever had crafted it had used actual gemstones, which anybody who'd made it past the apprentice stage would know was a terrible idea. It wasn't that gemstones were worse than any regular old rock. If anything, they held more mana. But physical size mattered, and it was a lot easier to find a big rock than a big diamond or ruby. The gems barely had any glow at all in them, despite being fully charged. Besides, jewelry made for tempting targets for thieves. There was a reason I'd chosen a rock that weighed 50 or 60 pounds as the base object to transmute into my own personal mana crystal. It was too bad there was no ambient mana here. It would have been nice to build an obelisk to power some big experiments. But without any way to power it, it would be nothing but a big fancy dead rock. I had some vague notions of building a bank of mana crystals instead, but in truth, I would probably just leave the area in a few years. The lack of mana was too big of a handicap to justify staying here forever.
What are you doing?
Seneca asked, startling me out of my examination. Looking at this, I said, holding up the bracelet of garnets.
That's pretty,
she said.
Where did you get it?
From that lady who was here a bit ago. She tried to attack us, so I took it from her. Would you like it? Seneca's eyes went wide.
I can have it? Are you sure?
All yours, I told her as I held it out. She took it from my hands and peered at it more closely, then threw her arms around me in a big hug.
Thanks! I'm going to wear it every day.
It'll look good on you, I said. If we'd been anywhere else, I wouldn't have given it to her. It was too valuable, even if I didn't factor in the mana crystal aspect of the gemstones. But there was no one out here, and by the time Seneca returned to the village, I planned on having dispatched Noctra and informed everyone about what he'd been up to. I did not expect that conversation to go over well. The villagers had been taken in by a long con. 15 years of believing what Noctra told them was not going to be overcome with a single speech, and most of the evidence I could provide would go completely over their heads. It wasn't like I could prove that Noctra had subjugated the village idiot. He'd always been slow. Nobody but me could measure out how much mana he'd taken from them, and everyone already believed they had a barrier protecting them despite clear evidence to the contrary. Maybe, weeks and months after the fact, when they still had no monsters come sniffing around the village, despite Noctra being gone, they might accept that there had never been a barrier in the first place, that their isolation and lack of mana was what had kept them safe. Though without the Drawstone harvest, they would start to fill those cores again. That might just mean better harvests, as they had more mana to pour into their work. Only time would tell. Regardless of how the village reacted to it, I was still planning on killing Noctra. Even if I ignored what he'd done to Father, I wasn't about to excuse the torture he'd put Nermit through. That made me something of a hypocrite, but I could live with that. I'd paid for my own sins many times over already, and I didn't care if Noctra didn't get the opportunity to make reparations, not when he was so dangerous to me on a personal level right now.
What are you two up to?
Mother asked as she walked over to where I was seated.
Look what Gravy just gave me,
Seneca said, holding the bracelet up for everyone to see.
Oh, that's very pretty,
Mother said.
Let me help you put that on.
Seneca was distracted by the bracelet and missed the look Mother gave me, one part shock and one part disgust. Apparently, she had some hang-ups about looting the dead. I suppose that wasn't a surprise, all things considered. Plenty of people new to violence had that reaction, especially those who'd never had to fight to stay alive. If she was lucky, this whole experience would be the first and last time she ever dealt with something like that. It wasn't like I was planning on bringing any of them along when I went after Ascara's partner. This was probably going to do some long-term damage to my relationship with my parents. I could try to do some damage control, but I couldn't picture that being anything more than cheap lies and justifications. At the end of the day, I was perfectly willing to kill to solve problems when the people causing those problems were evil. That was something my parents would have to accept, or we would quickly grow apart. Even if they rejected me and pushed me away, they were still better parents than I'd had the first time around, though that bar was incredibly low. Just knowing my father's name was enough to put him ahead of whoever had paid my mother for 10 minutes on her sweat-stained bed back when I was Kieran. The fact that my new mother did things like provide food for me had secured her place ahead of the competition. I hadn't even been beaten by anyone yet, not even once. It was nice, different. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. Having any sort of affection for my new parents hadn't been part of my original plan, but I'd found that I was enjoying having a family. I would just have to hope this new reaction to me was brought on by the shock of sudden violence, coupled with the fact that I was physically 3. I wasn't sure what I'd be willing to give up to keep them just yet. Would I need to change who I was to be accepted? If so, was I willing to do that? Compromise was a cornerstone to relationships, after all. Nobody got what they wanted all the time, not if they wanted to have true, genuine friends. Down that route lay nothing but sycophants and toadies. That was fine for the man who didn't want or need relationships with other people, but it could be an awfully lonely way to exist, especially for someone who was going to live for thousands of years. It didn't necessarily mean I needed to hold a relationship with these particular people who, if I was being honest, were probably all going to be dead in the next century anyway. But I would like to look back on my birth family with some fondness 1,000 years down the road. After she got Seneca's bracelet attached, a feat that required it to be double wrapped around her wrist, Mother said,
Can you go find your father for me, sweetie?
And shooed my sister off. With just the two of us, not counting Nermit, who was just lurking in the corner, doing nothing but breathing, she turned to me with a serious look on her face. I'm assuming you want to talk, I said.
Gravin, You just...
Mother trailed off.
You understand why this would be hard for us, right? You get that what you did is terrifying.
I won't apologize for defending us. She was already gathering the mana to attack.
I know. Your father felt her doing it too. He didn't feel yours, however. That's something he wants to ask you about later.
I waved off the question. Just a matter of speed and practice. There's no trick there.
Yes, well, you can talk to him about that later. You scared me. This kind of stuff, it doesn't happen here. It's not supposed to. Evil mages and their sinister plots are fairy tales. People don't go around killing each other. We can't. We'd never survive if we did stuff like that.
She wasn't necessarily wrong, but she was ignoring a few facts there, namely that Noctra had been the aggressor in this fight. If he'd left Father alone instead of trying to exploit him, we'd all be sitting at home right now. Though if I was being fair, I would have come into conflict with the village's governor anyway over his exploitation of mana.
I guess what I'm trying to say is...
Mother trailed off while she gathered her thoughts. It didn't take a genius to predict where this was going. They couldn't condone my actions. I was disruptive to the community. If they tolerated my presence, society would begin to break down. I'd heard that speech before, a long time ago.
Doing something like that, it's...
Here it came.
Just... Your sister isn't like you. She's still a child. You need to make an effort to protect her from being exposed to this kind of stuff. That's important.
Mother gave me a hug and added,
Go find your father when you're done here.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Chapter 36. I waited for Father to finish congratulating Seneca on her new bracelet before I stood up. None of us were exactly getting any privacy here, but then again, it wasn't like we'd had a lot back home either. It was a miracle I'd managed to be born at all once I thought about it. Then again, considering that most huts held at least 2 and sometimes 3 generations, and rarely were they any bigger than mine, I suppose there were some differing cultural notions about privacy and what a couple could do with their kids nearby than what I was used to. That wasn't to say that I hadn't heard my own mother doing the deed hundreds of times with hundreds of different men during my first childhood, just that we had been so low on the societal ladder that the people I grew up around didn't concern themselves with things like being polite or respecting other people. We couldn't afford to do stuff like that back then. For all of that, I hadn't shared a bed with my original mother, and I was doubly glad to be out of the bed of my current parents, even if it was early by village standards. If I could get away with it, I'd build my own little guest room in the garden and sleep there. Assuming I gained some minimal form of control over the village after I took care of Noctra, I was going to introduce them to the idea of walls. We had plenty of space. There was no reason those huts needed to all be single-room affairs. Eventually, I grew bored of waiting. There was very little in the way of entertainment here, which meant Seneca was going to be taking up the attention of at least one other person at all times. Right now, that person just so happened to be who I needed to talk to. I was in no rush, but time wasted getting started was time wasted that Father could have been using. Once I was on my feet, Father got things wrapped up with Seneca and sent her off to play. Not that there was much to do. I would not be even a little bit surprised to catch her eavesdropping on us in the next few minutes. Considering the subject matter of the conversation, I didn't much mind. I just preferred eavesdropping to including her, because if she thought she was being sneaky, she wouldn't interrupt. Hopefully.
How are you feeling?
Father asked. I'm fine. I'm recovering mana at a steady rate, and we should be ready to leave tomorrow evening.
That's not what I meant,
Father said. I know, I told him. I don't regret killing Iskara. She's a long, long way from the first person I've killed, and I sincerely doubt my current life will be so peaceful that she's anywhere near the last. Father tried to suppress a shudder, but I could see it anyway. It did not surprise me that this kind of talk made him uncomfortable. He was a farmer, like most of the village, and not even one who dealt in livestock. There was very little in the way of fresh meat in our diet. It wasn't entirely absent, but only a handful of people were required to take care of the few chickens and pigs the village owned. For all his temper, and however satisfying it might have been to punch Chirrut in the face, Father wasn't comfortable with a display of lethal magic power. There was certainly nothing wrong with that, and it wasn't like I was intending to bring him with me to Noctra's assassination. If he was a lucky man, he'd never see anyone else die again. I wasn't going to bet on that happening, but it was technically possible. I want to start teaching you magic now that you've ignited your core, I said, pushing the conversation along to a new topic. Father hesitated a moment, then nodded.
Do you think I'm ready so soon?
He asked. Why not? Anyone can learn to use magic. The only thing holding you back was a lack of mana. Besides, you've got to start somewhere. You've got some reserves built up. I'm going to get you started today with a brief overview of different disciplines and some simple exercises.
Ancestors save my soul, I'm back in school,
Father said with a laugh. I flashed him a grin and said, You've never had a master like me.
Oh no, what have I gotten myself into?
He wasn't taking me seriously. That was understandable, given the circumstances. I was 3. I was his son. None of the magic I'd used was all that visibly impressive. I lacked the time and resources to put him through some intensive training, for now. But I'd have him cursing my name before my 4th birthday. There are 7 disciplines, but we are only going to concern ourselves with 2 of them today. They are alchemy, conjuration, divination, enchantment, inscription, invocation, and transmutation. The 2 we are going to work on are conjuration and invocation, but let's go over the rest in the broadest of possible strokes. Alchemy is the discipline of extracting mana from raw materials. This is different from ambient mana, as the materials filter or alter the mana in some fundamental way, which can be used to a variety of effects. It is a complicated discipline that we will not be spending any time on for the simple reason that it's worthless here. Without any ambient mana for the raw materials to take in, there is nothing here that can be used as a base for alchemy on its own. Divination is the act of receiving information through structured magical spells. It can be used to see far-off locations, hear conversations from miles away, find someone or something you have lost, and even predict the future in a limited capacity. There are some novice divinations that we'll study at a later time, but it is one of the more difficult disciplines to start with. Enchantment is the discipline we will most likely visit after conjuration and invocation, and it is characterized by its study of spells that rely on artificial mana cores to function. It has nigh endless applications, and mages who choose to specialize in this discipline are almost always highly sought after and well compensated. It is also one of the most technically demanding disciplines. Inscription—
Whoa, hold up,
Father said, interrupting me with a raised hand. I felt my mouth twist into a hard frown, but I paused. I hated being cut off when I was speaking. You have a question? I asked.
If I'm not going to be learning any of these disciplines, why are you explaining them to me?
No apprentice of mine is going to be so poorly trained that he doesn't learn at least the basics of every discipline. Given our location, I am inclined to give you some slack when it comes to alchemy, but rest assured you will learn enough of the other 6 disciplines to at least perform basic ranked spells and be able to self-learn intermediate ranked ones.
And what if I don't want to do that?
Father said, challenge in his tone. Then I will call you a fool and wash my hands of teaching you anything at all. I will not have a student who does not wish to learn. It was clear to me that my father wasn't taking this seriously. Unfortunately, I lacked the means to show off some of the more spectacular spells in my repertoire.
Graven, I know you mean well, but I think you are forgetting where you are and who we are. We are simple folk. I work in a field every day, and thanks to you, I'm going to be able to get more done in less time and be in better shape at the end of it. But I don't need a mage's education when I am not a mage.
I stared at him, dumbfounded. Do you honestly believe I spent the time and resources to help you ignite your core so that you could remain a farmer when I was done with you? He bristled at that and snapped.
Whether I choose to remain a farmer or do anything else isn't really up to you now, is it? What makes you think you have a say in my life like that anyway?
This wasn't going at all how I'd expected it to. Perhaps I'd just become used to my former reputation. For hundreds of years I'd had people begging me, sometimes on their knees with their heads pressed against the floor, to teach them magic. Literal kings and emperors had tried to entice me into tutoring their children, and everyone everyone understood the inherent power and status of an archmage. There'd seldom been a need to impress upon a prospective student how rare of an opportunity they were being given, not even if they were of royal blood. And then there was my father, a simple farmer who'd spent most of his life being swindled out of his mana by a con man, born and raised in a desert without a speck of mana in the air or dirt. Not only did he not understand what I was offering, he didn't even care to find out. He was humoring me, the way any parent might when their child told them something they'd learned. The Graven part of me was hurt that my dear father, whom I loved so very much, wasn't taking me seriously. The Kieran part of me was coldly furious and seriously contemplating leaving him stranded up here for a few days after we left. I would give him some advice on the invocation he'd need to get down and let him figure it out himself. Maybe he'd be more appreciative of me in the future. I firmly quashed both of those parts. It was not fair to hold Father to the same standards as students from my past life. He wasn't a mage, he was barely even an apprentice, and only by the most technical of standards. And he was right. He hadn't asked for this. If not for him needing to do this to save Nermit's life, he would still have a dormant core. "You're right," I said. "It wasn't my place to just decide that you would become a mage, but you still should. There are so many things I can teach you. Even with your core limited to its current stage, you could learn spells to feed a dozen families by yourself. You could learn how to defend the other villagers if a monster appears in the fields, and they're going to need that. Noctra has to go."
You have a point, but Graven, I don't want to be the guy who fights monsters. I tried that once. It didn't end well for me. It got someone else killed.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but if you had known the spells I plan on teaching you, even just the novice tier ones, you might have saved your friend's life. Someone in this village is going to need to know how to do this. Someone who can lead them. I can't do that. Not now. Maybe not ever.
You think I can?
Father was incredulous.
They hate me.
I shrugged. How many of them do you think are going to follow instructions from a child? I can't even get you to do it without an argument, and you know what I am.
We could leave Noctra in charge,
Father said. Is that really what you want? He literally kidnapped you and tried to sell you into slavery. He's been lying to everyone for over a decade and stealing the mana of over 100 people. We're one bad harvest away from starving to death because of him. He has to go. Father sighed but nodded.
I know. It's not ideal, but it might be worse without him.
That's why I'm trying to teach you what you need to know to replace him. I don't expect you to become a master, certainly not overnight, and maybe not ever, but I'm hoping to teach you enough that you can help others ignite their cores and make this village prosper.
I don't want that responsibility. 20 years ago, when I was a kid, sure, but not today, not now.
Sorry, but you're the only one here. Even if it's not forever, someone needs to step in. Noctra's not going to just leave us alone while I interview the neighbors until I find someone I think is a good fit. It's you or no one. Father sat there for a minute and thought it over, while I waited and pretended I couldn't see Seneca's wide-eyed stare from around the corner. Our voices had been raised at some point during the argument, high enough that everyone had heard us. I briefly wondered what Mother thought of my plan. Finally, Father nodded.
I can't promise I'm going to become a mage, but I'll do my best to keep the village safe until we can find someone who will. You were saying?
I believe I'd made it to inscription. Now. Chapter 37. It took me a second to get back into the rhythm of things, and even though I'd given this speech many, many times in my past life, it suddenly felt awkward to be doing it again now. But I'd given magical lectures under worse conditions, and I could do it again now. Inscription is similar to enchanting, except that you are inscribing the language of magic onto a physical object. The primary purpose of this is to allow anyone to pick up that object and, assuming a basic requisite amount of training, push mana into it to activate it. You might think of it as the other side of enchantment's coin. Finally, transmutation. This is the discipline of magic that involves permanently changing one thing into another. Similar to conjuration, the magic is created, it has an effect, and then it ends. The difference is that the temporary effect deliberately alters a physical object. This is different than, for example, conjuring a blast of fire, which incidentally leaves the ground scorched.
That is a lot,
Father said. It is, I agreed, and I'm not going to get into any of those 5 disciplines beyond what I've just told you. Just knowing their basic purviews is enough information for today. What we're going to talk about, instead, are invocations, which are the easiest spells to learn, and conjurations, which are the opposite of invocations. The primary difference is that invocations are an internal expression of mana, whereas conjurations are external.
Okay, I'm with you so far. Invocations are what we're all doing every day to help us work the fields,
Father said.
And you can show me how to do better, I guess? Be more efficient?
Technically speaking, I have only observed people using unstructured mana in a way that produces similar effects to an invocation spell. You could classify it as more of a pseudo-invocation than an actual spell, but yes, I'm going to give you some exercises to practice and teach you how to cast the spell known as weight reduction. It's the spell you'll use to get down from here tomorrow, so it's important to pay attention.
Wait, do you mean...
Father trailed off as he glanced over at the edge of the cliff.
Are you expecting me to voluntarily jump off of that tomorrow and trust in a spell I don't know how to cast to save my life?
I would recommend practicing today, I said dryly. I've been forced into situations where I've had to use unfamiliar magic on the fly before. It seldom went well.
But you're going to be watching to save me if something goes wrong, right?
I shrugged. I'm on a limited mana budget right now. I'm sure you'll rise to the challenge.
Spirits guide my path. My son is a monster.
I ignored that. I'd been called worse, and rightfully so. Father's sarcasm aside, I was a monster. Just because I'd grown softer in my old age did not make me any less of one. There had been a time in my life when many people had a vested interest in killing me. And in retrospect, they'd been right to make the attempt. Let's start with some mana control exercises. You need to be able to direct your mana to do what you want before you can shape it into a spell. It's important to learn and know your own limits here as well. Having access to all the mana in the world does you no good if your mind is so wrung out that you can't concentrate well enough to put together the simplest spell. Additionally, the worse your concentration, the sloppier your spell, which wastes your mana. In my past life, I would have saved that lesson for after an apprentice had the basics down. Refining mana control was important, but more so at the higher levels of spells, where a bleed-over effect could ruin the entire thing. Given the situation we were in, though, techniques for conserving mana were going to be some of the most important things I could teach Father. Fortunately, invocations were uniquely suited to practice this. Since the mana was imbued into the caster's body, it was much easier to recycle excess mana back into the core, without anything escaping into the air. That was, not coincidentally, why I started every new apprentice mage with invocations. They were fantastic learning tools for beginners. Everything was easier to control and sense. You remember how we spun the mana in your core to pack it down during your ignition? I asked.
I do,
Father said. This will be similar to that, except that instead of keeping it in your core, the goal is to sweep the mana out to the tips of your fingers and toes, then bring it back to your core, without losing any. Think of it somewhat like doing stretches for your mana core instead of your body. The easy part of this will be moving your mana out. The The hard part will be bringing it back without losing any along the way. I watched as Father took his hesitant first steps along the road of magic and offered him guidance where I could. His early attempts often resulted in his mana threading its way down his arms and legs, usually getting close to his goal and breaking apart when he overextended himself. After the 5th time, I said, "Remember, this exercise is about control. You need to stop trying to give your mana momentum. You're not heaving it in an explosion of strength. You are guiding it with a steady hand to where it needs to be." Father grumbled something under his breath, but he slowed down and kept a tighter grip on his mana after that. It didn't stretch nearly as far, but he also didn't lose nearly as much when he pulled it back.
"I thought you said getting the mana to my hands and feet was the easy part," he said after a while.
"It is."
"Doesn't feel very easy."
"Well, easy is a relative term." Seneca wandered over around then and asked,
Can I try too?
Considering it had been days since she'd been subjected to a drawstone, her mana core was better than half full. She certainly had enough reserves to perform the exercise, but I had some doubts about her ability to control her mana. Still, it wouldn't hurt anything if she wasted her mana on this, and I'd be right here to keep an eye on her if she tried to do anything dangerous. "Sure," I said. "Do you need any help?"
Nope.
She settled down right next to Father, who'd had his eyes closed for most of the last hour in an attempt to increase his focus on the task. He didn't look down at her, but I saw the corner of his mouth curl up into a smile. It took her 20 minutes to complete the exercise, a bit faster than I'd expected.
I did it!
She said, disrupting Father's concentration again. His eyes popped open to give her a look of disbelief before shifting to me. I shrugged. She did. It's not surprising, really. She's smaller, so less physical distance, and she has less mana, so less effort to control it.
"She's 6!"
Father protested. "I suppose she's a natural. Maybe we should have ignited her core instead of yours." Father thought about that for a second, then laughed.
"I guess so."
He continued to practice with Seneca's encouragement. That wasn't doing much for his focus, but since he might someday need to put together a spell while someone else was actively trying to kill him, I let her keep distracting him. As far as handicaps went, this one was pretty mild. Surprisingly, not all of her advice was bad. I had to clap a hand over my mouth to keep from laughing when, during one of his attempts, she said,
No, Dad! You have to push it out from the center, not pull on it. That's why it keeps breaking. You're stretching it too much.
Father had been attempting to work the strands of mana winding through his limbs with a sort of gentle pulling motion of his mana, stretching it thinner and thinner the farther it reached. He was pushing more mana in to reinforce the structure, but on Seneca's advice, he switched to pushing it out from his core to give it more length, and focusing his mental efforts on holding its shape. There were hundreds of different mana manipulation techniques, and my personal style of teaching was to introduce a student to some base concepts, let them take some time to get a feel for how they wanted to move their mana around, and suggest exercises and training regimens to refine what they were trying to do, or alternatives that would be easier for them to transition into. This tended to result in better control, as students found what worked best for them before building on it. But this worked too, and considering how little time we had to actually work on Father's mana control, I couldn't bring myself to object to the interference in the process. It seemed to be helping at least, even if it wasn't the route Father would have naturally gone to on his own.
"Oh, I think I did it,"
Father said in surprise. His mana had stretched all the way down into his toes while still tightly controlled. "Now, pull it back in without losing any," I said. "Once you can reliably do that, we'll start on the actual spell itself." The training continued on into the evening with a break for some frankly unappealing raw food from our garden, now several days old. All of us were eager to return to the village, if for no other reason than to have access to the garden and cooking fire again. Despite knowing how I needed to carefully conserve my mana, I had to resist serious temptation to do something to make the meal more palatable. My father wasn't the brightest student I'd ever taught, not by a long shot, but he was adequate. For the limited plans I'd begun drafting for the future of the village, he would do well enough. It didn't seem like he was interested in a permanent position running the place and defending it, but I thought I could talk him into at least holding the spot until he could find someone to replace him. If I was really lucky, he'd pass on whatever magical knowledge I managed to impart over the next few weeks or months, and I'd be able to go completely hands-off with managing the village. If I were in a better position to do so, I might have considered Seneca as a possible student. She was too young still, ironic coming from me, but in 5 or 6 years she would be the perfect age, and I was in a unique position to lay down substantial groundwork with her. As it stood, I just didn't have the mana to devote to helping her yet. Maybe in a year or two that would change, but I doubted it.
"And that's 10,
Father wheezed out as he finished the final stretch of his mana I demanded of him. More than half of his reserves had been lost to practice, but that would all refill while he was asleep anyway. All right, time to move on then. Let me show you the weight reduction spell, I said.
"What, right now? I'm exhausted."
"That's intentional," I told him. "You need to be able to cast spells under extreme conditions. A spell you can only use in a test chamber with no outside interference is no use to you. If you find yourself falling from 1,000 feet up, you have only seconds to cast this spell before you hit the ground and die. You won't get a second chance if you mess it up." Father groaned and pulled himself back fully upright.
Okay, you're right. Tell me what to do, O wise master."
Once again, I ignored the sarcasm, but I did find myself missing my teaching staff. It had that one nifty little inscription to make someone's bottom feel like they'd been swatted with a switch for 30 seconds before the pain faded. I could have used that about now. There was no sense crying over the loss. I started to pull my own mana out of my core to show Father where and how to use his, being very careful not to actually cast the spell as I demonstrated each part. I was going to need that mana back. There was no reason to waste it. Chapter 38.
"Raro divinta temin,"
Father said in time with the mana swirling through him. "No, not Temin. Temun," I corrected.
"Does it matter? You said the words were just for the tempo."
"Not just for the tempo. And while you can get away with saying the wrong runes now, being slipshod isn't going to help you in the future. Verbalizing runes has some leeway for novice spells. That's why they're novice spells to begin with. You can make mistakes and still get more or less the results you want, even if it costs more mana and time for an effect that isn't as strong. But it's better to learn it right from the start, especially since when you get to the point where you're inscribing the runes onto physical objects, you can't make even the slightest mistake there. The mana slipped away from Father's aborted magic while I lectured him, and by the time my explanation had finished, there was no trace of a weight reduction spell to be found. I frowned at that, and made a mental note to show Father some exercises aimed at increasing his ability to hold mana into a specific shape for longer periods of time. Sometimes it was important to have a spell completed and ready to be unleashed in an instant, like a crossbow pointed at a doorway, finger on the trigger, just waiting for someone to walk through.
"I need a break,"
Father said as he flopped down onto the rock he'd claimed as his chair. The frown on my lips deepened, but I forced it away. It wasn't fair to expect Father to be able to handle as much mana manipulation as any of my previous students.
Even beginners who'd never done any spell work normally had the advantage of living in an environment rich in ambient mana. Their bodies adapted to that, and provided a stronger foundation when it came time to consciously use that mana. Becoming a true mage in this desert would be a challenge, but it had its benefits to balance out the drawbacks. Without ambient mana in the background, it would be much easier to practice new spells, at least until Father's internal mana ran out. At that point, he'd have to wait all that much longer for it to naturally regenerate. Now that I thought about it, his mana core was getting dangerously low. We couldn't afford to let it empty out completely, not with him needing to supply a constant stream of mana to Nermit in order to maintain the subjugation override. I needed to account for that both in terms of his total available mana and how quickly he would get worn down. Maintaining the link while practicing was somewhat like wearing weighted training clothes while lifting weights. "I suppose we could rest for a few minutes," I said.
"I was thinking an hour or two,"
Father shot back. "You'll never get anywhere if that's the limits of your discipline," I told him, to which Father rolled his eyes.
"You're worse than the overseers in the fields,"
he said.
"Half an hour?"
"I suppose. But then we're back to practicing until it's time to eat."
"Deal,"
he said as he leaned back and put his weight on his hands.
"Spirits save me. I can't believe I'm back out in the wastelands again."
"You never did tell me what happened all those years ago." He sighed and said,
"No, I suppose I didn't. It's a painful memory."
"I don't want to press you, but I got the impression that the barrier was real back then, that it actually protected you from monsters."
"Oh, it was. Why do you think the entire village believes in it? The previous governor, Lord Emito, maintained it by himself. When Noctra arrived, he claimed that it was broken, that he'd repaired it, but it would need much more mana to function now."
That was a reasonable claim, in my mind. If something had been broken and the repairs weren't up to standard, mana leakage was entirely possible. It wasn't necessarily a difficult fix, but given what I knew of Noctra's skill level, I would be more surprised that he managed to get a broken wardstone functional at all than that his patch job had holes in it.
"I was, 12 or so,"
Father said.
"My ego was as big as could be, all puffed up because Lord Emito was teaching me rudimentary mana control. I was special. I was going to learn how to cast spells. I was going to be better than everyone else."
He paused and shook his head.
"I was an idiot, even for my age. I thought that because I could sense mana in others, that it would be fine to go out exploring. If any monsters started coming at us, I'd know they were there. And I was young and strong. I could run for miles without stopping. So, I went outside the barrier, and I convinced my two best friends to come with me. Your mother was one of them. The other was a boy named Tenno. Things were fine the first time we did it, and the second, and the third. We kept going farther and farther away from the safety of the village. Spirits bless me if I know why. It's not like there's much to see out here, right? You've seen one patch of barren scorched earth, you've seen them all. I guess we all thought we'd find some buried treasure or something out here, but we never did."
Father paused to collect his thoughts while I waited. It was hard for me to empathize with that mindset, probably because I'd never had a time as a child where I felt safe and invincible. I'd learned at an early age that I didn't even need to go looking for trouble. In the city of my birth, all I needed to do was stand still long enough and trouble would find me, even in my own home. Nowhere was safe. Of all the things I regretted in my past, burning down the mansion along Golden Row was not one of them. The only thing that would have made it better was if I could have locked those noble pricks inside while I did it. The way they ran that city earned them death 12 times over.
It was a snapmaw that found us. I don't know if you know what those are.
Father shot me a quick glance, and when I shook my head, he continued.
Imagine a lizard as big as a man, brown and orange to help it blend in with the wastes, but able to run 3 times faster than a human, infusing his body with mana. They're ambush predators, hard to spot, and quick to close their jaws around their prey, then drag it off to whatever rock they like hiding under to eat it. Snapmaws aren't magical, not any more than the rest of us at least, and their mana gets spent helping them hide. My oh-so-brilliant plan of just knowing when something was nearby by sensing its mana failed completely, and who lived and who died that day was decided by one simple factor: which of us was standing closest to the Snapmaw's hiding spot. Tenno was probably dead before we even knew the Snapmaw was there,
Father said, his voice heavy.
Just snuffed out. Because I was stupid and careless. Because I thought I knew better than those boring, stuffy adults. Your mother and I ran for the village. I don't know if it was the fact that we were running that encouraged the Snapmaw to chase us, or if it just didn't think Tenno was enough of a meal by himself, but either way. We ran screaming all the way back, and by the time we crossed the barrier, it was right on our heels. Lord Emito knew, somehow. He was a mile away at home, probably enjoying his breakfast, but he knew. He reinforced the barrier just as the Snapmaw crashed into it, catching the beast halfway. It got stuck there, and some of the farmers rushed it with shovels and hoes to drive it back. I don't know what happened to the barrier. Honestly, you'd have a better idea than me, but that encounter broke it. Snapmaw must have decided it wasn't worth the fight. It ran off, took Tenno as its meal, and disappeared into the wastes. We never found the body,
Father said.
Chirrut blamed us, rightfully so. It was my fault most of all. He's hated me ever since. I don't blame him. Lord Emito, I don't know. He was an old man. They said his heart gave out trying to do whatever magic he did, and the barrier broke. And one morning, I got my best friend and my mentor killed. And then Noctra came a few years later and told us he needed mana from everybody. He set up his drawstones, and the whole village hated me for that too, because it was my fault they had to do it.
You were a child, I said quietly. You made a mistake, but they've been hanging that over your head for 15 years now.
I was old enough to know better. I was supposed to have a bright future ahead of me. Things had gone differently. I might have been the next governor once Lord Emito felt I was ready. But that wasn't good enough for me. I had to go see all the scrubgrass and sand with my own eyes.
I didn't have any words to refute that. At least, there weren't any that I hadn't already said. He'd made a mistake, the kind that in my old life would have gotten someone ostracized and resulted in them packing up to move somewhere where no one knew their name. That was an impossibility here, where exile was just an extended death sentence. So, he'd lived with it, with the daily reminder to the entire village that he'd cost them a measure of peace and security that they couldn't get back. Not ever. I imagined that cold civility was probably about the warmest a conversation got from my father, at least among those who remembered the time before his mistake. In all fairness, the loss of the barrier was completely Emito's fault. It sounded to me like he'd overwhelmed the ward stone by trying to push too much mana through it in an attempt to strengthen the barrier. He should have known that what he was doing would have consequences. I doubted the villagers saw it that way. There probably wasn't a single person within 100 miles of here who understood enough about magic to grasp how a ward stone even functioned. All they knew was that a child had gone beyond the barrier, which apparently wasn't strong enough to keep out monsters in the first place, and brought trouble back with him. I had my suspicions about the purpose of the barrier. It seemed to me that it was probably more to deflect casual interest away and hide mana usage that might draw in monsters, than a hard wall that prevented anything but humans from crossing it. That would have required far too much mana to keep running in this environment. Somewhere near the end of Father's tale, Mother had heard what he was saying. As he fell silent, she moved in to wrap her arms around him and hold him tightly. There were no words between them, but something in that hug seemed to comfort him. Maybe it was their shared experience, or maybe it was just knowing there was one person in the world who loved him anyway. An archmage had many talents, but in my case, comforting others wasn't among them. I could only watch as Father took a minute to pull himself together, give Mother a quick kiss, and then turn back to me as if nothing had ever happened.
"So, there you have it,"
he said.
"That's the story of how I broke the barrier, got a child killed, and became a pariah."
Chapter 39.
"I don't want to do this,"
Father said.
I'm sure you'll be fine,
Mother told him.
You can do it, Dad. You practiced a lot.
Seneca added. He turned to look at me. I shrugged and gestured for him to get going. We were going to need at least 3 hours to travel, probably more, considering Seneca and I were both children with short legs and low stamina. The sooner we got started, the sooner we'd be done.
"I really don't think I'm ready,"
Father tried.
just go.
Mother said, giving him a shove. He took a step forward, windmilled his arms to keep his balance, and shot her a glare. The tip of one foot hung in open air, but he'd managed to stop short of going over the cliff.
"I cannot believe you just did that,"
he told Mother.
What happened to all the enthusiasm you had this afternoon?
"That was before I had to jump off a cliff."
Bored of the banter Father was trying to drum up to stall, I wrapped the rest of the group in my magic. 3 applications of featherweight to Mother, Seneca, and Nermit, and 1 slightly cheaper weight reduction for myself later. I summoned a gust of wind to blow us all out into the open air, where we began drifting down to the ground below, while Father stood there, slack-jawed and gawking at us.
A little warning would have been nice.
Mother snapped as Seneca clung to her like a wet cat trying to claw its way out of a tub. "Sorry," I said, though my voice was carried away by the wind. That was fine. It was a lie anyway. Above us, I felt Father's mana twist into his own weight reduction spell a moment before he jumped over the side. It wasn't perfect, being both inefficient and at only about 2/3 full strength. He started catching up to us rapidly, and we all landed about the same time. Father hit significantly harder than our own gentle touchdowns, but he didn't say anything about it.
Which way is it back home?
Mother asked.
It all looks so different down here.
I silently pointed ahead and to our left. There wasn't really a road this far out from the village, but I'd confirmed that the cart's wheels had left a trail in the dirt and dust. It was faint after days of exposure to the wind, but it would still lead us back home. If for some reason it failed, well, it might mean wasting some of my mana, but one way or another, we were getting back tonight.
"We should get going,"
Father said. He glanced around the wastes and added,
"before something finds us."
We had good odds of walking back without encountering any problems, but since Father was not able to hide his mana, I wouldn't be surprised if I ended up having to kill an aggressive monster that sniffed him out. As long as it was only 1 or 2, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Our speed was hindered by Seneca the most, and my parents took turns carrying her to help speed things up. Father offered me a ride, but I declined. I might be taking 2 or 3 steps for each of theirs, but I had a basic invocation keeping me going. Seneca didn't have that option, and sooner or later she would become the person holding us back, as my parents' strength flagged a few hours into the march. I didn't complain about the frequent breaks. As much as I wanted this to be over, I wasn't willing to spend mana to speed up our progress. Not tonight. It was a gamble, and I was betting that we wouldn't encounter trouble on the way, at least not so much trouble that it would have been more mana efficient to help. I spotted the beast stalking us on our 3rd break. It was a few 100 feet back, with a shaggy pelt the same brownish-yellow dust color as the rest of the wastes. About the only thing I was sure of was that it wasn't a mana sniffer. Those had quite distinctive faces. This looked more like a badger, or maybe an overgrown mole. It might not even be a monster at all, though I'd need to get closer to examine it if I wanted to know for sure. Mindful of my mother's admonishments to keep Seneca protected when dealing with trouble, I caught Father's eye with a slight wave of my hand and tipped my head toward the beast. He glanced past me, following the direction I'd pointed him in, and I saw a brief surge of unfocused mana course up to his eyes. He tensed for a moment when he saw the creature, but then relaxed almost immediately. I took that as a good sign that he recognized it and that it wasn't all that dangerous. He confirmed that a moment later when he said,
"Arbor gopher. Territorial, but it won't follow us, and it won't attack as long as we stay away from its home. Probably has young'uns nearby."
"Nothing to worry about then?" I asked.
"Not by itself, no. We shouldn't linger, but we weren't going to anyway."
"That makes it sound like there could be a problem if we stay."
"It's not about the gopher so much as what it shares territory with. If there's one gopher, then there are 20 more you don't see, and where there are families of gophers, there are dust jackals."
His words conjured up a mental image of lanky, long-limbed dogs the same color as the gopher, but I had a sneaking suspicion that they wouldn't be normal animals. At the very least, they'd be magic-using animals. Possibly, they'd be monsters instead. The primary difference between an animal and a monster was its relationship with mana. Specifically, the defining characteristic was whether the creature's physiology could function without mana to keep it going. An animal might use mana, often in instinctive and unstructured ways, but a monster needed mana the way people needed food and water. I'd made a study of monsters at one point, and I'd found that often the simplest way to contain or control a monster specimen was to put it in an environment where I controlled its access to the mana it needed. Undead were a prime example of a monster that couldn't survive without access to mana. Take away the ambient mana and the average zombie would collapse within hours, unless it could find another source to feed on. One second they'd be vicious flesh-eating abominations. The next, they're nothing but a moldering corpse on the ground. Plenty of seemingly animal creatures were actually monsters in disguise. False hares looked just like their mundane counterparts, except that when a predator tried to catch and eat one, they found themselves being eaten instead, as the animal in their mouth suddenly morphed into a blob of grasping tendrils and razor-sharp teeth. But crippling their cores would cause them to destabilize into a mound of writhing flesh and teeth with no way to pull themselves back together. If they stayed that way for a few hours, they would literally fall to pieces. Not once had I ever had a sample last more than 3 hours after they lost access to mana. Without it, their physiology just broke apart. "And what exactly is a dust jackal?" I asked.
"Pack hunters that manipulate the ground and air to blind prey in clouds of dust. They don't seem to have a problem seeing in it, and they love to hunt in areas arbor gophers inhabit. All the burrows the gophers dig provide them with plenty of loose dirt to use.
Fascinating, I said. Are they smart enough to leave the gophers alone? Or perhaps the gophers just know how to avoid them? Father watched as the gopher, rather larger than I'd initially given it credit for, trundled out from behind its rock and further away from us.
I dunno,
he said.
I just know if you find arbor gophers, beware of dust jackals.
That was an interesting but hopefully pointless bit of information. It still wasn't entirely clear where dust jackals fell on the animal-to-monster spectrum, but I was leaning more toward animal with magical abilities. If it did come down to combat with a pack of them, mana draining would not be my go-to opener. As anemic as everything that relied on mana in these parts was, it probably wouldn't be worth it anyway. Mana Drain was fine as an offensive spell when the goal was to take mana from the target, but not when I needed to shore up my own mana reserves. Not unless the target was my sister, who'd just accidentally absorbed a full core's worth of the mana I desperately needed. There were other options that were more mana efficient, but really the best strategy was to start walking again and hopefully avoid the fight altogether. Father must have agreed because he overruled Seneca's whining protests and got the whole group moving again. I noticed Mother and Father both keeping much more of a lookout than they previously had, and after some whispered instructions, even Nermit started watching around us. Something I hadn't considered before beginning my plans to reincarnate into a new life was that it was much harder to see things that were far away as a toddler. Up close, my vision wasn't bad, but the further away something got, the harder it was to focus on it. I'd done my best to compensate with magic, but it always came back to resource management. In some situations, like this trip, it was worth it to use a sharpened senses invocation periodically to look around for trouble. I was relying on the adults around me to give me advanced warning between uses of the spell, which I only had active for a few seconds every minute or two. I might spot an ambush, or something watching us like that arbor gopher, but anything fast enough could very well get in range in that gap between spells. I just kept telling myself that we'd be fine, that it was only a 3-hour walk that had turned into something closer to 5 hours. The wastes weren't thick with monsters like the villagers seemed to think. We'd barely seen a handful for all the days and nights we'd been camping out here, and only then because the mana sniffers were attracted to Father's ignition. But knowing my luck, I fully expected to deplete a portion of my mana crystal's reserves on the journey. If it wasn't the dust jackals finding us, it'd be something else, be it monster or emergency. Someone would fall and break a leg, requiring expensive and difficult healing spells to get them moving again. Or we'd stumble upon some natural phenomena, like an illusory maze, and become trapped in it. Once I thought about it, that last one might actually be a blessing in disguise. It would be well worth the time to harvest the mana powering something like that. Of course, that all but guaranteed we wouldn't ever encounter one. Not that it made much sense to find a pocket of natural mana in a desert like this, anyway. Or it could just be the damned dust jackals after all. I grabbed Father's shirt and pointed down at a set of paw prints, clearly visible in the dusty ground. His jaw tightened and he nodded, then scanned the area for more paw prints, touched Mother's shoulder, and pointed off toward a dry gully not a quarter-mile away from us.
"Probably holed up in there,"
he said when she shot him a questioning glance.
"No big deal, as long as we keep walking."
But he didn't sound like he believed it, and now that I had a target to focus on, my sharpened senses spell revealed to me that Father's guess at their location had been perfectly accurate. His optimistic suggestion that we'd be able to walk right on past them was less so. "They're coming," I said. 6 of them. Chapter 40. My first impression of a dust jackal was that it looked like a dog with stork legs that were far too long for its body.
It had dark brown, earthy-colored fur on its back, and lighter, dusty brown, almost yellow patterns on its legs and face. Everything about it was squished, like it had been pressed flat. Its muzzle was long and narrow, and its ears were long and pointy, so close together that they practically touched at the base. All in all, it was a rather ugly creature. Judging by how similar it looked to the other 5 coming in right behind it, I suspected it was a typical example of the species. I'd certainly seen worse in my time, but I couldn't imagine anyone wanting to take one home and keep it as a pet. More surprising, however, was the amount of mana I sensed coming off the group. It rolled off the animals in waves, catching hold of the dust they kicked up in their run and spreading it out into a blinding screen that followed in front of them toward us.
"Run!"
Father demanded as he rushed to place himself between the jackals and us.
"Nermit, carry the kids. I'll stall them."
I had to admire his bravery even as I rolled my eyes. Father had no weapon and was barely competent at a single utility invocation. There was very little hope that he could do anything to save himself, and he knew that. He was just trying to buy us time to run, while he distracted them by sacrificing himself. "Oh, move out of the way," I said, pushing at his legs as I stepped past him. "Honestly, it's getting a bit tiresome having to remind you of this constantly." The dust was a form of elemental manipulation, almost evenly split between earth and air. Other than the magical manipulation to keep it billowing in the air, I didn't detect anything special about it. My guess was that it would blind us the same way a good old-fashioned dust storm would, through the physics of having small dirt particles hitting our eyes. If the jackals could see through it, that would likely be through enhanced senses or some sort of elemental feedback from the dust, or possibly both. That whole plan relied on the dust cloud reaching us and the jackals swooping in while we were blinded, though. It was simple enough to stop just by killing them before they got that close. I was about to do just that when a thick, muscular arm scooped me off my feet and started pulling me away from the fight. I blinked and glanced up to see Nermit running with Seneca held in his other arm. Her eyes were wide with fear as she clutched at the man, though I couldn't say whether it was from the abrupt abduction or from the predators closing in on our position. Nermit himself, well, he didn't look determined or scared or confused. Really, he didn't have much of any expression on his face, just like always. "Call him off, please, he's interfering!" I yelled back at my parents. But Father wasn't listening. Mother noticed what was happening, and she tried to grab Nermit and get him to release me, but he shrugged her off and kept running. If I wanted free, I was going to need to use a bit of magic. I hated to do it because Nermit hadn't really done anything wrong, but if I let him carry me away, it would probably be the death of both my parents. No spell that caused pain would make a difference. I'd need to escalate to the level of maiming Nermit to get out of his grasp that way. Fortunately, there was a more elegant solution. The human body had plenty of interesting reactions when touched with lightning. Most living things did, I'd found. For this situation, I needed a simple shocking touch spell. I sent it down his arm, causing his muscles to spasm and allowing me to slip from his temporarily weakened grasp. That would ache for hours, but it needed to be done. I tumbled to the ground, stunned for a second by a blow from Nermit's moving leg as I fell. Before he could swerve around and scoop me back up, I recovered, climbed to my feet, and rushed back towards my parents. The leading edge of the dust cloud obscured Father's form, which meant that my original plan of a single arc lightning spell to wipe out the whole pack was off the table. The spell didn't discriminate between friend and foe, and I couldn't risk it hitting Father now that the jackals were so close. I'd need to resort to targeted and more costly spells to resolve the situation. First, I needed a way to find the dust jackals through their concealing cloud. The most direct method would be to use elemental manipulation to contest their control of the dust, but it would be me against a whole pack.
I could likely do it, but the mana costs to fight back so many others at the same time would be prohibitively expensive. A much cheaper, if more complicated, solution would be to rely on the divination discipline of magic to learn what I needed to know. Life Sense was a spell that gave the caster the ability to feel the location of any living things within a certain range. The jackals would stand out to me no matter how they chose to hide with that. It was a bit expensive to keep running, but I should only need it for a handful of seconds. I cast the spell while I fled from Nermit. By the time it was done, I was inside the dust cloud myself, with Father about 10 feet to my right. The jackals had spread out into a semicircle in front of us, the closest one no more than 15 feet away, and moving to trap us, while its counterpart did the same from the other side. If we stood there and let them, they'd cut us off from all sides and fall on us all at once. I needed a spell strong enough to kill a jackal in one hit, but precise enough not to worry about injuring my own family. I needed it to be quick enough to cast that I could kill all 6 jackals in seconds, or versatile enough to kill multiple targets without sacrificing precision. In addition to all that, I needed it to be cheap. That last option limited my options severely, but I had a spell in mind that I thought fit the situation. My only concern was that the jackals had what appeared to be 2 elemental affinities. Against a sapient caster, I would have hesitated to use an elemental conjuration that they'd shown proficiency in, lest they counter the spell. Against animals and dumb monsters, it was less of a concern. I pulled mana through my mana crystal and let it stream out from my core into the shape of the spell I wanted. A relatively cheap conjuration known as Stone Needle. If it had been a permanent transmutation, it would have been costly. But as a conjuration, I was able to cast 1 each second for about a quarter of my total reserves, with my mana crystal making up the difference. Every second, a 4-foot-long needle of sharp black stone jutted up from the ground and punched through a jackal's jaw into its brain. It remained in existence for precisely 3 seconds before breaking back apart into mana and vanishing. By the time the jackals realized something had gone wrong with their plan, 3 of them were dead. None of them thought to flee before I killed the last one. Without their power holding the dust in the air, it was a simple act of air manipulation to sweep the cloud away and reveal the results of my handiwork. An arc lightning spell would have been about 1/3 less mana, but this was acceptable. Before I could examine the corpses more closely, Nermit grabbed me again with his injured arm.
"No,"
Father said, snagging his shoulder as he turned to run again.
"It's fine. You can put them down now. Just wait here with us."
Nermit gave no response, but to set Seneca and me back on the ground. I suppressed a sigh that was 1 part annoyance and 1 part sympathy, and walked forward to look at the corpses I'd made. Mother reached out a hand to stop me as I passed by, but she paused before actually touching me, and turned to Seneca instead.
"What are you doing?"
Father asked as I approached the first body. He followed me over and eyed the single bloody entry wound visible below the jackal's jaw. "There's something off about these creatures," I said. "Their magic was more powerful than I expected."
"Didn't seem to slow you down much,"
Father told me.
"All I saw was the dust blinding me, and then a few seconds later it blew away, and they were already dead."
I agreed. The dust was the giveaway. For what should be 6 creatures of animal intelligence working with almost no mana, it was far too well coordinated an effort with far too much mana put into it. I expected something half the size of what they created, and that it would be patchy or thin. Mana cores could be tricky things to harvest. They weren't physical organs, and anyone thinking to cut open a freshly killed monster and scoop it out was in for a disappointment. It wasn't really even possible to harvest the core itself, barring some extremely unlikely scenarios and a lot of specialized equipment. What I could do was harvest the leftover mana and get a feel for the core's structure in the process. This wasn't normally a worthwhile procedure. The mana would leak out on its own and join the rest of the ambient mana in the world without me having to do anything at all. For obvious reasons, that didn't work here. If I wanted to take the mana directly and refine it with my own, time was of the essence. I extended my senses into the body and found the jackal's mana core. It was surprisingly robust for an animal that size, and more importantly, it wasn't a perfect, flawless sphere like I'd been expecting. Instead, I could detect faint ridges and folds along its surface, almost like... "This core is partially latticed," I muttered to myself. Impossible. Had someone been experimenting on the animals? There was no way a wild, dirt-wielding dog had managed to ignite its core and then begin the process of transforming it with a Stage 2 lattice. Someone or something had to have been helping it along. I quickly harvested the mana from it, more than I'd used to kill it, so this encounter wasn't a total loss, and moved on to the next. I found the same thing there, though this one hadn't been quite as far along in the latticing process. When I was done, I stood up and regarded Father with a frown. Something is wrong with these jackals. I can't believe they would have developed mana cores like this naturally. It's far more likely someone was experimenting on them.
Who would do that?
Father asked. Who knows? My first guess would be Noctra, but only because he's the only one I can think of with the means. I can't imagine why he would do this, and what his experiments would be doing way out here, miles away from the village. The silver lining to the encounter was that the dust jackals had so much mana, I'd actually come out ahead by a good amount. But still, the mystery of it worried me. I couldn't think of any good reason to experiment on the local wildlife, especially not in a region so starved for mana to begin with. Maybe that had been the point, though, to alter animals to produce more mana so they could be regularly drained of it. Maybe them being all the way out in the wastes was an accident. I didn't know, but I suspected I would need to find out sooner or later. I couldn't ignore the signs of another mage in the area if it turned out Noctra had nothing to do with it. For now, there was nothing to do but keep walking toward home. Chapter 41. We were about a mile from the village when Mother abruptly stopped in place. Father, who'd been walking next to her, glanced over and halted as well.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. Dusk was upon us, and our shadows stretched out before us, courtesy of the setting sun at our backs. My own shadow was engulfed by Nermit's massive, steady presence behind me, leaving only 4 shadows darkening the scrub grass on the trail leading home.
I thought... No. Sorry. It's nothing,
she said, her eyes locked on the hill to the north of us. I hadn't noticed anything myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone was there. There were 4 organizations in the village. The collectors, who worked with the drawstones, were responsible for the nightly tithing. The garrison were a small police force that responded to things like drunken, or not so drunken in Father's case, brawling, or cases of theft. The arborists were responsible for the arbor north of the village. The final group was the barrier wardens, whose job it was to patrol the outskirts of town to help provide an early warning system during the day when the barrier was supposedly turned off. I hadn't met one personally, and knowing that the barrier itself was a lie, I suspected they were deep in Noctra's pockets. If there was anyone wandering this far out in the wastes, it would be a barrier warden. So, Mother had either seen one who was watching us, possibly as a sentry deliberately posted there by Noctra, she'd seen a monster or animal of some kind, or she'd seen nothing and it was her imagination playing tricks on her with the shadows. Did I need to know the truth bad enough to spend mana to find out? On the one hand, I wanted the element of surprise when I got to Noctra's home, and a barrier warden running ahead could give him time to prepare some defenses. Certainly, a mage on his guard for an attack could be more difficult to kill. On the other hand, I had a decent supply of mana in reserve, enough that I could probably beat any barrier warden near us to the destination. Even if I couldn't, I had yet to see any magic from anyone since I'd awoken that I could classify as impressive. The only thing holding me back was the need to be stingy, but if I wanted to go all out, I could cast a personal barrier, walk into the manor, and smite Noctra with any number of spells he'd have no defense against. It turned out to be a moot point. A few seconds later, a young man, just approaching adulthood, rushed out from around the base of the hill. He was wearing thick boots and a light cloak, which only partially covered the sword hanging from his belt.
Celis! Zalea! You're alive!
So would appear,
Father said dryly.
When your whole family disappeared a few nights back, we thought something had managed to sneak into the village and drag you out of your beds,
the man said. I noticed a pin on his cloak, that of a blue circle with a wavy line pattern on it. Why did you think that? I asked. It was out of character for Graven, but I wanted to know if Noctra had planted evidence to suggest something like that, or if people had just made some assumptions based on a total lack of evidence.
Well, what else could it be?
The guy asked, blinking down at me. He only focused on me for a second before dismissing me and turning back to my parents.
Gave the old village a scare, though. The barrier wardens have been working double shifts all week to make sure whoever it was didn't get back into the village again. Lord Noctra's been locked up in his manor for days going over the barrier stone, trying to figure out what went wrong with it.
Father opened his mouth to speak, but the man talked right over him.
So, what was it? I can't even imagine what kind of monster could carry off a whole family. And why's Nermit with you? Did he chase after it and save you guys? I can't believe no one's even injured.
Lilo,
Father said, cutting the barrier warden off.
There was no monster. Noctra used his magic to kidnap me, and was selling me to someone in Darrow because he thought I could do magic too.
Lilo's jaw dropped. He looked back and forth between the adults in our group for a second before letting out a weak chuckle and saying,
Very funny, Celis. Come on, what really happened?
Noctra used his magic to kidnap me and sell me off. My family came after me to rescue me.
Ha! It's not as funny the second time.
I didn't think it was that funny, Lilo. Why are you laughing?
Well, come on. It's absurd. Lord Noctra wouldn't do something like that. And even if he did, you're telling me a housewife, 2 children, and the village simpleton ran off to rescue you? Excuse me if I don't believe you. I don't know what game you're trying to play here, but trying to drag Lord Noctra's name through the mud isn't going to work out well for you. Come with me. I'll take you to the garrison, and you can wait there while someone lets Lord Noctra know you're back.
For a moment, I considered doing just that. Really, the only thing keeping Noctra alive was that we weren't face to face. But if I killed him in the middle of the village with witnesses everywhere, there was going to be a lot of fallout to deal with. It would be better to present all the evidence of his wrongdoings before I got outed as his murderer. Besides, giving up the element of surprise just to have Noctra come to me was pure laziness. It would be far better to let the rest of my family go to the garrison while I ambushed him en route. That way, I'd find him away from whatever defenses he'd set up in his manor, and I could still ambush him. Now, I just needed Father to agree to go with Lilo. Our original plan had called for them to either return home or wait on the outskirts of the village, depending on how things looked. Technically, this fell more into the stay outside the village scenario, except I hadn't accounted for the possibility of using my family as bait. I'd expected that in the worst case, we'd be captured by loyalists who were in on Noctra's scam and taken directly to his manor. In all fairness, that could still happen. Our stay with the garrison could be an incredibly brief one before we were marched right back out onto the streets. I doubted Lilo had any measure of authority at all, let alone enough power to counteract any order that didn't come from Noctra himself. The barrier warden struck me as young and impressionable, a fresh recruit, still learning how to do his job.
No, I'm not going to be marched over to the garrison building like a criminal caught raiding his neighbor's garden. I'm certainly not going to do that to my family.
Father folded his arms across his chest and added,
And I'd like to see you try to make me.
Come on, Celis. Don't make this more difficult on yourself, Lilo said, dropping one hand to the sword hidden beneath his cloak. I wasn't sure if anyone else had noticed the weapon when the barrier warden was approaching us, but if he moved to draw it, I'd be expending some more of my mana to stop him. Father glanced back at Mother, then down at us. I gave a twitch of my shoulders to let him know it was his decision. I wouldn't kill Lilo. That would only earn me ill will with the village where I planned on spending the next several years consolidating my power. But I had no qualms about a bit of non-lethal magic. Really, Father knew the barrier warden better than me. If he decided to cooperate, I'd go along as long as it didn't jeopardize my own plans. Seeing that Father wasn't backing down, Lilo threw back his cloak and started to draw his sword. A second later, he collapsed to the ground as my sleep spell hit him. Father was so surprised that he let the barrier warden fall without making any effort to catch him, and the loud thump elicited a wince.
So I guess that explains why I woke up sore after Noctra did that to me,
Father said. You actually fell across a table, I said absently as I approached Lilo to examine him. Rolling him over was out of the question, but I wasn't particularly interested in making him comfortable. I just wanted to confirm he was alive and see how much mana he had in his core. The answers to those questions were yes, and unfortunately, not much. It would still take me a few hours to recover from that sleep spell, unless I tapped into my mana crystal. I wanted to hold off on that as long as possible to avoid the conversion loss. I'd top my core off when I got close to the manor, but until then I would generate as much mana naturally as I could. You should probably stay out of the village if this is how people are going to react to us coming back, I said.
Agreed,
Mother added.
But for how long? We need to go home at some point, if only to assess how bad the garden's gotten while I was away.
I think we have more important considerations, Father started to say.
Then our food?
Mother asked.
Really, you don't think starving is an important consideration?
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Your garden will be fine. I'm more concerned about people like Lilo deciding it's fine to draw a weapon on us. What lies has Noctra told people? How many of them think we're criminals now?
Lilo's always been an idiot. Getting that badge just made him worse.
Mother sighed and rolled him onto his back.
He's going to be difficult to deal with once he wakes up.
It'll all be over by then, I said. I noticed the pinched lip grimace Mother gave me, but Father backed me up.
It's us or him. Even if we ignore all his lying and how he's used the entire village, we personally aren't safe as long as he's in charge. And it's not like we can lock a mage up.
Technically we could, but I'd never been in the habit of sparing my enemies, and I wasn't about to start now. Leaving Noctra alive would just mean more problems down the road, not to mention the ruinous mana costs. Even a locked cell full of drawstones wouldn't be enough to ensure his captivity, not when it was just a matter of willpower to resist them. A few hours of meditation to hold on to his mana would be all he needed to fill his core and work some sort of magic to escape. Truly locking him up would be time-consuming. I'd need weeks to create the inscriptions, and more mana than I could generate to power them. It just wasn't worth the effort for a man who would no doubt prove an uncooperative prisoner. And while I had a lot of questions he might know the answers to, none of them were all that pressing. First priority was advancing my mana core to stage 2. After that, I'd worry about whatever plans Noctra was scheming, assuming they outlived him. "I'm going ahead now," I said. "What are you going to do?"
"I suppose it would be best to wait near enough to the village to not have to worry about monsters, but not so close that our neighbors try to arrest us,"
Father said.
"It's risky,"
Mother added.
"and your magic isn't going to be enough to protect us right now."
"I know, but what else can we do?"
"Go to the manor with Graven."
"No," I said. I shifted my eyes toward Seneca for an instant. "It's not a good idea."
"Ah, right. We'll keep ourselves safe. You can find us when you're done."
she asked. I nodded. Father still had the scrying beacon button in his pocket, and I'd renewed the enchantment on our way here.
"Then take care of yourself. Stay safe, and don't do anything risky."
"I'll do my best," I promised. Then I walked off alone into the deepening night. Chapter 42. I had never been near Noctra's manor, and my first impression was that it was far bigger than necessary. It was still rustic by my standards, but compared to the rest of the village, the manor was beyond luxurious. In terms of sheer size alone, it dwarfed every other building. The manor was easily 5 times bigger than the collector's headquarters, and that had 8 people living in it in addition to the administrative rooms. As far as I knew, Noctra shared the manor with Iskara and no one else. A few conference rooms and meeting halls did not account for the massive amount of space it took up. That wasn't even looking at the materials. A lot of lumber had gone into the place, though it still featured the same mud-fired bricks used in the village proper to fill that wooden framework out. The roof was made of clay tiles, something that would be impossible to replicate in my home without adding a wooden framework to mount them to. I even spotted glass windows through a few of the open shutters. I hadn't seen glass anywhere else in the village. Noctra had probably made them with magic. All things considered, the manor felt like a monument to vanity and waste. The space itself wasn't the problem. Mages needed plenty of room for workshops, after all. No, it was everything taken as a whole, and then compared to the village struggling to survive barely a mile away. I wondered what secrets were hidden inside those walls, and how much of the mana that had been stolen away had been used to enrich one man. I supposed I'd find out soon enough, given that I was planning on murdering said man and going through his house to check it for traps and research notes. I wanted to know everything Noctra had been getting up to recently, especially since it seemed obvious that he had a partnership of sorts with at least one other person in another city. The more I could find out about that person, the better. I approached carefully, wary of both wards and guards. It didn't seem likely to me that Noctra would have people patrolling the grounds around his home normally, but I had to assume he was expecting some sort of trouble if he had bothered to send Iskara out to find us when we were still camping in the wastes. It was entirely possible he'd enlisted extra garrison members to temporarily guard him on the assumption that someone, probably Father, would show back up. Really, it would all depend on how exactly Noctra had discovered his plans had been derailed. My best guess was that he'd scried the route and discovered we weren't on it. Possibly he'd scried the cart directly, which was the big reason I'd insisted on leaving it behind. The donkey that had pulled it was long gone anyway, left untethered and hopefully living free in the wastes, but probably dead and inside some monster's belly. There weren't too many other possibilities. Wards on the road were technically possible, but a ward stretching over that kind of distance, even if it was nothing but a tripwire to let someone know that a certain part of the path had been crossed, was prohibitively mana-intensive. It was possible that Noctra had a secret familiar that was spying on us, but that was advanced magic,
and I couldn't credit him with having the knowledge or skills to form a familiar bond. I wasn't planning on taking any foolish risks, but in my estimation, Noctra didn't know about me. I'd been on the lookout for any scrying around my general location, and once again I didn't think he had the magical chops to pull it off without me noticing. Most likely, he'd scryed the road itself, and Iskara had narrowed down the location by feeling Father's ignition ritual. The worst-case scenario should be that Noctra's magical gaze was firmly pointed at Father, leaving me free to sneak in and ambush him. I gave it 10 minutes to sweep the grounds around the manor, even going so far as to spend a bit of mana to heighten my senses while I looked for any guards. If there were any, they were stationed inside and probably near the entrances. I wasn't planning on entering the manor through any doors or windows. This was important enough to spend a bit of mana on a phantasmal step spell to keep my strategic advantage. With luck, I wouldn't need anything more than that before I found Noctra. While I was studying the outside of the house with my physical eyes for guard patrols, I used my own scrying magic to sweep the interior. Scrying wasn't great for finding magical traps, at least not at the level I was currently using it, but it would let me figure out the layout of the house and look for any guards stationed on the inside. My mystical exploration answered some of my questions about the size, at least. It seemed like at one point the manor had actually been used as a sort of town hall, though not in my lifetime. The huge room was empty now, save for rows of dust-covered chairs and tables. Anyone entering would quickly find themselves choking and coughing without some sort of mask to protect themselves. The manor had a large dining hall as well, nowhere near the size of the town hall, but still with a table big enough to seat 20, just judging by the number of chairs placed around it. It was at least kept clean, but it was obvious which side of the table had seen regular use, just from the difference in wear. A separate kitchen had 2 hearths to cook in, alongside a large sink and ample counter space. We had nothing but an old cauldron my mother had inherited from her grandmother that was hung over a fire pit, and an old, rickety table that didn't have enough chairs surrounding it for a family of 4. From my understanding, that was a common setup in the village. Certainly nobody had a setup like this. It wasn't exactly extravagant so much as it was serviceable, but compared to the people Noctra ruled over, it was a significant upgrade. Considering literally nobody lived in the manor except Noctra and Iskara, it was also complete overkill. Perhaps the village had been different under the governance of Emito. I could see plenty of signs that the manor had been designed to house not only the governor but his staff as well. There were offices and meeting spaces, to suggest that the village's business had been taken care of at the manor too. None of them were in use now, for some reason. Lord Noctra was a mage who valued his privacy, it seemed. I restrained myself from giving the manor a thorough exploration with my magic. As much as I would have liked to, it was possible that Noctra had woven wards into his labs and experimentation rooms that might detect my magic and alert him to my presence. Until I knew for sure, or more realistically until the man was dead, I limited myself to what I would consider public rooms. Those often had too much foot traffic to effectively ward, at least not if the mage powering them was on a budget, and there was very little chance I'd trigger anything there. Nobody wanted a ward that alerted them 12 times a day every time the maid came through the kitchen. That did limit the odds that I'd successfully scry out Noctra's location, but I'd at least be able to eliminate the majority of the manor before I set foot inside. And once I was there, I could start manually searching the rooms likely to be warded to find Arcanist's governor. Considering how dark everything was inside, and that I still hadn't seen a single sign of any guards, I felt that I had good odds of entering and exploring undetected. I might not even need to waste the mana on Phantasmal Step, if all it took was an application of an unlocking spell to get in.
I'd counted 4 different doors leading into the manor already, though I'd be avoiding the ones leading into what I'd mentally dubbed the meeting hall. The kitchen entrance was probably the best one, since it led into a public room and wasn't likely to be warded or trapped. It was also on the south side of the manor, which was convenient for me since that was the direction I'd approached from. My preliminary mapping complete, and my mana core all but empty, I decided I'd done enough investigation from afar. Either Noctra was a mage so far beyond my current abilities that I had no chance of winning, or he'd actually taken no steps beyond locking the doors and windows to keep people from entering his house in the middle of the night. That wasn't quite true, as I discovered when I approached the kitchen door. Noctra, or more likely Iskara, had made some effort to arm the door with the same paralysis trap that had guarded the drawstone storage room. Having already seen it once, it was much easier to spot this time around, and I swiftly claimed the artificial mana core that powered the spell. Even with the paralysis trap removed, I took my time examining that door. I absolutely could not afford to make any mistakes at this point. It was hard to take Noctra seriously as a mage, but I was keenly aware that arrogance could be my downfall. I'd nearly been caught by this exact same trap a few days ago because it was too advanced for what I'd judged Noctra capable of casting. He had connections with other mages, though, and if there was any place he'd use that resource to protect himself, it was here in his home. I spent a full minute crouched in the shadows near that door with the mingled lights of 3 moons casting purple, green, and blue light down on me. It was only after I was positive that there were no more wards or traps on the door itself, or the room it led into, that I dared to cast Unlock and turn the handle. There was a point when caution turned to timidness, and I'd run out of ways to ensure my own safety. I needed to either advance or retreat, and if I chose to retreat, I might as well abandon the village and start working on setting up a sanctuary out in the wastes, so I could hide and take the time I needed to regain my lost power. I'd be damned if I let some 2-bit mage whose every spell cost 4 times as much mana as it should, and who couldn't manage anything in the intermediate tier of magic, chase me off. That wasn't even considering what he'd done to the village, stealing immense, by my current standards at least, quantities of mana, and trying to sell my father into slavery to pay off some sort of debt. No, I wasn't going to run. If anything, I was eager to finish my business with Noctra and begin pillaging his labs and equipment to see just what he'd been up to over the years. If there was one thing I needed just as desperately as I needed time, it was knowledge. There was no better place to get it than inside this building. I reached up and twisted the handle, then pushed to let the door swing open on silent hinges as I stepped in to Noctra's manor. Chapter 43. I did not have the luxury to explore all night. If nothing else, it was significantly darker inside the manor than it had been outside, requiring me to expend a steady stream of mana to maintain sharpened senses just so I could see. I had a decent idea of where I needed to go already, thanks to my scrying efforts, but it would be slow going since I needed to check for wards in every room and at every doorway. My goal was a hallway on the east side of the manor. It had 4 doors on the west wall and 3 more on the east, and my first thought was that those were living quarters for the family of the governor. Theoretically, they'd have been refurbished into libraries, offices, and studies. Judging by the spacing, the center door in the east wall would be the master suite, where Noctra was currently sleeping. To get there from my current location, I needed to pass through a dining room and a parlor to access what I assumed was supposed to be the servants' quarters. In addition to a dozen rooms so small they could barely fit a bed, there was a laundry room and a pantry there. I'd seen no sign of anyone living in that section of the house, which just reinforced my belief that Noctra lived here alone in order to conduct his experiments in private.
There was a main hallway that bisected the manor, but my reason for avoiding it was simple. It had no less than 3 doors separating different sections of the house. By contrast, the servants' quarters had only a single door separating it from the hallway I suspected contained the master suite, and I'd spotted the key for it hanging from a hook just inside the pantry. Noctra probably didn't know about that, and, as security-conscious as he was, I doubted he'd be happy to find out that the servants were not only circumventing all his locks, but they'd left the key to the one door that did separate him from them lying out. People, as always, were the weakest link in any security system. If they needed access to anything on a regular basis, it was a sure bet that someone somewhere was circumventing a protocol or defense in the name of convenience. And since servants needed to go practically everywhere, it was generally a safe bet to start looking at them when breaking into a place one wasn't supposed to be. I made my way through the kitchen to the dining room and paused at the threshold to check for any wards or traps. Here, at least, there was nothing, but that didn't mean I could afford to be careless. The dining room itself lacked any exterior windows, and I was left with memories of my scrying to get through without tripping over anything. I turned right and followed the wall, one hand trailing it lightly until I came to the small servant's cart stationed in the corner. That was my signal to skip 4 feet of wall where a display cabinet of ceramic dishes stood, then proceed another 10 feet to the doorway leading to the parlor. Once again I paused to search for traps, and once again there were none. Had I been breaking into a mage's home back in my old life, I would have suspected I was walking into a trap at this point. It was criminally easy to ward a home and power it with ambient mana to anyone who'd reached the status of full mage. Not finding them in areas that were heavily trafficked by the servant staff was one thing. Not finding any at all was something else. The logical answer was, as always, that living in an area with no ambient mana required a mage to make sacrifices. No matter how many times I encountered it, it left a bad taste in my mouth. Whatever had happened here must have been horrific to leave scars in the world so deep that they still hadn't healed after generations. I needed to confirm for myself how wide this mana desert was. If I only needed to travel 20 or 30 miles to escape it, I'd leave tomorrow morning. But what little conversation I'd overheard about Darrow made me think it was more widespread than that. Noctra was making regular shipments of mana to associates there, which meant that at the very least, it was in the same situation as Arcanist. I needed maps and history books. I'd never heard of a mana desert this big in my previous life, and it seemed like something I would have known about. Wherever I was, it was considerably hotter than it had been in the Night Vale, so I could make some assumptions about being much farther south than I'd been in my previous life. This area wasn't quite a literal desert, but it wasn't far off. Trees were scarce, livestock was practically non-existent, and there wasn't much in the way of plants to feed them anyway. What food we did grow here was the result of hard work and spending mana. Water was abundant, strangely enough. There was enough at least that the village had a communal well and no rules about rationing it. If I didn't know any better, I would have suspected some magic in play there. But no, it was just another mystery to throw on the pile. Hopefully Noctra's library would give me some answers. I made a brief stop in the pantry to swipe the key there, then crept down the hallway, ears straining for the sound of anybody up and moving near me. I already knew the servants' rooms were deserted. It didn't look like they were ever used except as storage, despite being kept clean. Whichever villagers came to the manor every day to work, they went home to their huts nestled together in the village proper in the evenings. When I got to the door at the far end of the hall, I stopped and gave it the same careful examination I'd given to the one leading into the manor. If there was any door that Noctra was going to spend some effort on, it was this one. I was expecting some wards that could only be bypassed by use of the proper key at minimum, possibly even wards that required individual attunements, with only certain staff members allowed beyond the door. A few traps wouldn't have surprised me either. I examined the handle. Nothing. I looked at the hinges. Blank. I peered up and down the door frame, even going so far as to spend some extra mana to sharpen my eyes so I could look at the top. As far as I could tell, this was in every way a normal door. Remarkable only in that it was made of wood, which was in scarce supply outside of the manor. There was no way the man was this lax about his interior security. He'd put a paralysis trap on a servant's entry door. Well, he'd had Iskara do it anyway. That was not the kind of precaution a man who didn't value his privacy took. I'd been expecting traps on every door and wards in every room. Maybe I'd just expected him to spend too much mana on magical defenses. Or maybe he hadn't done it because he couldn't. Maybe Iskara was the only one who knew how to cast the spells. Functionally speaking, she wasn't at much more of a disadvantage than Noctra was here. Adepts generally relied far more heavily on ambient mana than mages did, but in this case, they were both functioning off the backs of the villagers themselves. It was entirely possible that the reason there were no traps or wards anywhere was that Iskara wasn't here to renew them. But if that was true, why was there still a paralysis trap on the door I'd come in through? Things weren't adding up, and considering I was breaking into the man's house right now, I didn't like the mystery of it all. Was he incompetent, or was he incapable? At this point, I had to question every assumption I'd ever made about Noctra. Was he even a mage? I'd felt his mana when he'd killed that mana sniffer, and I'd seen him cast a spell through a wand to make my father fall asleep. The enslavement spell on Nermit was also tied back to Noctra. Whatever else he might be, he was at least able to cast spells. But what if I'd been wrong about him being a mage? What if he was an adept, just like Iskara? It didn't matter much in this scenario. Mage or adept, I already had a good grasp of his skill level, and if it came down to a fight, I had to assume he had more than enough mana due to his stockpiles from the village. Any spell battle we fought wouldn't last more than 4 or 5 spells anyway. If I did everything right, the battle would begin and end with a single spell. Mine. First, I needed to find Noctra, and this door was in my way. I inserted the key, twisted it, and turned the handle. The door swung in about 2 inches before I grabbed it and pulled it to a stop. There, a half-foot up from the floor, was a ward line that I could only just barely see the edge of. I hadn't sensed it during my examination of the door because it hadn't actually been attached to the door itself. This was far more nerve-wracking than I'd expected it to be. Normally, I'd be casting all sorts of divinations to spot this kind of stuff before I ever made a move. I probably wouldn't even bother to show up in person unless my opponent was another archmage. Right now, I had none of my safety nets, and it had been over 1,000 years since I'd been so vulnerable. I could remember the fear I'd felt during some of my first close brushes with death, the knowledge that the line between my life and death had come down to just one decision being made the other way, one step taken slightly differently. That's what I was feeling now, except it was all the more galling because the enemy mage was a man I had absolutely no respect for. His spellcraft was laughable, and yet he could still kill me, as weak as I was. Now was no time to be stingy with my mana, but I couldn't maintain a fraction of my normal defenses for even 10 seconds before I ran dry. If I wanted to have enough mana to fight with, I would have to rely on my reflexes to bring a shield to bear if I needed it. And I was relying on luck and caution to sense traps like this ward line. Now that I knew it was there, I could disable it, but there was no guarantee that the mere act of disrupting the ward wouldn't alert Noctra. This could very well be my last chance to move about undetected, and I'd feel a lot better about that if I knew for sure where Noctra was. The ward itself might give me some desperately needed clues. By examining it, I could get an idea of what style of ward scheme the manor had, and, more importantly, whether they were sensitive to scrying. Being able to scry out all the areas in the house I hadn't touched before would be hugely beneficial. I looked it over and felt the tension drain out of me. It was a simple alarm ward, designed to activate if anyone walked through it. In this case, it would trigger when the door opened far enough to touch it, which I'd almost done inadvertently before spotting the ward line. I could suppress it long enough to get through without it activating, and with no chance of warning the caster by breaking it. It wasn't definitive proof that I could safely scry the rest of the manor, but it was an obstacle I could easily overcome so that I could continue my search. I got to work, and within 30 seconds I'd redirected the ward line to scan across the ceiling, well above the door's clearance, and passed beneath it into the hallway. Now, I just needed to see if my guess about Noctra's bedroom suite being behind the center door was correct. Chapter 44. It was the moment of truth. I'd snuck down the hallway, made sure my mana core was topped off, checked every single doorway for wards and traps, removed yet another paralysis trap on the handle, and now was standing on my toes with a finger hooked around the handle, ready to turn it. If I was right, Noctra was sleeping not 20 feet away from me. This could all be over in the next 5 seconds. I turned the handle. It twisted part way, then stopped well short of unlatching the door. Of course it was locked. After all the efforts I'd gone through to make sure I wasn't walking into a trap, I hadn't thought to check the mechanical lock itself. I could tell at a glance that the key I'd swiped from the pantry wasn't going to fit in this lock, so I was forced to resort to magic to get through. I didn't really want to on the off chance that Noctra could feel it. Conjuration was among the hardest disciplines to hide from other mages, right up there with transmutation. Even I could only limit it so much, and against a mage just a few feet away, I'd be relying on blind luck. As I saw things, I had 4 options. The first was to burn some mana on a phantasmal step spell, almost 7 times as much mana as unlock. But Phantasmal Step was an invocation, which meant it was extraordinarily easy to hide its use, since all the magic was internal. It would practically guarantee me an easy, unnoticed entry into the room at the cost of almost my entire core of mana. The second was to go look for and find a key. But that would take precious time, and there was every possibility it was inside the very room I was trying to get into. I could end up searching the entire manor and coming up with nothing, which would drastically increase my chances of getting caught if I needed to worry about every possible ward. The third option was to use Unlock and hope that Noctra was asleep or otherwise occupied. I couldn't hear anything through the door, even with sharpened senses active, but if I didn't catch him unaware, it would take several seconds for the spell to work. I could be walking into a fire blast as soon as I opened the door. Finally, I could risk scrying the other side of the doorway. It would only take a few seconds, but if I set off a ward with it, I could be alerting Noctra that someone was here, even if he wasn't physically in the room. Of course, the same thing might happen if I walked into the room, but I'd at least get a chance to look for wards if I was careful when I opened the door. Every strategy had its drawbacks, depending on whether Noctra was awake or asleep. To make the best decision, I needed more information than that. There was a spell that could scry for wards, but it would drain about 2 days' worth of mana generation for 30 seconds of use, and it would only detect the existence of wards, not their function. I was confident it would remain undetected, unlike the intermediate-ranked scrying spell I'd been using. Ward Scanner would leave me low on mana, but it was the least risky of my possible moves. I'd still have enough mana to throw out 4 or 5 spells, but if Noctra wasn't in there, I would effectively be crippling myself. If Noctra was in bed, it was the best move. If he wasn't, it was probably the worst. Well, I had a simple solution for that. I could just use life sense to determine if he was there or not. It wasn't likely that his wards would be powerful enough to cloak him from an intermediate divination. If he was in bed, I'd burst in and kill him. If he wasn't, there was no reason to even bother going into the room. Sometimes I just got so far ahead of myself with over-engineered solutions that I forgot that simple spells could provide just as much utility with a dash of cleverness added to them. I was far too used to having virtually unlimited mana to throw at problems, and far too dismissive of easily countered basic spells when my opponent probably didn't rank as greater than an apprentice himself. A few seconds later, Life Sense confirmed for me that the other side of the wall had no human life in it. Given the state of the wards and traps I'd encountered so far, I had very little reason to believe that my spell was being tricked, which meant I'd probably wasted my time and mana coming here. To be thorough, I'd check the other rooms and hope Noctra was working on something somewhere else. It wasn't as good as catching him asleep, but it was better than him not being here at all. I only had to go 8 steps down the hall before someone came into the edge of Life Sense's range. They were in the farthest room away from me on the west side of the hall, upright in a chair, from what I could tell, with their head lolled to the side. Perhaps I'd gotten lucky after all, and Noctra had passed out in the middle of working on a project. I spent the mana to keep Life Sense active as I approached the door. Whoever was inside showed no signs of moving or reacting. Not that I made all that much noise to begin with. I stopped in front of the door, mentally prepared myself to cast a sleep spell, just in case whoever it was that was in there was actually awake after all, and reached up to test the handle. It turned easily, and I slipped inside the room. There was a man sleeping in an overstuffed chair in the corner, softly snoring and with drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was in his early 40s, with black hair going gray at his temples, wrinkles starting to form around his eyes and on his forehead, and deep bags under his eyes. If I hadn't already known what Noctra looked like from scrying him, I would never have connected this man to the con artist governor of Arcanist. He looked exhausted and worn out, like he had none of the vitality he'd displayed when he'd met my father. His clothes were wrinkled from sleeping in them, and his hands were liberally stained with ink. He also appeared to be living in this room for some reason. A pile of clothes had been built up in the opposite corner of his chair. The bookshelf behind the desk was stuffed with every sort of personal possession and no books, and even his mud-stained boots were placed neatly against the wall next to the door. It was hard to reconcile the man before me with the one who'd kidnapped my father and sent him to be a slave in another town. Based on the ceramic mug and the empty jug near his feet, Noctra had drunk himself to oblivion. What could have caused him to descend to such a state? Was everything else just an act? Most importantly, did it matter? I'd come here to kill Noctra. If I'd had the mana for it, I might have captured and mentally interrogated him first, but that wasn't a realistic possibility, and keeping him alive was far too dangerous. It was better to end this now. I took a few steps back, then conjured a basic force bolt. At the same time, I used a mana manipulation technique known as spell shape to alter the force bolt's composition to make it harder and sharper. I studied Noctra one last time, committing his current state to memory. Then I let the force bolt fly. Humans were, as a general rule, fragile creatures. There were many, many monsters with skin so tough a spell as simple and weak as a force bolt couldn't even scratch them. There were monsters that regenerated from injuries so quickly that 100 force bolts cast by 100 apprentices wouldn't be enough to overcome them. For Noctra, governor of the village known as Arcanist, the force bolt's sharpened tip entered his eye and passed through into his brain so quickly that he gave a single jerk in place and stilled. He didn't even slip out of his chair. If not for the ruined eye and the blood running down his face, nobody would even have suspected he was dead. Just like that, his hold over the village was broken. I should have been elated, or at least grimly satisfied. I'd accomplished my goal. There'd be some fallout to deal with, sure, but my family was safe. I had time to devote myself so that I could form my lattice and graft it to my mana core. I had time to figure out where I was and what had happened here. I should have been happy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. There was something else out there that had its sights on Arcanist, something that wasn't going to give it up just because the puppet it had installed here had been dispatched. The mysterious cabal based out of Darrow had an interest in Noctra. He was connected to them in some way and in their debt. Someone would come calling, probably soon. Maybe that was what had gotten Noctra into such a state. He'd been in debt. Perhaps selling my father was a desperate move, and he'd known that it had failed. If so, I needed to start digging through any and all records in the manor. If I was lucky, I'd find some storage crystals that I could harvest for my own work. I glanced back at Noctra's corpse and shook my head. I should have been relieved it was over. Instead, I was already preparing to tackle another problem. "One thing at a time," I said. First, the body needed to go. It should be incinerated for good measure, just in case anyone in this mysterious foreign cabal was scrying on Noctra directly, though it seemed far more likely that there was some sort of scrying beacon in the manor. Tracking that down was going to be a nightmare. Actually, going through everything was going to be a nightmare. I hadn't looked around much, but unless every room was empty and Noctra was doing no research whatsoever, there was a lot of space to fill here in the manor. I couldn't credit the idea that he was sending all of the mana he stole to the Cabal without keeping even a little bit for himself. There was no point in getting ahead of myself. With Noctra dead, I was now free to properly explore his manor without worrying about alarm wards. The first thing to do was get a proper inventory of what I was working with, then start figuring out what needed priority. Gathering evidence of Noctra's misconduct was bound to be near the top of the list, or else to the villagers I'd just be a murderer instead of a savior. I wouldn't say that I cared much about their opinions, but it would be difficult to live here if they were constantly trying to arrest me or kill me. I gave the room one last disgusted glance. The rubbish, the stink of booze, the piles of dirty clothes. It all reminded me far too much of the last time I'd been 3 years old. At least there wasn't the stale smell of yama weed and sex overlaying the whole thing. That would have completed the mental picture. I'd search somewhere else first. Chapter 45. I started by doing a quick lap around the manor. There were 6 alarm wards and 2 more trapped doors, both of which I marked for further investigation. I'd come back and see what was behind them as soon as I finished my initial circuit. The manor was, for the most part, a big long rectangle made up of connected rooms. There were exceptions, like the servants' hall and the governor's loop at the end, but the majority of the layout was room after room. There were several small rooms that sat in the middle of the rectangle with no exterior wall, and thus no windows to brighten them up. But now that I was no longer worried about being discovered, a simple light spell, usable by any novice, lit the way for me. Most of the manor was about as interesting as I expected it to be. Large parts weren't in use and were sealed off to collect dust, especially the west side of the building where most of the space had been devoted to public works. From the looks of it, Noctra hadn't had much of an interest in that. After I'd confirmed my mental map and filled in the spaces I hadn't dared scry into previously, I returned to the trapped rooms. First up was Noctra's suite. I was operating under the logic that he'd kept the most valuable and sensitive objects nearby, and the most potentially dangerous safely locked away in specially prepared chambers, though at this point I wouldn't be surprised if his labs had no reinforcements at all. Nothing else seemed to. A proper mage, Noctra was not. A simple unlock granted me access to the suite, and I sent my little ball of light ahead as I opened the door. It swooped into the center of the room, and I passed, unsure exactly what I was seeing. There was a bed, unused. That made sense, considering where I'd found Noctra. A small and somewhat ragged cloth doll sat there, perched on one of the pillows. Next to that was a small vanity with a circular mirror. Several cases sat organized on its surface, and it had no less than 3 drawers built into it. This wasn't a piece of furniture I typically associated with men, but perhaps Noctra simply enjoyed cosmetics as a hobby. He'd hardly be the first man I met who did. It was hard to reconcile that with the man I'd seen in my scrying, let alone with the state of his corpse in the other room. I was no expert on the finer arts of makeup, but I didn't think he'd been wearing any. By the time I found the dresses hanging in the closet, I was starting to think I'd come into this room under a mistaken impression. Noctra hadn't been a big man by any means, but there was no way he could possibly fit into any of these clothes. The simplest explanation for that was that this wasn't Noctra's suite, it was Iskara's. This was, without a doubt, the master suite of the manor. There were other rooms, but they were all far smaller and lacked the connected closet and personal lavatory. There was even a private office accessible via a door on the south wall. That one was locked too, but I forced it open easily enough. The inescapable conclusion was that Iskara had the master suite, and Noctra lived and slept elsewhere. That painted their relationship in a very different light, and as I thought back to the conversation I'd spied on between the two of them, I became even more sure that I was on the right trail now. Noctra was here to work off some kind of debt to a cabal. He'd presumably been stripped of his rank and lost the right to his codename, Nocturne, when he'd been banished to Arcanist. Iskara had come with him, not to assist him, but to oversee his work. That was probably why she personally handled the drawstones. She was the one who was keeping track of how much mana the whole operation provided, because she was the one in good standing with their cabal back home. And she didn't want him skimming off the top. The drawstones were probably also her responsibility. There were an awful lot of them in one place, especially a place otherwise so poor. They probably belonged to the cabal, and were here on loan to assist with their tithing scam. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. I'd just assumed the relationship because Noctra was a mage and Iskara was an adept, but I should have known better. She was his taskmaster. With her dead, he could very well have panicked the first time he tried to scry her or communicate. Whether he realized I'd killed her, or more likely thought that Father had done it, or that someone from this cabal had come after her, he'd seen the writing on the wall. The man was a coward as well as a con artist. Rather than make an attempt to defend himself, he'd hidden himself away and started working through his stashed liquor. I was vaguely annoyed that as low of him as my opinion had been, the reality had turned out to be even worse. Other than confirming the owner of the suite, the only room of interest was Iskara's office. There was a box in there, locked of course, that had been designed with about 50 compartments full of storage crystals. It made sense, in a way. The mana was destined to go to Darrow, and they needed to get it there somehow. Drawstones were by their very nature too big and heavy to conveniently move around, and I'd already known that Iskara was draining them here in the village. This, then, was where all the mana was going. About a third of the storage crystals were full, but all of them were extremely low quality. Part of me itched to take the mana from them, but they'd serve as evidence of what Noctra and Iskara had been up to. While it would have been convenient to find some letters or a personal journal detailing all their dastardly deeds, no such evidence existed. Presumably, Iskara hadn't been a total idiot, and any correspondence she had received like that had been promptly destroyed. There were various tools for transferring mana around, including a channeling lock used to lessen the transference loss when using a storage crystal. One of those would have been nice to have had 8 months ago. Once everything was cleared up, I was going to claim this office-turned-workshop and refine or replace the tools to bring them up to something approaching my standards. This would be an excellent place to start working on my lattice. The design I had in mind was going to be somewhat modular to account for the natural growth of my mana core over the next 12 to 14 years, which would cause some inefficiencies in the long run. I'd be able to rebuild it properly later, and in the short term I'd enjoy a vastly increased rate of mana generation. Hidden away in her desk was a ledger, one that I assumed was keeping track of how much mana she'd stolen from the villagers, and how much was left after being pulled from the drawstone into her little setup here. When I opened the book, however, I found myself in for a rude surprise. I couldn't read this language. It was ridiculous. I spoke it just fine. Sure, I'd had to use Graven's memories merged with mine to adjust for the regional variances, but it hadn't been an issue. Somehow they were using an entirely different alphabet, one that I'd never come across before. Once again, the disturbing question of where exactly I'd been reborn reared its ugly head. I was definitely still on Manak. Of that much I was certain. It was a part I'd never been to or even heard of before, but there couldn't possibly be another world with one of the same languages I'd learned back home. Even if there was, it didn't matter. I'd reviewed the soul invocations after I'd awakened again and confirmed they were working correctly. I was still on the same world I'd left. Somewhere out there, my sanctum in the Night Vale was waiting for me to return to it. The only reasonable explanation was that this book was not written in an ocean. I couldn't picture a way that an entire village would have its alphabet replaced, so Iskara must have instead been bilingual and filled out her ledger in another language. Alternatively, the whole thing could be some sort of cipher using made-up symbols that no one but her would know. That seemed like a lot of work to go through for a simple ledger, though, especially with all the other tools serving as evidence of exactly what had happened inside this workroom. There were spells to translate unfamiliar languages, though they could easily fail to crack coded messages. That would be a project for another day, once I'd solved my mana issues permanently. There was probably something important in there, but unless I failed to find any evidence at all of Noctra and Iskara's guilt, I wasn't going to waste my time and mana trying to translate it. The very next room I stopped in was a small study. It had a single desk with a chair behind it, and 2 more of those overstuffed chairs that I'd found Noctra sleeping in either corner of the room. Behind the desk was a shelf lined with cubbyholes for various scrolls. At the top was a shallow row of books, no more than 10. I used minor telekinesis to pull the first one down and frowned at it. The more I flipped through it, the deeper my frown got. This book appeared to be written in a foreign language as well. So was the next one, and the one after that. By now I recognized many of the symbols, even if I didn't know what they meant. It still might not mean anything. Noctra and Iskara had come from somewhere else. Perhaps they'd brought books with them that were written in the dominant language of wherever they'd lived before. I checked the rest of the books anyway, and several of the scrolls. Everything appeared to be written in a language I couldn't read. If this was how it was going to be, I would have to consider reorganizing my priorities to push learning whatever tongue this was to the top. It wasn't all a waste of time. One of the scrolls revealed a map when I unfurled it. It displayed an island, circular and ringed with mountains, except for one spot near the northern tip. There were 5 towns on it, and the map made it clear that the entire island was one with very little rainfall. Even being unable to read the labels, I felt confident that I was looking at the place I was living on. Arcanist had to be one of the 3 villages on the east side, tucked away in the mountains, which probably made Darrow the bigger town in the center of the flatlands in the middle. I didn't recognize the shape of the island, and unfortunately the map didn't display anything else. I still didn't know where I was, but it was nice to have an idea of how to leave this place and hopefully get out of this mana desert. West, then north. I continued my exploration of the warded rooms and found mostly what I'd expected. There was a room that was being used as storage for various mana tools and included a workbench to repair them. There were 3 more bedrooms, one of which showed signs that it might have belonged to Noctra, despite him not having been sleeping in it. And in the center of the house, behind a locked door, was a room with a dozen different books left open and scattered across the floor. Stone carving chisels and files were pushed into the corner like so much debris and refuse, all of it centered around a single pedestal with a top about 2 feet wide. Set on top of that, looking like nothing so much as a fang of blue granite with a series of cracks running through it, was a ward stone bigger than I was. Chapter 46. This whole time I'd been thinking of the barrier as something of a myth. The village obviously functioned fine without a barrier and had been for years. Based on Father's story, I'd made some assumptions about local history that were seemingly incorrect. It didn't take more than a glance to confirm that this ward stone was designed to project a huge barrier, though figuring out exactly what kind would require a few minutes to read the runes inscribed on its surface. That was largely irrelevant right now anyway, since it had met some sort of unfortunate fate and cracked. It was nothing but a conversation piece now, though I assumed someone had been trying to fix it. If my understanding of the timeline was correct, it probably hadn't been Noctra's predecessor who'd been working on it. He'd died during the incident that had killed Father's friend, and it looked like the magical backlash from the wardstone might have been what had done it. That left Noctra himself, though he'd obviously failed after spending a great deal of effort. Just judging by the few diagrams he'd left open in various books, it was obvious that he didn't understand the first thing about how wardstones operated. It looked like he'd been trying to apply the principles of a static ward field to the stone, when he should have been looking into transmutation to patch up the damage and inscription to fix the runes that had been destroyed. The confusion was understandable, given the name, but wardstones had much more in common with enchantments than they did with traditional wards. There was, admittedly, some overlap, but whoever had been working on this one had gone in completely the wrong direction trying to fix it. I couldn't read any of the labels on the diagram, but it appeared to me like they were trying to create some sort of patch made of pure mana that would hold the shape of the destroyed runes. That would never work, of course. It was a temporary solution at best, and completely missed the point of the wardstone being a physical object to anchor the spells to. The wardstone itself was the work of a master scribe with a solid foundation in transmutation, far too complex for someone who barely qualified as an apprentice to repair. I'd have to examine the runes more carefully. I could still read those at least, to confirm what exactly the wardstone was meant to accomplish, but I couldn't see any good reason that I wouldn't be able to fix this thing. For now, I was going to leave it alone as more evidence of Noctra's lies. Between this and Iskara's workshop, I had plenty of proof of what they'd been up to. The problem was that it might not be so apparent to someone who didn't understand magic. Hopefully someone in the village could read that ledger. That book was probably my best option for proving that the mage who'd been protecting their town was actually scamming them and stealing their mana. On the off chance that its contents proved completely indecipherable, it was probably a good idea to keep looking. Of the few remaining rooms, only one of them proved to have anything interesting in it. Other warded rooms were being used as storage, and I might repurpose some of those raw materials in the near future, if it proved to have any quality. But for the moment, I only wanted to take a general inventory with an eye for things the villagers could understand. The exception to that was a room with a map pinned up on the wall. It clearly showed the town and the surrounding wastes, no labels needed. It also marked 20 or so spots in a rough circle around the village, though focused heavily on the west and northeast portions where the land flattened out. If I didn't miss my guess, one of those marked spots was near the trail we'd returned on. Noctra knew about the dust jackals. I thought back to their mana cores, so unusual to find in nature. Animals almost never had a Stage 2 core. They might have a pseudo-Stage 3, as that was far easier to accomplish, if ultimately weaker when done out of order. But it took a degree of intelligence to create and graft a lattice to a mana core. Dust jackals did not have that intelligence, not unless the pack I'd killed was exceptionally stupid. Assuming they were indicative of the species as a whole, someone had been experimenting on them. I briefly went through the diagrams and the notes before nodding to myself. Most of them looked like ideas for constructing a lattice, meaning Noctra was at least aware of the concept, even if he hadn't managed to refine it enough to do it himself. I would have noticed if he'd possessed a Stage 2 core when I finally encountered him, and from what I could tell, he'd only had a decidedly mediocre Stage 1. Good on him for practicing, I supposed, though I could think of a few organizations from my past who would have balked at him using animal test subjects. Given the nature of making changes to a mana core, I couldn't personally blame him for wanting to make sure he had it right before he grafted a lattice into his own core. Making suboptimal choices due to a lack of knowledge was how I'd ended up in the position I had in my previous life. Doing things right this time was one of my major goals. Of course, I knew how to repair the lattice I was going to build, including how to swap out a few modular pieces to increase overall efficiency later on, once my core grew to full size. I'd be weaker for the next decade or so than if I used a permanently fixed lattice, but I wasn't willing to sacrifice long-term power in exchange for a small advantage.
What's up, guys? It would be really awesome if you please like and subscribe for more. Thank you.